All right, well, with all that heavy rain moving north into South Georgia, one neighborhood that is no stranger to flooding, Thomasville. Our neighborhood reporter, Leon Abu-Tabush, is standing by in the Rose City with a look at that heavy rain and what people are doing to prepare for potential flooding.
I'm Leon Abu-Tabush at Thomas County Public Works, where crews are getting ready to head out. They're going to be pulling out some trees that are down, fixing up the power lines. Right now, there's a curfew in effect, so it's going to go on until 8 a.m. tomorrow. The weather right now is looking quiet. There's some rain. The rain is starting to pick up, but there hasn't been any winds. I've seen some lightning here and there, but it's pretty slow until now. I talked to crews that are here. They tell me they will stay out just working, trying to repair anything that they see, whether it's trees, power lines, until the wind gets higher than 40 miles per hour. That's when they have to go back and seek shelter. Again, in Thomasville, I'm Leon Abu-Tabush, ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Leon. Hopefully it stays calm throughout the night. But President Joe Biden just commented on the hurricane just moments ago. He actually encouraged people to take action now while you still can, and listen to any orders from local agencies. Listen to this.
Everyone needs to take it seriously, extremely seriously. The potential storm surge is well beyond the immediate path of the hurricane. Could be significant and deadly. You know, for you and your family's sake, I urge everyone in and near the path of the hurricane to listen to local officials and follow evacuation orders when told to do so.
All right, so the president actually approved a pre-landfall emergency declaration for Florida and Georgia just days ago. What that does is it allows FEMA to send federal resources here. We've seen a lot of those resources over the last year. Their teams will also help with the response and recovery efforts. You get a live look at the radar there. You can see the storm swirling in the Gulf as it continues to move north, expected to make landfall after dark, which is a concern because if you haven't left yet, if you have chosen to stay in your safe spot for now, once that sun goes down, once those winds pick up, going out onto the roads is going to be very dangerous. And I've heard from firefighters and first responders after Idalia that said they will not go out when those winds reach a certain threshold. So we are also monitoring parts of Taylor County. They know what a hurricane condition can be like. We want to check in with Kenya Cardone. She is live in Steinhatchee with a closer look at the water there.
Absolutely, Channing. So the last time that we spoke with you, it was raining and it was blowing. Now it got a little calmer. That's what I was talking about. There's a little bit of inconsistency in the conditions here, but it's starting to get darker here. We can definitely see that. I'm standing on a metal boardwalk here in Steinhatchee, where you could see that there's straps here all along, and this is just one of many preparations that neighbors did to prepare for the kind of storm surge that could be catastrophic to this neighborhood here. It is really devastating what happened during Idalia. That 8 to 10 foot storm surge absolutely crushed, destroyed coastal businesses here, coastal homes as well, and now neighbors here were preparing for days and days and days for a storm surge of that caliber as well. Like I said, some of the things that we have here are some straps. I want to point you over here on this boardwalk. We have some straps. Neighbors were doing things like this and also taking up boards off of their wooden docks to make sure that these docks don't get lifted up and pushed out onto land by that storm surge and by that rough current. Like I said earlier, it was blowing a little bit harder, a lot more rain, but still on the sprinkling end. Right now, it's not like that anymore. It's a bit calmer, but the calm before the storm. It's gotten darker, the skies are a bit grayer, and we're gonna see how conditions continue to pick up here throughout the night. We'll be on top of it here, and with our First to Know Storm Chaser, you can count on ABC 27 to keep you updated as things pick up. For now, that's the latest. Live in Steinhatchee, Kenya Cardone, ABC 27.
Kenya, appreciate that very much. Please be careful out there, and any folks who may still be near the coast. It is a quite hazardous situation. We've mentioned in the days prior to this that this storm is unique, like every storm is going to have its own characteristics. It's not fair to compare this to what Idalia did. It's not fair to compare it to what Michael did. Kate, Earl, whatever hurricane name you want to throw out there, each one acts differently, just depending on how strong it is, where it goes, the time of year. A lot depends on a lot of certain characteristics and certain details that is not going to be duplicated exactly by other storms. So don't judge what you think is going to happen based on what you experienced. Experience means a lot, and I give that to you for those who have lived here for decades. But hurricanes, they don't care about history. They're going to do what they do. So don't take it lightly about those hazards that we've been discussing for several days now. One hazard has been the rate of rain. Fortunately, for most areas, we've had manageable amounts of rain passing through. Rain totals have been roughly 1-2 inches across a broad stretch. We've had higher rain totals today, especially from the Ocklawakanee River to the west. So that's where there's a long-lasting flash flood warning, because these areas of rain will continue to roll in waves, and there's not going to be many breaks. Some areas here along the Apalachicola River have already had upwards of 5, 6, 7 inches. And there's probably going to be about that much coming in through the next couple of hours. So that is going to cause saturation, it already has, and additional rain within these areas will cause flooding issues, and they can develop very quickly. Now, yes, this is a more sparsely populated area, but we still have neighborhoods and communities and people who live here. So we want to make sure anybody that is within the range of our signal or the range of your internet connection, if you're watching us on WTXL.TV or on our news app, we want to make sure you're aware of the flooding risk. And as maybe sometimes if heavier rains start to add up across the central and eastern portions, we'll have to monitor the flooding risk and how much tolerance the ground can have to maybe absorb some of that rain that's been falling. But here is the expanded view from the Tampa radar of the circulation of Helene, continuing to have good form. It has not been raised as far as the peak wind speeds from the 7 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center, but it still has it at about 130 right around its tighter core. There will be at least maybe a little chance for some restructuring of the circulation or the eye. It doesn't necessarily stay at the same high rate for hours on end. Plus, we have to consider the possibility of maybe a little bit of upper level influence that can maybe affect how the structure of the eye stays. So that's going to be something to monitor in the approach of the eye into Appalachia Bay. But we've been tracking this for several hours in relation to 84 degrees west longitude for the geographers out there. That is a reference point to which we're noticing more of that north-northeast turn. I mentioned a few days ago about the nudge. We've seen that nudge of the track going more to the north-northeast, which reduces the chance for the actual eye to go right into Tallahassee. So that chance is decreasing as we go forward in time. There can be the western side of this, which is relatively weaker compared to the east. There can be some of that western periphery that does scrape by the metro. And that's where we can see likely the highest chances for the strongest winds within the more densely populated areas. But anywhere east of where the eye makes landfall, there's going to be a pretty expansive field of winds that will be of tropical storm sustained, hurricane gusts, and then closer to where the eye wall goes, that's where you can see possibly sustained hurricane force winds at the point of landfall and maybe a few miles inland. So that's a concern for folks in Perry and Mayo, perhaps into Madison, Lee, over towards Live Oak, and even north of there. On the west side of this, as long as this continues on a north-northeast course and crosses that 84-degree longitude line, again, that will continue to reduce the chances of having any kind of significant effect from the eye wall coming into the city. So that is something to really closely monitor as far as the effects that it can have within the capital city. Here's the latest run of the model data that's refreshed every hour now that we're within that close range. It still has the eye coming closer into Taylor County, but again, we have to monitor just how far west the overall wind forces around that kind of wrap around and how close that can get to the capital city itself. So trying to zoom in with our modeling and get a little closer perspective. If we assume that we have some tropical storm force winds or maybe some hurricane gusts within this band, Jefferson County, based on this run of our forecast data through St. Marks and perhaps even the southeastern side of Leon County, that's where theoretically there can be some of those hurricane force gusts. But certainly a high likelihood of that east and perhaps even on the northern edge of the eye based on this perspective. And that eye wall still wraps around. So again, Highway 319, you're still going to be prone to at least the possibility of some occasional hurricane force gusts and certainly some sustained tropical storm winds. But this will carry north over the midnight hour and beyond. So those are going to be some areas, including in Madison, that we have to watch out for, because Madison will likely be on the eastern side of where the eye goes. Right now, the scene in Madison looks like a lot of rain or clouds and likely some lighter precipitation. There's still some cars out there from the perspective of the Emergency Operations Center out there on Highway 14. So it's still okay to be out there and wrap up whatever you're going to do out in Madison County. But as we go forward in time, with the eye forecast to move over that portion of the region, the quality of the weather is going to go way down. So it's very important that when you start getting in on the thick of the storm, that folks are not trying to drive around, because that's when multiple hazards will start to appear, and it'll be at night, hard to see, towers out. It's just a very dangerous situation all in all. And if you absolutely can, just wait until the storm goes by and the sun comes up tomorrow, because it will come up. And when it does, we'll have more sunshine to come around with a west to southwest wind pattern. So we will see quick improvement in the overall quality of the weather during the overnight period as the storm moves to the north of the area. It's not going to be something that lasts for 6, 8, 12 hours. This is going to zip right on through. It's going to do its thing, and then it's going to be gone. But while it's here, it's going to be quite a nuisance. It's going to be quite a problem for many of our neighbors and friends, especially in the eastern half of our region. Our computer processing its idea of where the tropical storm sustained winds can be carried, I would say a little bit more in the way of tropical storm winds across a few more of our inland areas by 8 o'clock, which is just about 45 minutes from now. So we can start to see a little more frequency of that, especially here on the Highway 19 corridor along the Nature Coast, especially near the coastal areas. Seems like our winds will still be mostly locally from the east in the Big Bend eastern side, becoming more northeast to north as you move west. And that's all relative to where the eye goes. So that's going to be a zone where when we have landfall, there's going to be steady tropical storm winds wrapping around in a broad sense. Within closer to that eye wall core, we can have those occasional hurricane force winds and gusts. But we'll also have that possibility, certainly for sustained tropical storm winds around Leon, Jefferson, perhaps even western Wakulla County. I'd say maybe even a little bit more extended beyond that. Certainly over the bay. And these are considering sustained winds primarily. Those hurricane force winds that were earlier in orange, they'll start to shrink in terms of sustained winds, but those quick gusts can still be contained within that edge of the eye as it moves inland. So I would not suspect that we would have steady hurricane force winds in portions of South Georgia, but you can have those quick bursts that can maybe get upwards to that level. And of course, anything sustained 40, 50, 60 miles per hour, that's where you get the effects of power outages and trees down. And if trees fall a certain way, you get structural damage. So all those are possible. And this will be an effect that is felt across southeastern Georgia, middle Georgia as well, and beyond into the Carolinas and even farther north from there. So this is going to be a far-reaching storm. The most intense effects are going to be felt along the eastern shores of the Big Bend locally. So this is going to be something that is going to be talked about for a while. And with those coastal effects that we've been mentioning about storm surge, some of those reports that we've seen from our neighborhood reporters that have been dispatched to the coast, some of those water levels, they're getting quite agitated. But when the circulation gets closer, that's when we'll see an enhancement of some of those water levels. High tide is around midnight or thereabouts, so this peak of storm surge may occur prior to the high tide phase. So we may not see the high end of 18 to 20 feet. It is possible. And anything of a certain range above typical dry ground, especially if it's above 6 to 9 or even 12 feet, that's a substantial flood for those areas. And that's not something to be hanging around when you have angry waters from very strong winds and the higher water levels over the coastal dry ground. So a very hazardous setup for sections of the eastern Big Bend in particular, with lesser storm surge levels the more west you go, Channing.
All right, yeah, we're monitoring that water to come up. I was just checking some of the gauges around the coast. In Wakulla County at Spring Creek at the boat ramp there, the water is below action stage. In Steenhatchee, it is below action stage, but we are anticipating that rise in the hours ahead. I did just see on X, formerly known as Twitter, Leon County Schools posted an update about people who are taking shelter. Good to hear people taking shelter. They say more than 1,200 people, including Leon County Schools employees and 192 pets, are currently sheltering in Leon County Schools. I believe this is video shot in Apalachicola earlier today, where you can see the heavy rain coming down some of the streets, some ponding going on in the streets there. You've got the water and the coastline there, susceptible to those tidal fluctuations. Plenty of windows boarded up in Apalachicola, a very historic community with that bridge going over. You can see the water starting to creep up into the greenery there. So we'll be keeping a close eye on Franklin County, the Forgotten Coast, and other areas as that water continues to come up. Another place where we're watching the waters in Wakulla County, and neighborhood reporter Kenzie Krieger's there. Kenzie, how are things looking now?
Yeah, so you talked about taking shelter. Well, that's happening right here in Crawfordville. We're at the Wildwood Inn right now. You can see that there's a lot of cars piling up. A lot of people have scattered around and have been taking shelter. A lot of people are talking. They have done this last minute, so they're lucky that this hotel is open right now. I actually spoke to one woman who lives in Panacea. Her house is right on the water, so she was here with her dog and a couple of friends just taking shelter last minute. But everybody else is just waiting it out. Some people say they've been here for a couple of days, just waiting to see what happens. This is the first time that they've seen a little bit of action. The rain is coming down more, but it's a lot less busy than it is at the coast right now. So we'll keep an eye on it and we'll give you more updates.
All right, thank you, Kenzie. Good to see the lights are still on there, and good to hear that people are continuing to seek shelter, because it could be a very dangerous situation as it gets darker outside. While we were listening to Kenzie's report there, I did just pull up Talquin Electric's outage map to see what their situation is like. Not too many outages yet. That is the good news. According to their outage map, across their service area, we've got 721 meters that are out of power currently. Most of those tied to the substation in Shadeville, which is in Wakulla County, not too far from where Kenzie is. So the concern is, once the power goes out, if you decide to leave, those street lights, like we heard the governor mentioning earlier in his news conference, the street lights are going to go out. The transformers are going to blow as the trees come down on those power lines. We've been live on the air in previous storms where we've seen the lights go out literally as we are live on the air and reporters are standing there in the dark. We do anticipate scenes like that happening again throughout the nighttime hours as these powerful winds come in. Like Cass was saying, 130 miles per hour. Those are the maximum winds in this storm, a Category 4 storm moving north. And I just want to remind people, if you're watching us in South Georgia, in Thomasville or Lowndes County, Valdosta, Brooks County, this storm is going to impact your neighborhoods as well. Those powerful winds are going to be booking it as they move in from the coast. The storm's going to be moving north. So if you are not prepared for power outages in South Georgia, you need to be. You only have a matter of hours to get ready for that. Let's check in with First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse again to see where the storm is, how far it is from the coast, and how fast it is moving right now.
Yeah, the latest update has that storm, the center of it, about 165 miles or so to the south of the coast, and it's moving north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. So we're getting the wind action along the coast that's starting to agitate the waters. Fortunately, we have not yet had a lot of wind effects as far as tropical storm winds for inland areas yet. That is bound to change over the next few hours, as will the amount of power outages, as Channing was referring to. Not a whole lot across many service areas, but we do have at least about 600 customers within Wakulla County without power. And the overall power outages have not just been confined to our area, they've been more extensive into the peninsula, and this is due to a number of factors. The overall stretch of the winds, the individual tornado warnings that have been occurring, plus the breezy conditions within the Tampa Bay region. So we've had numerous power outages there, and if you can consider that there have been many power outages within that region, probably exceeding 50,000 customers, how do you think we're going to get as far as those power outages go here? When we have even stronger winds, we're bound to have a whole lot more loss of power before the night is through. So just psych yourself up and be ready for that. Be ready for a night of at least a few hours of winds that will be howling around you, and you just don't have a lot of visibility unless you have flashlights. Or maybe the little light on your phone or some other device that can give you some illumination. So be ready for that. Right now, very slim numbers as far as overall percentages of power outages across our area, but again, that will be increasing. Latest information still has peak winds around the center of the storm at 130 miles per hour. As mentioned, about 150 to 160 miles to the south of the capital city, still moving to the north-northeast. Gradual strengthening has been occurring, but again, it's been kind of small steps. And once it reaches a certain plateau of intensification, we can see maybe a little bit of a backing off. So we'll see how the pressure changes, how the structure of the eye changes over the next couple of hours, and see if that has any effect or influence on the rate of its overall strength. Rain is pretty common now, even across southwest Georgia. Bainbridge at the Boat Basin, steady rain. Wind out of the east-northeast at 15 miles per hour from the WeatherSim camera network there. And perhaps in some of these views, especially when they have continuous streaming, you might be able to see just the rates, how fast those clouds are moving. Here's a little segment here on the left of your screen for those who are visually able. You might see that little segment of clouds moving over Florida A&M, just showing you how high the winds are and how quickly they're moving the clouds. But at least at the surface, the recent gust of 22 miles per hour on the highest of Seven Hills. St. Teresa, this is going to be one area that can certainly have a higher water increase and a higher susceptibility to those stronger winds. Right now, the gusts being measured at 17 miles per hour. The boat there is kind of secured for good reason, and maybe with more of a north wind, we'll see maybe a decrease in the water level, at least on this perspective. So nonetheless, the waters are going to be angry, as some would say, with all the winds howling around, especially here over Ocklawakanee Bay. Of course, as we go towards sunset, we'll start to lose the visibility of some of these cameras, but while we still have at least some daylight, we can see just how those waters coming in from winds from the northeast at 31 miles per hour. This is the Franklin County side of the bay. Wakulla County is over there, so northeast winds are crashing up against the pier there in the dock and over the coastal areas of that boat ramp. So we're getting those effects. They're becoming more obvious. They're becoming a bit more sustained for coastal areas in particular, and that's where we'll still have the ongoing deterioration of weather conditions. 130 peak winds around the center. I keep emphasizing that because I want folks to understand that when you hear that number, it's not for the whole area of cloudiness. And I'm sure people do understand that, but sometimes you hear that number and you just get freaked out, and I can understand that. But the strongest winds will happen around the tight core of the center, and where that goes is where those stronger winds will be. Projections still show a landfall in Taylor County. So if you're in that region, hopefully not at the coast, but the highest likelihood of that caliber of wind will be within that region. And then just inland from there is where we can see perhaps a little carry forward of some of those less than 130 winds, but definitely some hurricane force gusts that can propagate inland. If we assume that falls here in Taylor County and it continues north-northeast, Osceola River area, Jefferson County, Madison, perhaps Lafayette, and east from there, that's where we can have the highest chance for maybe some more frequent hurricane force gusts. So a lot hinges on where that eye goes. And the overall trend has been taking the eye away, just barely, but away from the Tallahassee metro. but that does not mean that Tallahassee will escape any kind of adverse wind effects. I still anticipate us to still have strong, steady tropical storm force gusts within the capital city, especially if you're closer to the eastern county line. So that's something that you should also prepare for. Also across southern Georgia. Right now, just batches of rain. We'll have to monitor a little bit of rain that's moving through this region here of Thomas County, because this follows a pattern where a few of these little individual pockets, if they're kind of close enough and compact enough, they can cause a little spin. So we'll monitor this little stretch that's paralleling Highway 319 from Thomasville right through Coolidge, right through Moultrie, Norman Park, and Tifton. That's moving at a very fast clip off towards the northwest. I haven't been able to analyze this as far as spin goes, but if there are a couple little points of spin, it would mostly move off to the northwest. So around Highway 19 in the Ocklawakanee area, those will be some locations, Meigs, Pelham, those will be some locations that will get a quick little hit of heavy rain and maybe a little combination of strong outflowing winds. I even hear, I think it's rain. I don't know if it's the air conditioning or the rain, but maybe some rain right here in Midway beginning to come down. The overall perspective of the eye, in intense hurricanes, you can sometimes get a little quick convective burst, just a quick buildup of the clouds and a little fierce batch of lightning that has seemed to kind of died off a little bit over the last hour's time. So just going off the top of my head, that could maybe mean that the overall intensification mode may be at a more level point where we're not seeing so much of that buildup that causes lightning to occur. And I don't think it's because the lightning tracker just missing data. I don't think that's the case, because we still have some lightning flashes here off the East Coast. So it's not a malfunction of the lightning tracker. It could be an indication that maybe it has reached a little plateau of strengthening, may try to maintain that and maybe even try to drop a little bit, just trying to guesstimate without looking at raw data just what that cycle may mean. So that could be an encouraging sign that it's not trying to build more strength and gain more wind force. So that is something to consider as the eye starts to slice over that 84-degree longitude line. So it's still carrying that motion to the north-northeast. 84 lines up with the mouth of the Osceola River, and of course that is southeast of Tallahassee. So that is a motion that again is somewhat encouraging for the capital city and the high population centers that are there. It is very discouraging for the northern Nature Coast, Levy County, Dixie County, and more locally, very discouraging for areas from Taylor County and Madison County, even portions of Jefferson County and to the east. So that's going to be the high hazard zone for those gustier winds in a few hours. And if it's moving northeast at about 23 and the center of the eye is still about 150 some miles to the south, it's going to take another, say, 3-4 hours just trying to do some quick mental math for that to come on shore. Of course, landfall means half of the circulation crosses land. So it's not the eye wall that comes on shore and you have a landfall. You're definitely going to have some very strong, fierce winds with that, but the actual landfall happens when half of the circulation moves over land. And then, of course, a statement will be released by the National Hurricane Center declaring that the storm has made landfall. But we're still a couple hours away from that. And again, given its path, it is taking some aim towards Taylor County. So there's a reasonable confidence that we're going to see eventually in the next few hours a landfall point there. But as I've said before, especially east of landfall and on the northern edge where that starts to cross over land, you'll get those very intense winds at or above 75 miles per hour. Close to the edge of the eye wall is where you will get the strongest winds once it crosses land. And then a few miles inland, it'll start to weaken as far as the wind forces go. But you'll still have some extensive periods of steady winds on high-end tropical storm force, maybe even some low-end hurricane force winds, I think mostly in gusts when we talk about inland areas. But nonetheless, that is still going to be something of particular concern and very hazardous for folks who will be within the range of the eye wall and say 20, 25 miles or so on either side, especially when you go east of where it makes landfall. So those are going to be some high impact points that we're going to be starting to see in the next couple of hours when it starts to cross land. Here's the latest projections on our rapid refresh modeling. which still has the possibility, I'd say a higher probability of a landfall again in the eastern shores of the Big Bend. But where it makes landfall and how the eye, the edge of the eye is behaving, those stronger winds wrapping around the immediate center, that's where we're going to see an increase in those winds for a little while, and most likely within our eastern counties. 319 is going to be a western kind of barrier, I guess you could say, or a border or a separator in terms of where we can have the highest winds versus lesser caliber winds for the tri-state area. So a lot will really depend on just the structure of the eye and how it travels inland. I still expect a pretty good amount of gustier winds to move beyond the state line through the I-75 counties of South Georgia. This will start to expand, not necessarily in strength, but the whole structure of wind will start to expand as it moves inland. So this will carry some strong tropical storm winds well up into middle and southeast Georgia.
All right, thank you, Cass. You just mentioned southeast Georgia, and I want to tell you about an alert that was just put out by EMA Lowndes in Lowndes County. They are now urging people who live in mobile homes or substandard housing to seek more substantial shelter now. You've got a few hours to get out of those mobile homes and those areas that could be susceptible to those strong winds and take shelter. There are multiple shelters available to people in Lowndes County, including Park Avenue Church. We also have Corinth Baptist Church, and we've got all of the places you can go. Depending on where you live, you can find that list at WTXL.TV right now. The National Hurricane Center is also closely monitoring this potentially catastrophic storm. The National Hurricane Center's Director Michael Brennan, he didn't pull any punches when asked what kind of impact the Big Bend and cities along the coast, as well as inland Florida, could see.
The magnitude of what we're going to see play out here is so severe with Helene. It doesn't matter if you wouldn't have had a hurricane for the last 20 years in this region. Those impacts are going to be life-threatening in a staggering way over the next 12 to 24 hours.
All right, Riz, so really a sobering statement to hear there, and make sure that you are staying safe. I know that there are people in Tallahassee making sure they are staying safe by taking shelter. I want to check in with neighborhood reporter, Southwest Tallahassee neighborhood reporter Terry Gilliam. He's checking with neighbors as they are getting ready to ride out this storm. Terry?
Terry Gilliam, your Southwest Tallahassee neighborhood reporter. I'm in the Jake Gaither neighborhood where the wind and the rain has suddenly started to pick up just a little bit. I'm going to step behind the camera to show you guys the conditions right now. So far, it's a pretty empty neighborhood. Everybody seems to be sheltering in place. I'm going to zoom in closely. You guys can kind of see that rain coming in a little bit sideways right now. The trees and the signage seem to be intact, but so far it's just heavy rain and wind at the moment.
All right, thank you, Terry. Don't be fooled, though. Those conditions are going to go downhill overnight, so make sure that you are staying on guard and making sure you know where your safe space is into the overnight hours. And one place that we are monitoring, we've got our live drive here. This is in Taylor County in the Steinhatchee area. We heard from Kenya Cardone earlier. She was standing on a pier over the Steinhatchee River, which is expected to rise into the overnight hours. They're getting into position here so that we can see the condition of the river. You can see a few sailboats anchored there. You can see the water there. I want to send it to Kenya. She's in the truck, staying safe. Kenya, where are you? And what conditions are you seeing in Taylor County?
Absolutely, Channing. I am on the road that goes right along all the businesses and the homes that are on the Steinhatchee River. Right now, I've seen that the wind and the rain are starting to pick up. The water slowly but surely starting to rise. So we're going to actually take you for a drive a little bit around so we can show you the road conditions. Some people were still out and about. It seems that people like to see how things progress, but for the most part they know that come 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, they gotta be hunkered down. They should have been hunkered down, but they know that they have to be hunkered down pretty soon. Actually, a neighbor that we spoke to told us that around 8 o'clock the power might get cut out, and they do that to prevent fires from happening. So that's what one neighbor told us. You can see cars on the road, hopefully going back home or evacuating, because Steinhatchee is expected to see major storm surge. We're driving right past Seahag Marina. This place saw devastating flooding during Hurricane Idalia that 8 to 10 foot storm surge devastated Seahag Marina. We're going to go a little bit more down the road here so we can take you more towards Krabby Dad's and Roy's, where you get a clearer view of the river and a clearer view of just how much that surge is expected to impact these businesses that are right by the water. I mean, these people told me after Debbie that they prepared for surge that reaches all the way up to the roofs, and they prepared for it again, and maybe even worse for Helene. These people say that they've prepared for Idalia, they prepared for Debbie, and they're preparing now for Helene. And the good thing is that each storm has taught them the lessons that they need to know on how to prepare time and time again. So right now we are approaching Krabby Dad's, and this is also the Steinhatchee Marina at Deadman Bay to the left. And straight ahead you can see the Steinhatchee River that goes out into the Gulf, and there are some cars there that are monitoring conditions, some curious neighbors, some storm chasers as well that are just looking at things, but it's not safe to do that. It's gotten darker, wind has picked up, so has the rain. We're not seeing crazy waves from the river yet, but it's something that we're going to start to see soon when Helene approaches and that surge picks up. So we'll keep showing you conditions here. Again, you're getting a live look at the Steinhatchee River. That's the latest here. Kenya Cardone, I'm sending it back to you in the studio, Channing.
That you have a safe way to escape it. We want to talk now about Franklin County because they are also anticipating impacts from this storm. The Franklin County Sheriff recently talked with CNN about conditions there with the expected landfall from Hurricane Helene just hours away.
The tide is definitely rising, and as you said, a lot of our streets in Apalachicola and on the island are underwater, and I just came across the causeway. The water's about even with the top of the causeway. It's not over the road, but if we get any more water, it will be over the road. And I'm encouraging people, do not get out in this weather. Stay home. I just witnessed a car ride through high water and it broke down. They called 911. So don't get out in this weather so that we don't have to be out trying to save your life. Because if you stay home, then you're protecting your first responders as well.
Sheriff, at this point, I know aside from that car that you just mentioned, are residents in your area heeding that advice?
Yeah, for the most part they are, but we still, just like this person, there was really no reason for them to be out, particularly drive through the water they did. And so really, unless you're a public safety or public works, there's really no reason. Everything is closed. I haven't seen the first business that's open today. Everybody is closed. There's really no reason for anybody to be out unless, you know, you're mission critical like a first responder or some kind of public works person.
Last thing, Sheriff, while I have you on the line here, what are your biggest concerns and what are you watching over the next few hours as this hurricane really approaches land?
Well, you know, we're not sure if it's going to be a 3 or a 4. The wind is certainly a concern, how high the wind is going to get, and certainly how high the water is. All our main road, Highway 98, is, you know, sometimes it's 2 feet from the water. So how much road damage are we going to have?
Again, that was the Franklin County Sheriff, A.J. Tony Smith, on Facebook. He said the sheriff said many deputies will start to take cover as the weather gets worse overnight. And I did just check with Florida Highway Patrol. They do have alerts in Franklin County for flooded roads already. So if you come to that flooded roadway, do not drive through it. You could stall. You could be swept away. We want to shift gears now to Jefferson County. And in Monticello, neighborhood reporter Ashley Engel is keeping an eye on that community. Ashley, what's it like there now?
Yes, Channing. Right now, I'm at the Jefferson County K-12 school where they have a shelter here. And I spoke with leaders here, and they said they have a little over 50 neighbors here that are taking cover from Helene. But I want to show you what we see right now. We see the Army National Guard that is parked here, ready to go once conditions get a little bit worse. As you can see a little bit, we have a lot of rain. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of rain. We have kind of like a regular rainstorm that Florida usually experiences. But, you know, a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. And the Army National Guard, you know, I was just speaking with them, and they're just parking their trucks here, just getting into safety. Like I said, this this shelter here has a little over 50 people. Now, like I said earlier, this is a shelter for anyone. It doesn't matter if you're here around like Monticello. Like, if you do not feel safe in your home, or you're in a low-lying area that is flood prone, you're in an RV, a mobile home, or you just simply just need some shelter, come over here. They're going to be open throughout the entirety of the night through the storm. And even like I said earlier, now if you call 911 and it's 35 miles per hour wind speeds, that's above that wind gauge and everything, emergency operations will be ceased due to the high intensity winds and everything. But once that lessens, they'll be able to come out and see what's going on. And the deputies of Jefferson County Sheriff's Office is also going to be around cutting trees, making sure power lines are okay, but also making sure down trees are away from roads in order for power crews to come on out to make sure electricity and power is on safely and quickly for residents after Helene has gone through its course. Like I said, the conditions here right now, it's a little bit of sprinkles. I'm a little wet, as you can see. We had a little bit of a strong rain and wind spell, just a little bit, probably those outer bands. But other than that, that's what we have here in Jefferson County in Monticello for now. I'm Ashley Engel, ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Ashley. Stay safe. And I did just check with the Jefferson County Emergency Management on their Facebook page. They write, if you're sheltering in place, stay inside. Don't forget your disaster kit and your pets. And stay safe. Stay away from those exterior windows and exterior doors, because debris flying through the air, it can break those windows. And then stay put until those winds die down. Don't try to go out and escape in the middle of the storm. That can be even more dangerous. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Maners was just talking
Yeah, there's probably about another 3 hours or so before we have a landfall, 3 to 4. The intrusion of the eye wall itself will probably occur sooner. The rate of forward motion is still 23 miles per hour, so we're not in the thick of it quite yet. Yes, the rain is a lot more frequent, still not particularly heavy in a widespread sense, so again, it's probably not advised to try to venture out now that we're losing sunlight, and conditions will not get much better, in fact, no better than they are right now, at least from here through about midnight. But at least when it comes to the rain and the wind combination over land, there's not a lot that's going to really cause a lot of power to be lost, at least in the short term. We do have to monitor a few of these areas of thunderstorms that have been kind of rotating in, one of which triggering a tornado warning across interior southwest Georgia, another one that's in Ware County, Georgia. So these are kind of more peripheral effects where individual sections of these rain bands can twist and spin a little bit more. We've been monitoring this one here that's approaching Highway 19. It's passing through Meigs and Ocklawaha. Haven't really seen any kind of significant spin with these. There may be at least a couple little spots of a little enhancement of wind, but nothing to the extent that is triggering a tornado warning. But in these heavier downpours that are occurring amid the broader field of generally light to steady rain, we can see a little bit of an enhancement in the wind speeds. So this isn't really amounting to a whole lot of major wind force, but there can be some gustier trends within a few of these spots. So at a little elevated level, maybe about 2,000 feet up, wind speeds 35, 45 miles per hour with heavy rain that can certainly influence the breeze pattern of these downpours that are stretching through Grady County, through Capel, through Cairo, over towards Whigham, and then north into Mitchell County. So be aware that when the rain picks up, the winds can pick up as well. And they're moving very quickly. So the latest scan just showing a pretty good jump just in the last 2 minutes of that batch. They're racing right along, and they're not going to really hang around all that long to any one particular area. But you can maybe hear the trees and the leaves kind of rustling a little bit more in combination with some of those quick downpours and the little bursts of wind that come with that. So that is something that's happening across interior sections of South Georgia, and we'll monitor any other spots of that nature that can maybe cause a little more wind gust enhancement. Even in areas where the rain may be just light and then gets a little more moderate, you can get a little extra burst of wind activity, but it's the quick come and go variety. Under these conditions, we're not going to see severe thunderstorm warnings. We certainly can have tornado warnings, as those are across in South Georgia. One thing that I want to raise to your attention, you may have heard me say it in earlier coverage, that with a hurricane of a major category like what we have with Helene right now, upon landfall, if deemed necessary by the National Weather Service, they could issue what's called an extreme wind warning. And that's when you can have sustained winds of about 115 miles per hour for an extended amount of time. That's going to be determined by the fine folks here at the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee, if that is necessary when the eye, and if it still carries winds that can be above 115, even a brief sustained 1-minute wind of 115, it could necessitate such a warning. So if you hear that during our coverage, it's not to alarm you or startle you, but it's just to make sure if that's issued in a particular area close to where the eye is coming on shore, it's a possibility. It's not a guarantee, but it's something we'll have to watch out for. It's not something that we hear about a whole lot when it comes to advisories that they issue, but in landfalling hurricane situations of a major Category 3 or higher where you can have winds of 115, it is possible that such a warning can be issued. So that's something we'll monitor very closely. But we're using the Tallahassee radar sites, and we're seeing the edge of that eye moving closer to Appalachia Bay, especially those offshore areas. So it's still a fairly decent distance away, but it is coming a little bit closer into the range of our radar to where maybe if it is within the zone of our velocity scope, just barely getting in on some of the noise. So probably not a good sampling range to see what some of those wind velocities are with this, but nonetheless, those brighter shades showing elevated wind speeds at a higher level, perhaps upwards of 5,000 feet or above, it is definitely showing, and just for my curiosity, it is showing some high elevated winds. These are at a higher level, not surface-based winds, but certainly those clouds at that level are moving at a very fast pace. So that is an indication that this is certainly a healthy circulation. This is not an indication of winds that are happening at ground level, but it gives you an idea of just the velocity, the speed at which those clouds and the overall circulation, the airflow around that portion is really kicking closer to that eye, and that's the kind of mid-level influence that can certainly translate to what we can potentially experience closer to ground level. Of course, what you see at an altitude of several thousand feet is not what you get down at ground level, but it just gives us a sampling, it gives us an indication of just how strong those winds are at that level in the circulation of the hurricane, and how we can certainly have some very negative effects given that fact and that sampling of data there. So that is the portion in relation to where it's going closer to our coast. That's what we're going to be monitoring. And there's still that northeastward jog that's taking the core and that pretty wide base around the circulation. The eye expands roughly 17 to 20 miles in width, and that will be carrying forward to the north-northeast over the next 2 to 3 hours. So it is certainly possible to see some of this activity getting closer to our shoreline within, I'd say, the next 2 hours. So 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, it's certainly a possibility to have some effects from the northern edge of the eye wall getting closer to the eastern shores of the Big Bend. And that will be wrapping around. So again, that's going to affect some inland areas pretty significantly, especially Jefferson, Taylor, and into Madison County going into that time frame, 9, maybe 10 o'clock or so. So we do have to watch that for the associated threats with the winds and perhaps even the heavy downpours that will be coming at almost a horizontal angle for those areas affected by the nearby approach of the eye in a few hours there. So to kind of connect the overall wind potential with such an event like was unfolding for us, this is where we can certainly have some of those stronger winds. This is a measurement and a modeling of sustained level winds, not really factoring in the potential for gusts, but those orange shades there indicating where we can have hurricane force winds. On this scale, it shows a pretty broad stretch of Category 1 winds. That's about 75 to 94 miles per hour. That's certainly within reach on the eastern edge and maybe just a few locations on the south and western side. As it gets closer to land, assuming this trajectory, this is where we're going to start to see an enhancement in those water levels because of the storm surge. That corridor of strong surface level winds will bump up against the northern nature coast in Dixie County, the Steinhatchee area, and that's where we start to see an increase of those water levels. So I think that's going to be the more hazardous time between roughly now and about 9, 10 o'clock, where those water levels are really going to get hazardous in areas like Steenhatchee. So those are going to be that's going to be something that's going to be happening pretty soon. And of course, you know, time is not on your side if you're still within that range of the, say, Highway 19 corridor down to the coast. We'll still have an increase in tropical storm sustained winds beginning to bump up across the eastern side of the Big Bend. I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe a little broader field of tropical storm winds that carries even farther inland from there. But of course, it does factor in that it's over the water where you're not going to have any kind of intrusion from trees or structures to slow down the wind. So that's why there's still an extensive field here. Nonetheless, we'll go forward in time, and assuming this track goes according to this, we'll still have a zone of steady tropical storm winds and maybe even a few occasional hurricane force winds within that eastern zone. So Taylor, Lafayette, Suwannee, Hamilton, up towards Eccles, and even Lowndes. This will be a zone where winds will easily be upwards of 40, 50, 60 miles per hour, and that can be sustained winds that continue for a while. While the zone of hurricane force sustained winds will shrink pretty significantly, you can still have a few locations where the gusts can go above 74. And I would say that's a little more probable here in the eastern flank of this circulation, while on the westward side, the western side of it, a lesser chance, but it still does scrape sections of the Tallahassee Metro, especially eastern Leon County, eastern Wakulla County, Jefferson County, perhaps even Thomas County. You're going to have a little less of the wind force wrapping around the western side, especially if those upper winds kind of get a hold of it and kind of disrupt the overall structure and the flow. But the eastern side, those stronger winds will be more extensive and broad-reaching compared to the western side. You'll still have very squally conditions for offshore areas, and still that onshore push in the eastern zones of the Big Bend, where that will enhance the storm surge risk in Taylor County even beyond a landfall. We're not going to have a continuous pattern of 100-plus mile-per-hour winds at this phase, but we'll still have breezes that will be upwards of tropical storm force, and that can still create maybe a secondary surge that keeps those water levels high and the flooding risk still present in those areas along Taylor County south to the northern Nature Coast. While inland, those stronger winds, they'll tend to be a little more focused across interior South Georgia and southeastern Georgia. So this will be a zone early in the morning, 1 a.m., where there is the possibility of ongoing sustained tropical storm winds for Valdosta, Lakeland, over towards Homerville, and then north of there, Waycross towards Vidalia, as well as along the Highway Interstate 16 corridor. So this will be moving out of our region, but it's still going to carry some gusty winds well inland. And we're talking maybe about 100, 200 miles inland, where there's still going to be tropical storm effects that can be felt well beyond our boundaries here in North Florida and southern Georgia. So this will be something that is going to be not the typical form of what folks who live in southeast Georgia can experience. And it's not something that we're used to all the time, although we've had more frequent hurricanes in the last couple years. But you know, getting a major hurricane here is really not a frequent experience. However, it is what it is, and when the pattern comes together, it's going to do what it's going to do. Here's an idea of what it's doing right now. We've had mostly an east wind pattern during the day. Now we're seeing a little more of a northeast wind pattern setting up. Speeds are a little bit more sustained along the Nature Coast region, but at least locally, most observations in the teens to near 20 miles per hour. So again, that's manageable, but it is an increase compared to last hour. Wind gusts are becoming a little more frequent as well. They're not quite to tropical storm force, but they're going to be on the verge of that within the next hour or so, especially here along the coast into the southeast. And some of those higher winds will start to be experienced, at least in those quick-moving gusts, over the next couple of hours. So right now, mostly in the 20s when it comes to those gusts, but I do anticipate those to increase. And I mentioned earlier, I'm not crazy about showing model data with numbers, but I want to show this as the distinction between what eastern areas and coastal areas can get versus what our western zones will get. All of us will still have a very high, I'd say, likelihood, almost a certainty, that we'll have some occasional tropical storm force gusts If you're closer to where the eye comes on shore, there's going to be a period where you have sustained tropical storm winds and a few hurricane gusts mixed in. Again, assuming a landfall in Taylor County, these brighter shades of orange and even a lighter shade here, a little bit of pink mixed in, those are where we can have wind gusts upwards of 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. And again, these are placing specific numbers at these sites, but it's not it's not impossible to get that rate of wind gusts. And these are wind gusts, not sustained winds, but those quick gusts that can come with the overall healthy flow. You can see those winds kick up to hurricane force in gusts across the 129 corridor and the I-75 region. Some of those higher winds do wrap around the western periphery. So again, there is going to be that possibility in the 319 corridor where occasional wind gusts can go into maybe the high-end tropical storm or even briefly hurricane force range in those gusts. That is a possibility, and that's why with our range, our zone forecast, which we'll show you later on, which really are not going to be really revised from what we previously thought based on how things are unfolding, that is the consideration that we're taking in many of these areas, just based on the overall eye movement. And as that moves off to the northeast, our winds will start to decrease. But generally speaking, the more west you are of Highway 319, the lesser extent of strong winds you're going to feel. They'll still be in the range of tropical storm force, and especially when it comes to gusts that can be upwards of maybe 50, 60. Some occasional higher gusts are possible, but I think it becomes less likely as you're going around the tri-state region. But we'll have those winds beginning to shift. They're more northeast now across our area. They'll become more west and southwest as the eye moves north. So we'll still have at least a south wind influence east of I-75 when the eye is, in this case, over south central Georgia at midnight. So there's still going to be at least a southeast wind east of the Interstate 75 corridor, but most everybody else will transition to northwest, west, and then southwest. And then there's still going to be a healthy flow coming off of the bay. So I mentioned earlier that the storm surge is still going to be kind of a secondary push with some potential wind gusts that could still be in the mid to high range tropical storm force level for Appalachia Bay after the storm goes by. So there's still going to be some associated water level rise for that eastern shoreline of the Big Bend. By early morning and towards the sunrise time frame, I think we'll still have some breezes that will be noticeable. They'll likely be below tropical storm force, and likely by this time any kind of associated hurricane warnings would be discontinued. And then, of course, the recovery can begin, assuming favorable conditions. But as night has fallen across many of our areas, those winds will start to increase, and it's going to be very tough to kind of go see what's going on, assess what's been happening before we get the sun to come up, and things can certainly begin to be assessed at a better time when the winds are more manageable tomorrow.
All right, Cass, you mentioned the sun going down. It is getting dark out, and we actually have neighbors who are in the dark because they're without power in southeast Tallahassee. I'm looking at these cities' power outage map right now. They've got 455 customers impacted by an outage that just popped up within the last 30 minutes or so with those stronger bands that are moving through. No doubt they damaged some trees or did something to the power grid, and hopefully this number doesn't climb, but be prepared just in case it does. Farther north, across the border in Georgia, we are checking with our neighborhood reporter, Malia Thomas. She is checking with neighbors as they get ready to take the worst of this storm. Malia, where are you and what are you seeing?
The calm before the storm. Roads here in the Azalea City have never been clearer as Hurricane Helene approaches. I'm Malia Thomas, your neighborhood reporter here in Valdosta, and here's what you need to know. President Joe Biden recently approved of Governor Brian Kemp's state of emergency for Georgia. Our mayor, Scott James Matheson, has also declared our own local state of emergency, which imposes an 8 p.m. curfew on neighbors and businesses alike. Many businesses, to prepare for Helene's arrival, have already started boarding up their loose signages as well as their open windows. Other businesses have decided to close early altogether, as you can see on this Gorentil corridor. Neighbors are to shelter in place at their homes or in approved shelter until Friday morning. There will be more updates coming from EMA Lounge, and I'll provide you all with those updates as they come along. In Valdosta, I'm Malia Thomas, reporting for ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Malia. Good to see people getting off the roads. And here in Madison County, I just checked with emergency management. They just mentioned and they're urging people to get off of the roads for the duration of this event, especially now that it is dark out. They write on their Facebook page here that for safety reasons, first responders and law enforcement will not be going out until the conditions are safe to do so. So if you are watching us from Madison County tonight, conditions are expected to start going downhill over the next few hours. First responders will be taking care of themselves until the storm has passed. So we'll keep a close eye on Madison County, Lowndes County, all of our neighborhoods where this storm is going to be impacting tonight. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse is checking the latest data here. He's got a close look at the radar situation and where this storm is going next.
That's right, Channing. We do have an update on the position of the center of Helene. It's about 115 miles to the 115 south of Tallahassee, still moving north-northeast at 23. So it doesn't really adjust our expectations all that much. But as time allows, we're going to go through our zone forecast because we recently had a question about what's happening in Madison County, which Channing, you just mentioned how folks should stay off the roadways now, because there is going to be the expectation of those stronger winds with the eye and what's left of it moving into this region. So specifically in Madison County, you will have a time of winds that will be around 55 to 75 miles per hour. That could be sustained winds. Perhaps even as high as 85. That's what this range. I think the 85 range will be a little more probable in Taylor, maybe into Lafayette County towards Highway 51, close to where the eye will go. I do think those higher end wind speeds could be more probable there, perhaps even into Suwannee County, riding up on 51. But in Madison County, if the eye comes in at this pace and this trajectory, you could possibly have the eye go right over Madison County. So you can have those strong winds and then kind of a quiet period, and then some strong winds can resume. So if you encounter that, and you get that calmer period, if the leftovers of the eye go over Madison County, don't be fooled that the storm is over, you can go outside and see what's going on, because even though you may still get some stronger winds that are not quite as strong as when the northern eye wall comes through, you can still have some very gusty trends in just a short amount of time, especially since this is a fast-moving system. So that's what you can expect in our eastern inland Big Bend areas, especially it can kind of catch you off guard if the eye goes over you and you get fooled into thinking that the storm is over. So keep that kind of hazardous possibility in mind as we go forward in time. And again, we're looking at in the next couple of hours, 2-3 hours maybe, I think that will be when we start to notice the effects coming over this region. So peak gusts possible up to 100. That's going to be the high end. I don't think it'll exceed that, and it may not even reach that. But the possibility does exist for that kind of wind gust to occur, and steady sustained winds that will be easily high-end tropical storm force and occasional low-end hurricane force winds that can be sustained in that region. And of course, that will have an effect on power. So expect the lights to go out, has been mentioned many times during our coverage. At the coast, that's where the weather will be the roughest, especially when it comes to seas. We're going to start to see more of that enhancement of the storm surge across our eastern areas, Steinhatchee, Keaton Beach, and beyond. Those winds will be highest, and again, the peak winds will be right around the center. And of course, it being over water, nothing's going to slow that down. So you're going to have the maximum amount of wind potential over the bay, and that's going to rough up the waters. So the storm surge will be very significant, especially in the eastern half of our Big Bend coastline, where there's still the expectation for maybe as low as 6, but as high as 18 feet, and perhaps even a few areas in the central part of that zone with maybe upwards of 20-foot storm surge, just depending on the actual rate of wind and how much force it exerts on the water to push it over usual dry ground along the coast. Rainfall amounts, again, they've been pretty heavy, especially in the western side, but we could see a quick 5 to 10 inches, and we'll watch for associated flooding with that. For the Tallahassee Metro, my zone forecast has not changed. I do have a range where we could see possible gusts up to 95. That may be a little harder to achieve, especially if there's more of an eastward push of the eye and a little weaker, relative speaking, of the western extent of the eye wall. That can be around the Osceola River area. So if we do have those higher end gusts, I would believe they could be more so in Jefferson County or generally east of Highway 319. So that's another trend we'll have to watch, and it's just so precise and exact and very dependent on the actual tracking of the eye. But it's still possible, and I'd say probable, to have sustained tropical storm wind gusts, or rather sustained winds of tropical storm force, and that could maybe push towards the threshold of hurricane force. Again, it could be tougher, but not impossible to achieve. And yes, that would certainly have an effect on power, trees, and so forth. So expect lights to start going out. And, you know, we'll keep you advised as that happens with our power outage numbers. But nonetheless, that is the expectation for the Tallahassee Metro, for Thomasville as well. Similar conditions are anticipated. In south central Georgia, I want to give you some attention because you will have the decaying effects of the eye, but they're still going to be intact enough to where that northern and eastern periphery will push through many of these counties, communities, and neighborhoods, and you'll have some forceful winds as well. They're not going to be at the peak of 130. That's going to be near the coast at the point of landfall. That's going to be the high likelihood of that level of wind. But going inland, there's still going to be some times where high-end tropical storm force sustained winds are achievable, maybe even close to hurricane force, especially if you're around the state line area. I think as you continue to move north, that wind field will expand and kind of weaken, but you can still have some pretty potent gusts, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's an isolated 80, 85, 90 to 95 mile per hour wind gust. That's about the highest gust I would anticipate for this region, more likely closer to the state line compared to inland, but still that's going to be a high impact wind amount for inland areas. And your power loss is going to be widespread as well, I anticipate. The rain totals with a fast-moving system, kind of giving a safe range of 5 to 10. There is a possibility, especially given that our rain totals in this region have been relatively light so far, we may not be able to reach that 10-inch height of water accumulation, rain accumulation, but there is a possibility that if there is a high enough rain volume that's falling, that could certainly push the numbers a little bit higher, could trigger some flash flooding concerns. So we'll monitor that accordingly as well, along with all the other hazards that folks in south central Georgia will be dealing with. Here's what we have for the tri-state area with winds that will be on a slightly lower level of 35 to 60 miles per hour, sustained winds. A peak gust is possible up to 70. But again, I think if you're east of the Flint River or around the Ocklawahnee River, that's where those higher end winds can be achieved. If you're going west of the Lake Seminole region, I don't really foresee having a huge amount of those sustained high level winds, but we can certainly still have the overall effects of breezes that will be disruptive to power, and rain totals will be on the lighter side, but about 3 to 8 inches. We've already seen some of that high rain accumulation around the Apalachicola River Basin, so those areas are already kind of soaked in Liberty County, so additional rain is not necessarily welcome in that case. So that's another factor that I think will give our western areas maybe a little less intensity from this storm compared to our friends and neighbors in the eastern half of the area. So recapping what's going on with a new update that I saw Riley was doing, it looks like the overall wind peak winds are the same at 130. It looked like it was still moving north-northeast at 23, but the latest projections showing it, or at least the latest positions showing it, at about 115 miles to the south of Tallahassee, still moving to the north-northeast. So yes, I think the gradual strengthening has been occurring. We may be leveling off in terms of its ability to continue to strengthen, but still on its approach into Apalachee Bay with an eventual landfall probably in roughly 3 hours or so. That's an approximate time, but we're getting ever so close to where the eye wall is coming closer to the coast, and then eventually we'll get that actual event occurring later on tonight in the eastern shores of the Big Bend. So what we're going to do, I'll step off, I'll switch to radar, and we'll give a little examination of where it is right now and what else it's going to be doing over time to give you a clue as far as what we're dealing with when it comes to that. So there is the radar scene coming up into view right now. We do have the overall circulation that's still kicking its way off towards the north-northeast. We've been focusing on that 84-degree longitude line, and now it's beginning to cross it roughly 100 or 115 miles to the south. So again, this overall path takes it more into Taylor County. But that western eye wall in relation to Tallahassee, that's going to be pretty critical in determining what kind of wind forces we get within the capital city. I would still suspect that we would have some gusty winds coming in, and it looks like this is from the perspective of the Tampa radar, so I think in the next time we show this, I'll bring it into the Tallahassee view. But there's a little bit of lightning kicking off in that northern eye wall, which shows that we do have some ongoing potency with the overall strength right around its core, and as it comes closer to the coast over the next couple of hours, we'll have those deteriorating weather conditions there.
Yeah, as those stronger winds come north, we are seeing the power outages begin to slowly add up. I'm checking with Talquin Electric right now. They're up to 860 meters out. The majority of those being in the Shadeville substation, once again with 680 meters out. And I'm looking at Wakulla County. It's beginning to light up naturally because it's farther south, closer to that circulation. In Tallahassee, we also have about 500 outages out. And Dennis, if you could repeat where we're going to next, I'd be happy to move forward. All right, we're going to go down to Panacea in Wakulla County. Kenzie Krieger standing by with the situation there.
We're at the Wildwood Inn. We are seeing some conditions, not as bad as over by the coast, but the rain is starting to pick up a little bit. We saw some winds. A lot of people have flooded in this hotel. They've actually had to put people in rooms together. There are so many people that have came last minute. We spoke to some people from Woodville, some people from Panacea, all over. Everybody's trying to take shelter right now and getting their last minute preparations in place. But right now is the time to pack up if you haven't done so already. Like I said, conditions are looking a little bit better here in Crawfordville. But Panacea, we saw some winds picking up. So right now we've taken shelter, and as you should if you're in this area.
All right, thank you, Kenzie. Good to see people staying safe. Stay safe yourself. And I just want to update, speaking of shelter, in Leon County. Leon County schools are acting as shelters right now. And just checking with Leon County schools, they say now that 1,652 individuals and staff are in Leon County shelters right now, including 234 pets. So it's good to see people taking shelter. We want to check in with people who are sheltering in Monticello, Jefferson County. They opened up a place for people to go in case they don't have a safe place to stay. Ashley Engel standing by with that situation.
I'm Ashley Engel here in the Monticello neighborhood where there's a mandatory evacuation order for Jefferson County neighbors who are in specific danger. And I spoke with officials and they tell me they have opened up a shelter Thursday morning at around 8 a.m. for those who need shelter throughout the storm. Neighbors who live in low-lying areas, mobile homes, RVs, and those who live in homes that are not built to current hurricane specifications need to evacuate. Jefferson County officials posted to Facebook to let people know a refuge of last resort opened Thursday morning at 8 a.m. They asked those who will be coming to bring all their essentials, including bedding, medications, their own food, and water. A portion of this shelter will be pet friendly. Pet owners need to bring their animals crates, vaccination records, and food. Jefferson County Sheriff Mac McNeil says this shelter is located at the Jefferson County K-12 school.
Anybody can come. It's just a shelter. It just gives the citizens or people passing through this area a place to go, especially as the storm closes in on them and then they need a place to get off the road or get out of a home that might not be able to withstand a storm.
McNeil tells me this shelter will be open throughout the entirety of this storm throughout the night and will continue to stay open as long as people need. In Monticello, I'm Ashley Engel, ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Ashley. And our guest meteorologist, Henry Rothenberg, who we introduced earlier in the evening from our sister station, WTVF, he spoke with Taylor County's Emergency Director of Emergency Management, just a few hours ago about that situation.
Joined now by John Locke, the Director of Emergency Management over in Taylor County. We appreciate you giving us some of your time. We know it's a very busy time for you. Got to ask, though, this is the possible second landfall that you're having to prepare for in just a few short months. What is going through your mind? What is your staff doing to prepare for this potential landfall?
Well, actually, number 3, including Debbie for Taylor County in the last 13 months. So we're just having a good time. We're just, we're just taking the regular precautions. You know, we have missions that you put in for additional resources, planning for your search and rescue operations post landfall, staffing, just everything that goes along with it. It's just a huge list of items that you need to prepare for.
John, let me ask you, what major concerns do you have for the cities within Taylor County?
Well, really for the cities, this obviously is going to be the high wind, the trees falling, power outages, that sort of thing. And we have our coastal communities, which is really the biggest concern due to the huge storm surge that we're expecting.
And, you know, places like Keaton Beach right now, have you guys done anything to try and help eliminate, or not eliminate, but lessen the impacts of that surge? What's been going on in places like that? Or is it, I believe, Steinsville, or not Steinsville, Steinhatchee? Steinhatchee, excuse me. What are some of the things that we've been doing there with some of the higher, populated areas?
Well, the only thing you can do in the areas that we have is there's not a whole lot you can do as far as infrastructure. We have staged high water pumps to try to get rid of the water that's left after the surge is receded. However, the biggest thing that we can do, and exactly what we have done, is the door-to-door knocks from law enforcement urging people to evacuate. And those people that don't evacuate, we're taking their names and addresses, and we're compiling a database with that we're going to share with the state for our USAR operations afterwards.
For anyone that hasn't evacuated, maybe y'all weren't able to reach them at the house for some reason, they weren't there. Is there a website? Is there somewhere they can go if they see this interview and say, hey, we decided to ride out the storm, here's our information? Or do you have a contact that they can send it to?
Yes, well, we've already pushed some information out on social media to email tcem@taylorsheriff.org. And once again, let us know how many people are in your home, your address, a contact number. That way we will know where to go look.
And one more question on that real quick, John, because it's really important realizing, when people don't leave, once the rescue comes around, it's now your staff. It's the first responders that their lives are in danger trying to save those that wait. How long would you expect it will be before you're able to begin true search and rescue efforts?
Hours, maybe even days, especially after Idalia. Whenever we first hit the streets, it was, it obviously, like it's been explained many times, looks like a bomb, had went off out there with the huge trees down, power lines across roadways. So we have to have our cut teams, what we call them, and toss teams going and clearing the roads first, just so we can get first responder vehicles down the road. That's another reason why we urge people to evacuate, because during the storm, if you're injured, it could be hours, no telling how long before a first responder can get to you.
Got it. John, know you're real busy. Appreciate you giving us some time right now. We'll certainly be thinking of you and the brave men and women of your crews and wishing you guys the best. And please stay safe as we deal with Hurricane Helene.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Kenya Cardone in the Steinhatchee neighborhood where conditions.
All right, we're taking a live look now at our live drive vehicle going from Taylor County into Suwannee County. Kenya Cardone is riding along in here. I know we're not going to be able to hear her, but these are the conditions that they are experiencing as they make the trip out of Steinhatchee as they head toward Live Oak. We told you about how conditions would go downhill after the sun set. This is exactly what we're seeing now. The storm surge, Kenya said, was beginning to move in, and that's why they made the choice to leave Steinhatchee. Now they're driving through the rural parts of Taylor County, very dark, no street lights out there, heavy rain moving inland, and it's going to be a very dangerous night. So they are making their way to safety, and they are making their way out of Steinhatchee to get to a place that really could still be in the path of this hurricane as it moves in. And so earlier in the day, we checked with Kenya. She was talking about the conditions and the preparations people were taking in that coastal community. She filed this report. Let's take a look.
I'm Kenya Cardone in the Steinhatchee neighborhood where conditions are starting to definitely pick up. That wind is blowing, that rain is definitely starting to pour down a little bit more, and it's definitely swaying the trees over there right by the river, the Steinhatchee River that runs right along this town. That wind and that rain is picking up right along all these coastal businesses and homes that will soon start to see the effects of storm surge that could be anywhere between 10 to 15 feet, which is devastating for those coastal homes and businesses. So as conditions continue to pick up, we'll continue to monitor the area here. In Steinhatchee, Kenya Cardone.
Thank you very much for that. And we certainly are encouraging folks who are within the range of the extent of the northern edge of Helene to make sure that you're just not going to venture out. You know, we're getting reporters to a safer zone, and once they get into that safe zone, I'm pretty sure they're going to hang tight as well. So just make sure that you use common sense as we go into the next few hours, because things will get dicier from here on out for many areas, particularly in those eastern sections. So the rain has been a little more steady. It's still kind of intermittent in sections of the I-75 corridor, but it's going to become more steady, and we're already seeing that along the coast. That's going to be the case for the Tallahassee Metro as well. So the rain will be continuous, maybe heavy at times, and then go back to a lighter side. The heavier rain will come with a few low-end gusts. So be aware of that. When you get those little gusts, that's where we can maybe see a few more of those power outages starting to pop up, especially if those gusts are a little stronger. And that will likely become a little more frequent as we go into the next couple of hours, because using the Tallahassee radar site, the northern edge of the eye wall is in full view. It is sparking off a lot of lightning, so there's still a lot of turbulence, if you will, surrounding that, and a lot of overall movability, I guess you could say, with the winds in those various levels of that northern fringe. That will continue to make headway towards the Osceola River and the Taylor County area. So those are going to be zones where those winds will start picking up. And as Kenya mentioned, those eastern winds, they're beginning to buffet up against the coast, and that's why there's going to be a quick rise of water levels from Levy County right up through Taylor County. So that storm surge will be well underway, and the strongest winds will start to roll in. So you likely have about another couple of hours before we start to have that effect coming into regions like Perry, like Keaton Beach, like Steinhatchee, and then beyond that point as well. So again, it's going to be very critical to see how much of this western flank of the eye wall scratches those eastern suburbs of the capital, maybe around the St. Mark's area, and then up into the Thomasville vicinity. The southern edge, the southwestern edge, is usually a little weaker than the eastern edge, but that's still going to carry some potent breezes and winds, and that's when I do believe we'll start to see a whole lot more in the way of power outages and wind-related effects that are going to be carried into our eastern half of the Big Bend region over the next couple of hours. So it continues northeasterly, but now that we're getting closer to the radar range, we're getting a little better view of just how potent that eye wall is on the northern side. And of course, with the radar as it is, it doesn't really clearly show the southern edge all that well, but it's definitely intact, and it's definitely going to be something that brings significant wind forces at the point of landfall and beyond. That eye wall width is fairly wide, roughly about 15 to 20 miles. And as we go further in time, as it moves inland, it's most likely to maybe even expand a little bit while maybe being less potent with its overall wind forces. That's still going to be something that's going to create just a very bad situation for areas who will be within that range of the eye. So another hour or two, depending on its rate of speed, and that eye will start, the eye wall will start to infringe upon those coastal areas, and those water levels will continue to increase, and we'll see a quick deterioration of weather conditions for our friends and neighbors there along the Taylor County region and to the east of there. So again, showing the model data, which is updated every hour, just to show its overall progression and the expectation that Taylor County is going to be a site of likely landfall, but where the extent of the eye wall goes, especially after landfall, that's when we'll see the higher potential for stronger winds, especially within the Tallahassee metro area, but definitely more extensive outside of Tallahassee. Those eastern areas are likely going to see winds that will be upwards of hurricane force, and some higher wind gusts than that in some cases, and that will carry well into South Georgia as well. So do expect over the next couple of hours to see more of these effects when it comes to the loss of power, to down trees, to steadier winds that can be unsettling. It's something you have to prepare for, especially within this region here where the eye is set to move inland. The overall scope of those tropical storm and hurricane sustained winds, of course, they're going to be more common across those waterways. And as you move inland, you start to decrease the extent and the width of hurricane sustained winds, but you'll still have those high-end tropical storm winds that will be rotating around. And within that, you can have some hurricane force winds too. So don't be surprised if there's a gust that goes upwards of 75 or 80 or even 85 miles per hour, especially in this eastern zone of the Big Bend and the Suwannee Valley. Don't be surprised if maybe you have a steady wind of 55, 65 within Tallahassee and a gust to 75. It's certainly a possibility, even with the western side of the eye wall kind of just skimming our metro area in the 319 corridor. So that is a real possibility between now and roughly midnight. And then things will start to wind down as we go beyond that time. We'll still have a breeze, and it'll be noticeable, but it will be much lighter. And again, the current observations are in a reasonable range, but they are beginning to pick up. And even those breezes and the gusts, they're becoming a bit more numerous. Recent gusts at Perry is approaching tropical storm force. 1 minute, so that gives us a little bit of 5 minutes. That gives us a little bit of extra time communicating with the director there. That gives us a little less time to prepare for more frequency of these stronger winds here along the southeastern shores of the Big Bend and the general coastline as well. Wind gusts offshore Apalachicola 37. So you just get the idea that our winds are starting to pick up. We're getting in on the outer edge, the periphery of that tropical storm wind field. And we're going to see this a lot more frequently from here on out, and maybe more steadily as the next couple of hours come along. So again, this model showing where we have the highest extent of the strongest wind gusts versus our western areas, where I do think you can have occasional wind gusts, tropical storm force in areas like Bainbridge or Quincy or Chattahoochee, maybe a little higher in the 319 corridor above these figures, especially where we have these brown, beige, and a little purplish shade. Those are going to be the areas, just based on the overall guide, that we can have those highest winds. So 319 is pretty much the divider between the really strong wind gusts that we can experience and the lighter gusts to the west of that corridor. And it's going to be something that carries inland as well, well into South Georgia. But again, if there's any saving grace in all this, this is a swift-moving system. It's moving at 23 miles per hour. It'll continue to likely accelerate through our area. Give it 2-3 hours, and it should be through certain areas once the worst of the weather sets in, and then we start to have improvement. It's not going to be lasting all night long, but it is going to be something that probably keeps folks up. And you know, the associated hassles that this hurricane will give to people, the unfortunate hassles that it will give, and the reasoning why all of our counties will remain in the hurricane warning until this is all done and gone. So we're pretty much beyond the point where you need to decide where you go. If you're in your place of shelter, you got to stay there, especially if you're at the coast. The time is running out for your South Georgia areas. There's going to be some effects that will start to be felt for you in terms of steadier winds, in terms of heavier rain. And again, where we notice the eye going through, that's where those strongest effects are going to be, even in South Georgia. So while you still have power, make sure everything is juiced up, make sure everything is charged. When you lose power, make sure you still have ways to connect. If you lose your Wi-Fi, but you still have your cell service, to maybe conserve your battery, maybe just turn off the Wi-Fi setting so it doesn't consume the energy needed to connect to Wi-Fi if you don't have it. So that's one way you can maybe extend your device have it connected to your cell service. You can still stream us at WTXL.tv because we're not going anywhere. We're going to be around through the whole duration of this until it is out of our region to keep you informed in every way possible. So Category 4 Hurricane Helene, roughly about 115 miles to the south, still moving north-northeast. A little downward trend of the pressure, but the peak wind speeds around the immediate center are still at about that 130 mile per hour limit, that peak. Not everybody will be getting that, just the highest likelihood where it makes landfall at the immediate coast. So again, that is going to carry some broad winds across the Suwannee River Valley, which we talked about earlier. There's still going to be some high impact winds, steady tropical storm force, maybe even occasional hurricane force steady winds for Taylor, Lafayette County, perhaps even Suwannee. We can have those gusts that ride upwards of 100 miles per hour. Madison County, I mentioned earlier, if the eye comes over Taylor, it will likely go over Madison if it takes that trajectory. So you'll have some intense winds, then they'll start to decrease. And then you'll have the backside of the system rolling through after a few minutes, I don't know, maybe 15, 30 minutes. And then you'll start to have the backside reverse flow of winds coming in from the west that may not be as strong as what you had to begin with, but they'll still be pretty significant. So don't be fooled if things kind of calm down, settle down, because that's the likelihood that the eye is going over your neighborhood. So, you know, stay tight, stay put, wait for it to blow through. Wait until after midnight, and then when winds relax, it'll be easier to rest, all things considered. But you know, just don't be fooled if things really start to get settled for a period of time. It could simply be that the eye of Helene is moving over your neighborhood there on the eastern side of the Big Bend. The coastline, as we've been mentioning, those are going to be points where the winds are the highest, the seas will be the roughest, higher wind effects will bring in the storm surge across those central and eastern areas, so be aware of that. Leon County, again, don't be shocked for winds that are sustained for a couple hours, 50 to maybe 75 miles per hour, maybe a bit higher for Jefferson. Wouldn't surprise me if we have a few of those stronger hurricane force gusts. Perhaps even into Thomas County, maybe slightly lower in that gust range. Wakulla County, the inland areas, and the western side in the forested areas, maybe on the lower end of the scale. But that is a possibility that we do have to monitor, and that's all because of where the eye goes and where it touches. That's where those highest winds are likely to be.
All right, thank you, Cass. As we continue to monitor those outer bands moving in, we are seeing the power outages add up still, mostly in southeast Tallahassee. Those areas seeing the most outages right now, right approaching about 500 outages in the Tallahassee area. And we're going to also check with Talquin, where they've got more than 800 members affected by outages, mostly in the Wakulla County area. Checking Florida Highway Patrol, they actually just posted about a crash in Wakulla County. They call it a vehicle crash with a roadblock. So we're talking about Shadeville Road and Rock Road in southern Wakulla County. People should not be out on the roads right now unless you're evacuating or try to get to a safe space. There are curfews in effect in multiple areas in our viewing area to make sure that first responders don't have to go out and perform unnecessary rescues by being out in the dangerous conditions. We've got a number of roads in Franklin County that are flooded with the high water coming up. We've had torrential rain there throughout the day today. And I just want to let people know, if you still have power, and if you do have a portable generator that you plan on using when you do lose power, please, please, please move that generator 20, 30 feet from your home, on the outside of your home, not in your garage, not near a window, away from your home. Those fumes can be deadly. Carbon monoxide, it can come out of that generator and get into your home and put you at risk. We talked about this during our Prepare Now Hurricane Special earlier this year. We don't want to be reporting on any deaths related to generators, because there is a safe way to use them. You just got to make sure that you are keeping them away from places that the fumes could get into your house. So please stay safe with that. As Cass was mentioning, a lot of phones you can put onto low power mode. If you have those backup battery chargers, those power banks, make sure that they are all charged up before you have to go through tonight. And make sure that you have those emergency alerts turned on your phone, that you can get the alerts about hurricane warnings and tornado warnings if they are issued. We are working to Keep in touch with our neighborhood reporters across the area. We've got a live look now. This is Ashley Engel in Monticello. She's keeping an eye on the people taking shelter there. Ashley, how are things holding up?
Hey, Channing. Yeah, so right now we have a little bit of rain picking up right now and the wind. Jake, if you don't mind showing the wind so far, the wind is a little picking up right now. We're getting a little bit of gusts, about 5 or so minutes each or so. We were just in the car, and it's funny because it was barely any rain, and then 10 minutes later, the wind is just like kind of gusting a little bit. I'm getting a little bit of pelted with rain. It's getting a little chilly. I felt a little temperature drop a little bit, and so far, like as you can see around, there's no cars out. Monticello is an absolute ghost town right now. It's just us out here right now. And as you can probably hear, it's picking up just a little bit. Not as bad yet, but you can even see these flags, the open flags near the restaurant too. A little story from last year, you know, I was here during Adalia and I did a story on Rev Cafe, and fun fact about them, they were the only restaurant that was open to my knowledge after Hurricane Adalia hit, and they were filling people's stomachs with warm food and everything. Great community out here, and I know they're going to be rallying together after this storm. As you can see, my face is getting pelted with rain right now, but we're going to continue keeping an eye on this. But right now we are still good. The rain is picking up just a little bit, and I'm just going to send it back to you guys in the studio. But for now, in Monticello, I'm Ashley Engel.
Thank you so much, Ashley, and definitely use some caution out there because we're starting to see some of the effects, not from the eye wall. It's still a fairly decent distance to the south, but it is starting to move in over the next couple of hours. So that's going to be the effect that will eventually carry into Monticello, and just depending on the overall trajectory that this takes, especially with the overall circulation here of the eye, there's a little more intensity with the velocity or the reflectivity values here on the radar. So that tells us the rain is intense, the wind is likely very intense as well. Not likely, it definitely is. And perhaps we can get some kind of idea as far as winds aloft with the eye itself. That's going to be something of interest to see what those elevated wind speeds are. So they definitely match. That 142 could be mixed in with a little bit of noise from that little extent there. But nonetheless, the higher level winds, roughly, I don't know, maybe about 7,500 feet, 10,000 feet higher. That's where we're seeing those stronger winds aloft. Of course, the radar is not going to go into the surface. It's going to go aloft as it scans. So those are elevated winds, but it does tend to give the idea of just how much wind force is underway within the structure of that eye. And as that continues to make its way towards the north-northeast, that is going to push into portions of our eastern Big Bend regions in the next hour to two into here in Taylor County. But again, considering that northeastward movement, of course, this is not going to be a stationary feature. We're going to continue to see the overall circulation and rotation. There's been lightning flashes with this, so there's still a pretty high level of intensity, especially on this western end. So I'd say it's probably a good thing that that portion is not upon us now, because that's likely still showing where we still have some very strong, even rising air on the side where we typically do not see much in the way of rising air, but a lot of turbulence, a lot of wind motion within this region. As that wraps around and starts to make a move into this region, we are going to have to see just how close that western flank gets to the 319 corridor and how that will affect winds within the capital city in the next couple of hours. So the rain is kind of coming and going, pretty steady. Those will have those gusts that come with it, and then the main feature will start to make a stronger push towards our eastern Big Bend areas over the next couple of hours. So that is going to be the point where we have the highest concern for the peak wind experiences that can be given from this hurricane in our eastern Big Bend region and perhaps even up to the 319 area. So it's 8:37 now. More than likely, within the next couple of hours, we'll see this beginning to push over land, and we'll have to monitor just how extensive the core of those strong winds are around that circulation and how that can certainly have an effect from Highway 319 to the east. So where you are right now, it's a good idea that you stay put, because we will likely have in the next couple of hours some of the ongoing rotation, and that will come with the gustier winds that will likely be experienced here in our eastern area. So we are continuing to monitor that extremely closely and how that can certainly affect our wind patterns here. I would certainly anticipate that wind speeds will start to increase, and we'll take a sampling of some of those wind values pretty soon. But this is the overall expectation, where steady tropical storm force winds will be very common across the eastern Big Bend, with occasional hurricane force gusts. Hurricane sustained winds will be pretty common here across the coastal areas before it all moves inland. We're going to see more of a concentration of those stronger sustained winds here in our eastern areas, while around the Flint River and to the west, you'll have still some breezy conditions coming in from the northwest, but that will be a trend where the winds will be more tolerable in those areas, but still rather hefty across our eastern zones. And it's already kicking quite a lot of wind across those offshore areas, where over land we have winds still about 15 to 20 miles per hour sustained, but with recent indications from an offshore buoy where it measured a wind gust of 101 miles per hour. This also shows the expanse of tropical storm winds and a zone of hurricane force winds based on the analysis here through our weather computer system. So it is showing where we have the higher rates of wind on the eastern side, and they're a bit more concentrated, and that is what's going to influence the overall expectations of higher storm surge here in those eastern areas. But it is an indication that where we have that reporting site in those offshore waters, that it certainly verifies that there's some hefty winds going on around this, at least at the latest report. And of course, with winds of that nature, it's going to really churn up the waters, so a sampling of those wave heights well offshore, that kind of gives you an idea of just how agitated the water is going to be, because wave heights are upwards of 30 feet on the eastern side of where that circulation is based on these estimates. And of course, that kind of wave action kind of piles up and gets pushed inland. So I'm not saying we're going to have 30-foot height of waves, but just the overall motion that's occurring within the circulation and what that's exerting on the surface water is making things very rough, and that's going to pile a lot of that water closer to the coast, and that will contribute to those higher expectations for storm surge. And Kenya was out there reporting that it was already starting to increase. That's why they got away from the coast. It was certainly a good idea, because things are not going to get any better over the next couple of hours. Those wind gusts are beginning to become more common across our landscape, with wind gusts in excess of, say, 20, 30 miles per hour. I do suspect it'll be even higher going into the 9, 10 o'clock hour, especially closing in on our eastern sections. And those winds are certainly going to be problematic as they last for a couple of hours at a higher level with those stronger wind gusts. So again, with the system as strong as it is, where it hits land, that's where we're going to have the most intense effects with those highest winds and the possibility of triple-digit wind gusts. Round the center and just inland from there. That's going to be the point of concern between, say, roughly 9:30 and 11:30 in this corridor here of the eastern Big Bend. Jefferson, Taylor, Madison County, that's where I have the highest concerns for those strongest winds. Lafayette, you're kind of included in that too, as well as Hamilton and Swanee. A slightly lesser concern here in the Tallahassee area. I'm not saying there's going to be no significant winds. There certainly will be. There will be steady tropical storm winds and even a few hurricane force gusts. That can last for an hour or so before the winds start backing off. They're going to reach a peak, and then the system will continue to move to the north, and then we'll see some of those effects starting to wane. But they will be pretty hefty effects as we start to encounter them over the next few minutes. So those are going to be some issues that we'll be contending with. And as we mentioned earlier, a lot of the wind effects across the eastern Big Bend, they're going to be a big issue as we go into the foreseeable future, because that's going to be a point where some of those overall wind gusts are going to be pretty hefty. Taking a quick sample of some of our weather stem cameras. This is Ocklawakanee Bay. Of course, you can't see the waters since it's dark, but you can kind of see how the rain has been falling with a wind gust recently of 38 miles per hour. So we're getting in on those breezier conditions along the immediate coast, as well as in St. Teresa. That's a dated view, though. Recent wind gusts northeast at 22. So we're getting the idea that we certainly do have the overall extent of gusty conditions that are beginning to push across the coastal zones. And then as we notice the approach of the eye wall into the Appalachia Bay waters, that's where things are really going to start to get very dicey very quickly, especially as you close in on those coastal areas. And the more that we see this maybe sliding, yeah, it's still kind of it's still kind of a tilted view, but it's still moving to the northeast. I don't really see much of a way of this staying on a northern trajectory. But again, as we've been saying, how much of this western eye wall gets closer to the 319 region will determine what kind of winds we get in the next couple of hours within the eastern side of the city of Tallahassee, Leon County proper. But there's definitely going to be some times where the winds will be coming in from the north and northeast. They're going to be kind of strong as this kind of wraps around, a little intense part of that western side there. This will wrap around, but we're still going to have a pretty significant impact coming up in the next half hour along the immediate coast and then moving inland. So I would certainly expect that we could have a landfall being declared certainly in the next couple of hours. But once we start to get that edge closing in on the coast, that's where conditions will start going downhill really quickly, and those winds will start to pick up pretty significantly in areas like Perry, Madison, Monticello, Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, as well as in Mayo. So that's going to be the point of major concern for the strongest winds, and they're not going to be. It's not going to be a very pleasant couple of hours for areas within that region. And then again, coming up on, say, 9:30, 10 o'clock, 10:30, that may be the peak of time where even the metro of Tallahassee and the more heavily populated centers can get in on some of those stronger wind gusts coming in from the northeast and north. So that's what we're looking at for the time being within the next couple of hours as Helene, the center of Helene, starts to make a move closer to the northeast and set to make a passage over our landscape and some of our neighborhoods coming up in the next few minutes.
And yeah, Cass, as we await that landfall to happen and for the storm to move through, a lot of damage is going to be left behind. When it comes to the cleanup, you got to be aware that people might try to take advantage of you when it comes to that cleanup. Florida's Chief Financial Officer and State Fire Marshal Jimmy Petronis says there could be scam attempts by people posing to help you clean up from storm damage, but in reality, they're just trying to take your money.
What will happen is there will be predators. They're almost like locusts. They will be canvassing the neighborhoods, pre-staged better than the utility companies. And they will go from door to door because you're vulnerable. Maybe you don't have electricity. Maybe you have limited access to the internet. But they will essentially get you to sign a document, whether it's called an assignment of benefits or a directional of payments. They will essentially take over your insurance claim because you're in a vulnerable place. Maybe you have a tree on your house. Maybe you got damage to your roof, and then you're panicking because you want to get as much service to save your house as much as possible, and these predators know that.
And the Better Business Bureau has a few ways that you can stay safe and avoid those scams during cleanup. Their website has tips on making an insurance claim, dealing with flood damage, and how to protect yourself from mold growth. Our other neighbors in other places like Valdosta and Lowndes County, they were plenty busy today preparing for Helene. Take a look at this video. You can see people were gassing up there. Folks were preparing to evacuate by filling their tanks. Also, power trucks were filling up their gas tanks to stay for the long haul in what will be expected to be a very busy few days for them as they clean up from this storm.
Trying to keep safe, trying to get gas for everything, trying to make sure you get everything you need. That's about it.
None at all. We've been doing this for years. Been here 34 years, doing the same thing every year.
Just make sure we got everything prepared because the last storm that came through was horrible.
All right, good to see people preparing in the Azalea City and across Lowndes County. We remember that that county and that part of South Georgia was hit so hard during Hurricane Idalia. A year later, people were still removing debris, and then back on August 5th, Hurricane Debbie roared through those same areas, dropping flooding rain. We had a tornado touchdown earlier this year. We had flooding rains earlier this year. Valdosta has been through it, but fortunately, we've seen so many stories of neighbors coming together, second harvest of South Georgia coming together to feed people in need. And I have no doubt that people will come together to help neighbors and neighborhoods moving forward from this storm. Just not far from Valdosta, we have Thomasville, and that's where we have neighborhood reporter Liana Bartabush. She is checking on this community as they prepare for flooding rain.
Thomas County, right now I'm behind the Cherokee Lake here. The wind is definitely picking up. My hair is going all over. There's debris everywhere around me. The water levels on the river is also going up. So there's just so much water right now. I'm on Smith Avenue, which is one of the roads that gets easily flooded around here. So if the rain continues to stay consistent, it's going to easily flood. There's barely anyone on the road. You just saw that car pass by, but there's a curfew right now, so no one is allowed to be out on the road unless they're from public service. Right now, I'm just waiting for the wind to pick up even more. It's going to get a lot stronger in the next hours, but it's definitely heavier than 2 hours ago. Again.
All right, thank you, Leon. Yeah, we've been talking about those stronger winds and heavy rain moving north into Georgia because this hurricane, once it gets on shore, Cass has been saying it's going to accelerate. It's going to move faster as it heads into South Georgia and brings those strong winds that could be damaging. We're just going to keep an eye on this as it continues to move north. So we do have a member from the National Hurricane Center standing by to talk about this storm and all the impacts it's going to bring. If Carson, if we were ready to move forward with that, we can go ahead and bring them up and move forward to see what we've got. So yeah, talking with the National Hurricane Center about what's going on. So I don't know if we have somebody on the line or on Zoom. Okay, so we spoke with them earlier today. Thank you, Carson. So listen to what they had to say about this storm.
I'm joined now by National Hurricane Center Deputy Director Jamie Roan. Jamie, usually like seeing you in other scenarios, but appreciate you taking some time to talk to us this evening. What is the latest? Obviously, we're here in the Tallahassee area, the Big Bend region, which is the bullseye region right now. What's the latest going on down there at NHC?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been realized that this system comes through a Cat 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale, which has the potential for catastrophic wind damage. I'm especially concerned with the downed trees and power outages that are going to occur throughout the region.
Now, what about that storm surge, too? I mean, I know it dropped a little bit with the latest forecast models, but still, when we're talking 10 to 15 feet, that is catastrophic. From all that you're seeing, all the data that you guys have, is this still looking to be the case? And I see behind you, you've got some of it up as well.
Yeah, I mean, all indications are it's going to be at least 15 feet. And then depending on exactly where, makes landfall and the specifics with high tide, we could be in the 15 to 20 foot range.
Just catastrophic to think about. You and I had the chance to talk back in January when we were together, some of the new products that you guys have out. So is this really going to be the first system to test these inland warnings that you guys are going to be issuing? Because this thing is, it's looking like, if not a weak Cat 1, it's still a tropical storm by the time it gets to the Atlanta area and then eventually on to Middle Tennessee and Nashville as a depression. So is this the furthest inland with these updated warning products that you guys have that you have gone?
Yeah, we announced that new initiative with you at that conference in January, and here it is. Here is the new experimental cone, and what a great storm to showcase the power of this new communication technique. How else would you explain the breadth of this wind field, this wind damage, without this capability? And just like you said, look how far it's spreading inland in areas that don't typically get tropical storm force winds.
Just unreal to see that. Back here towards the Big Bend region, let me ask, what would your message be now for anyone that's seeing this, that maybe they decided to ride this out? We've obviously talked to our local officials, but as a hurricane expert, what would your message be to them now? Because they still may have a little time to go between now and when this does make landfall.
Yeah, I'm looking off camera to look at the radar. It's probably a bit too late to be out and moving around. We saw a lot of people in Michael who tried to leave at the last minute, and we, found them in their cars afterwards. So they got to find ways to hunker down and protect themselves. If they're in the surge zone, they got to get vertical. They got to get above that all that water. And if they're in the wind, the path of the catastrophic winds, they got to get in the interior of the house, almost kind of like a tornado, get in the interior of the house and protect themselves from that wind.
Jamie, got to ask too, with the new experimental products and warnings that you guys have out there, is this a storm? Do you see yourself having to study this after it's over for a while? Do you feel like this is one we've already got a lot of great data from and that we'll continue to study and learn from?
Yeah, every storm teaches us new lessons, and this one's going to teach us not only the lessons, all the feedback from this new initiative, but the ability to communicate these big storms. Obviously, it's going to present a challenge, and we're going to have to learn from it after the fact.
All right. And Jamie, if you had words of advice for the folks here in the Big Bend region, what would that be?
Don't be out. I mean, we see so many fatalities where people just out and about driving around unnecessarily. I know it's interesting and people are curious, but you can't be out driving in these conditions.
Awesome. Jamie, we appreciate your time. We know it's a super busy night for you. But again, thanks so much for giving us a few minutes of it this evening. And hopefully the next time we talk, it'll be under better circumstances.
All right, that was the National Hurricane Center there, really talking about this storm and how it's going to have a historic impact on the people that have to live through it. So stay safe if you're out there and about. I do have a quick check of the power outage map in the city of Tallahassee, where we have 167 customers impacted in the southeast Tallahassee neighborhood by those winds that came through. We know we have all those trees, and it's the same area where the tornado went through just months ago. So it's going to be a long night when it comes to power outages in Tallahassee. Back to Valdosta, though, Malia Thomas has a closer look at how folks are preparing to weather this storm tonight.
Hurricane Helene is fast approaching Valdosta. The rain is coming down and the wind is picking up. But thankfully, our city has come prepared with work trucks you see behind me. I'm Malia Thomas, your neighborhood reporter in Valdosta, and here's the update. As of Thursday evening, our city is under strict curfew. Any neighbors who are caught outside of their adequate shelters or outside their residence will be issued a citation. Speaking of curfew, our Mayor Scott James Matheson recommends any neighbors who live in mobile homes or substandard housing to seek adequate shelter at Corinth Baptist Church, Park Avenue Church, or Valdosta State University's Continue Education building. This curfew will be strictly enforced until sunrise Friday morning. In Valdosta, I'm Malia Thomas, reporting for ABC 27.
Thank you, Malia, for that perspective there in the Valdosta vicinity, where we will still have the effects of what's left of the eye of Helene making its way towards you within the next few hours. And I saw the measurement over there from our meteorologist Riley Winch of the measurement of the eye. It looked like it was about 23 miles wide from what I was seeing. And it's still making its course towards the north-northeast. Maybe a little more of a north pattern now, but that is just something that's being observed with a quick look at the system as it straddles the 84-degree longitude line there, roughly 50 miles or so to the south of the coast. But that brighter red shade is that core around the northern edge of the eye, and that is what's going to start to move in the general direction of Taylor County and the coast of Jefferson County. So I know this is one of the observations from Cedar Key, already a wind gust of 71 miles per hour. Cedar Key is right about there. So of course that's coming right off the water. So you do get that overall stronger flow that's right up against that point there. So that gives you a little idea that even that far away from the core, you do have those stronger wind gusts and a sustained wind of roughly about 55 from what I saw on that observation. But this is still making its push towards the Steinhatchee area, and that's where we're going to have those stronger winds beginning to bump up, creating that stronger push in the water levels and creating those very strong hurricane force gusts that are likely to occur within the periphery of the eye. So that's going to be something that comes ashore in Steinhatchee and Taylor County and the Keaton Beach area likely within the next, I'd say, 30 minutes, that eye wall will start to bump up against the coast and push inland. So folks in Perry, you definitely make sure you stay where you are in a secure place, in a shelter, and don't try to escape from where you are right now, because this will start to move in very soon within the hour, and your winds will start to pick up pretty dramatically during that course of time. So make sure you're in that position to where you can stay as safe as you can within this region. Same story for Madison County. This will start to move in beyond Taylor County once that happens. So about 10 o'clock or so, we can maybe see that kind of movement across towards the state line area. Now again, if it continues to move to the north-northeast, we'll still have some of that western edge that will start to bump up near the 319 corridor. And that can still certainly have some intense winds with that. So we do have to keep that in mind as well, as I see a little bit of an update coming up from the National Hurricane Center on the overall position and the course and the strength. Still maintaining Category 4 level of strength, but now with peak winds of 140 being estimated from the National Hurricane Center. So that's the latest update from the positioning. Riley or Henry, what are they saying as far as the distance and the rate of movement?
Yes, so currently it's moving north-northeast at 24 miles per hour.
North-northeast at 24 miles per hour.
And that is about 90 miles south of Tallahassee.
About 90 miles south of Tallahassee. So 90 miles to the south, moving north-northeast at 24 miles per hour. So what's the degree of that north-northeast? It was 25 before.
It is now at 20 degrees.
20 degrees. So it has kind of gone a little more to the north, but still in a north-northeast fashion. So I did notice that, like I say, it was straddling that longitude line. So a little less of that northeasterly jog. So that can certainly have implications on how much of that western eye wall scrapes up in the Tallahassee metro. So that is something of concern as well. It's always been a point of concern. We've been mentioning that possibility that can maybe have some effect on the magnitude of winds that can be experienced on the relatively weaker side of the western periphery of the eye, but that's still something that will cause some big concerns when it comes to the extent of the wind forces moving into the eastern shores of the Big Bend. And if I recall correctly, we have Kenzie Krieger on with the report. Okay, no mention of that. There we go.
Yes, we are going to go to Kenzie Krieger. She's our Panacea Crawfordville neighborhood reporter. She is standing by. She was near the coast, but then moved back to take shelter. Kenzie, where are you now, and how are the conditions?
We're still here at the Wildwood Inn. You can see there's a lot of cars that have lined up. The rain is really picking up right now. We've seen some more winds in the area. There's been people just watching to see what happens. We're still waiting for some more impacts right now. Some people are going to their cars, getting some last-minute things. We actually spoke to one woman who is from Panacea, and she packed up all her things and came here with her friends and her dog. But unfortunately, her husband had to stay back. He's at the hospital. So right now we got to speak to her, and she's just hoping that things go smoothly and that she doesn't lose her home on the water.
Yeah, a lot of concerns about homes along the water. I know Kenzie was in Shell Point earlier this week. She was near Mashis Sands Beach, and people packing up and moving out because of the warning about the storm surge that's coming. If you look at communities up and down the Gulf Coast between Steinhatchee and Tampa Bay and Southwest Florida, the storm surge flooding has come ashore already. In Fort Myers Beach, for example, you've got the Lee County Sheriff's Office in boats going out and rescuing people. This is possibly a sign of what's coming our way as that surge moves up the coast closer to Taylor County. Speaking of, let's get to our live drive camera where earlier Kenya Cardone was in the Steinhatchee neighborhood where she was keeping an eye on the Steinhatchee River. It had come up. She has been driving around assessing the conditions. I believe she was heading north away from Steinhatchee to escape that surge before it comes in. Carson, or if a producer could tell me where exactly they are or thereabouts, we can give people an idea of what these conditions are like. They're in Live Oak right now, okay, in Suwannee County, where they just went through Hurricane Debbie, which dropped inches of rain and flooded the downtown area. I was there just weeks ago where dumpsters and sandbags were still out recovering from that storm Now they are set to take the brunt of Hurricane Helene as it moves inland. Cass has said that storm, it's not going to be confined to the coast with those strong winds. Those strong winds in the right front quadrant of the storm are going to be pushing inland quickly. I believe Cass in his last update said it was moving north-northeast at over 20 miles per hour. So it's going to become barreling through these communities that are still in recovery mode. Our thoughts are with all of the people in the Live Oak neighborhood and all of the neighborhoods in the path of this storm as it continues to move north. So we're going to continue tracking conditions there. Hopefully the power holds throughout the night, but if it doesn't, I just want to remind folks, if you're just joining us, we talk about generator safety so often. If you have one of those portable generators that runs on gas or some kind of fuel, make sure that you are keeping it 20 to 30 feet away from your home if you have to fire it up because you lost power, because the fumes that come out of that engine, they can come into your home and they can put your life at risk. We don't want to have first responders responding to something like that because, as we've heard from different sheriff's offices and police departments and fire departments, once those winds get above 35, 40 miles per hour, they will not go out onto the roads until those winds come back down because they have to keep themselves safe. All right, I want to turn over to Jefferson County now because Ashley Engel is standing by. The last time we checked with her, she was being pelted by the rain. Ashley, has the rain let up yet?
Hey, yes, y'all. So we're out here in Monticello still, and as you can see, there's a little bit of wind still, a little bit of rain. So right now the conditions are a little light. We're getting a little bit of wind gusts, and a little something that a lot of people have been talking about Hurricane Helene is that this is going to be a night storm. Now, Hurricane Idalia, you know, we were early in the morning where it was a little dark, but we were able to see the conditions through the daytime. Hurricane Debbie, same thing. So now with Hurricane Helene, a lot of people are going to bed tonight not really knowing what the storm is going to bring. It's going to be making landfall this tonight and everything. But talking about the night storms and everything, I know that growing up in hurricanes and night storms, it can be a little scary. But a lot of people are just hunkering down here in Monticello. As you can see, there's still a little bit of cars. But in the past couple of hours so far, it's been a ghost town. Nobody has been out. We've been seeing deputies just roaming the area. Like I said earlier, they have chainsaws in their troopers and everything, cutting down trees. So that's probably what they're doing, making sure trees and down power lines. But so far, we haven't seen any down trees, just a little bit of limbs and leaves a little bit, but the rain is now picking up, as you can probably hear a little bit. But so far, everything's still calm here in Monticello, so I'm just going to go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, we're keeping a close eye on the eye wall as it gets closer to the Taylor County coast and really the Big Bend coast. This storm, it's pretty big. The impacts are going to reach beyond just the center of the storm. Extreme winds could be a problem as we head into the next few hours. I want to bring in our guest meteorologist, Henry Rothenberg. He's in from Nashville helping out our First to Know weather team. Cass, what are you guys tracking right now?
Well, we're noticing the eye wall is intensifying and moving closer to the coast, and that's brought in the issuance of the extreme wind warning, which we spoke of at the top of our coverage. That's now been put into effect until midnight for portions of the eastern Big Bend.
And of course, with all the rain that we're going to be seeing from that really going to soften the ground, that's going to bring concern, even more concern for downed trees, power lines as well, and just the intense rain bands that we've already started seeing this far inland. This is just getting going for us.
That's right. Things will be getting progressively worse over the next couple of hours in more of our populated areas, perhaps.
Yep. And as far as the tracking of this goes, we're going to let you have a little bit of a break, too, so that you can get some food, get some rest. And we're going to kind of transition here and take over a little bit with what's going on with this coverage right now. So clearly you can see, again, the eye wall, some of the lightning around it, and the most intense showers as we continue to watch the intensification of a lot of this activity right now. And that wind warning is pretty much in effect throughout much of the Big Bend region. And of course, the intense rain bands that we have been monitoring very closely with this. I do want to go on and put this into motion right in here. Just give you an idea of this loop This is still sitting a decent ways out from our current location right here throughout parts of Tallahassee as it works its way to the north. We're still looking at landfall probably getting maybe close to midnight as it continues to work its way up towards the region. And something that we need to keep in mind is it still has that east and northeasterly trajectory, and that is something certainly that will bring big concerns with what we call the dirty side of the storm, that northeastern quadrant impacting as you get towards, say, Taylor County and going towards Perry. These are the areas that will see really some of the most extreme winds, but that doesn't mean by any means to let your guards down. For folks that have evacuated and moved more inland into higher grounds, yes, you're going to continue to get that intense rain, but I'm going to go on and stop for a moment this looping, and then also what I'll end up doing is kind of measuring this distance out for you as far as the eye wall itself and what we are tracking with this right now. So let me come over here and step off for just a minute as we continue to analyze things with the radar. And again, we're stopping that loop that we have been tracking with it. But that eye wall itself, looking at it about 20 to 30 miles in width right now. And as mentioned, of course, the most intense part of everything that we have been watching has been right there with the intensification right around parts of the eye wall and that northerly movement right now. So panning this just a bit more inland and bringing this around Tallahassee specifically and through surrounding areas. We continue to see some of these bursts of rain, these intense rain bands that we're going to be continuing to deal with. Of course, a little earlier, we put a rain gauge outside, and we'll check that out later on and see just exactly how full that is, of course, gotten, as we're about 40 miles inland here throughout parts of the Gadsden County area. But the storm itself now very well defined, a Cat 4 hurricane, winds sitting at about right now 140 miles per hour. And we're going to continue, of course, to have a little concern if this does strengthen any more. Still has a ways to go to where if it would reach a Cat 5, but not really expecting that. It's the Cat 4 concern. And look, regardless, a major hurricane is indeed a major hurricane, to say the least. So kind of bringing this into where we have that lightning that we've been watching with the storms. One of the things on this, too, that is something to notice is that when you start to see a lot of these little lightning strikes going around the eye wall, that can be an indication of the storm itself trying to intensify a little bit. And just kind of tilting this just a little bit more, we're still sitting a ways from where we, of course, were watching this from making landfall. So just kind of to get this back out into the home view right now and show you the northern part of the eye wall itself, certainly in frame. And if you were to really just kind of measure this down from the coast and take it, it's sitting about, as we mentioned, at about, say, 90-ish miles from the coastline right now. So looking, again, at that particular portion of it, I'm going to do a measurement and step off screen for a moment for that to show you again the distance of the leading edge of the northern eye wall itself from this. You're looking at about, from the leading edge, not the eye wall itself, but just under 30 miles of that right now. So these rain bands are certainly going to continue to intensify as we make our way through the evening, and something that we need to keep in mind. And then as we zoom this out just a bit, the actual center of the storm is now up to about 62 miles away. So we're still looking at a couple hours with that movement to the north and northeast at about 23 miles per hour. And certainly something that is worth watching, because this is going to be a nighttime event. Cannot stress that any more, that the fact that we are dealing with an event that's going to hit in the middle of the night for many locations. And as far as this hitting in the middle of the night, of course, a lot of people losing power. Make sure that your cellular and mobile devices right now are charged. Make sure that, of course, you have got, if you decided to ride this out, everything that you'll need to basically not only get through the storm itself, but to get through really the next couple of days. We heard earlier from emergency management officials, this could take a couple of days before folks may be able to get out there to you. So again, watching a lot of with this rotation and the storm continuing to work its way northward. We've got that wind warning that's in effect. And Riley, when is that wind warning set to expire?
Yeah, so the current expiration time of that extreme wind warning, that is midnight.
So that's going till midnight, and we know that that's going to continue to intensify with the wind bands that continue to move in associated with the storm itself. Now, as far as the northeast quadrant of the storm, I'm going to get you in kind of around that right now, and looking at around Perry. You're starting to see, of course, some of these rain bands moving in, and it's going to continue to get more extreme. Here towards the capital city in Tallahassee, going along parts of I-10, we continue with steady rain with just bursts of heavier rain bands and some of the energy that continues to work its way through, and we'll have to continue to watch that very closely as we go through the evening. So want to take this a little closer and just show you the rain that we've got going on, because the intense rain that we're battling right now, that is certainly something that's just going to continue to increase, softening the grounds, flooding concerns as well, something that we're going to have to watch. And of course, also once those winds start to pick up with just how soft the ground will be in many locations. So we'll take this view out just a little bit wider from the metro across all of parts of the ABC 27 viewing area here, and you can see that again, the heavier rain bands are really picking up. What we have been seeing a lot of, these outer bands are certainly bringing burst of heavy rain, but the eye itself still several hours from being able to move in to the area. And as far as the track of this and the movement of this, and I'm going to actually just take this out just a little bit more too, and tilt it up a little more. In fact, I'm going to step off again to zoom this out just a little more and put a loop on this right now, because I do want you to get an idea of just exactly the exact movement with this that we are continuing to watch. So the storm motion, it continues more of this northeasterly trajectory, which despite the fact that that does shift it a little more east from Tallahassee, we will be, of course, having to watch still intense wind and rain moving this way. But as far as the northeastern quadrant, places like Perry and even going over towards Lake City, these are some areas we'll need to watch closely. Of course, we have crews all across the region, and I think we just got some new info real quick before I toss to him.
Tell the director to put on WSI2 right now.
All right, if we could put up WSI2. And I believe this is the extreme wind warning that we have been talking about, too, that goes until midnight. So you can see, again, that extreme wind warning. This is what's taking us till midnight, all the way up towards Monticello, Madison, the Tallahassee area, over towards Mayo. We're dealing with that the wind threat and that rain threat. So we're going to, of course, have much more on that. But Channing, we're going to send it back over to you right now.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. As this extreme winds move toward the Big Bend and people take shelter, treat this as you would a tornado approaching. Those words exactly from the National Weather Service. We have our reporter Forrest Saunders standing by at the State Emergency Operations Center. Forrest, how are state officials bracing for the immense impact of this storm?
Hey guys, we are actually just getting an alert out here at the EOC right now. They are saying that there are some high wind conditions on the way, and so they're telling the staff that is operating here at the state EOC to be very careful, which is what we are going to be doing. If there is a threat of something really scary, then we are going to go inside in the middle of this live shot. But I do want to give you an update about what we're experiencing right now. The conditions have steadily deteriorated here in the Tallahassee area. If anybody's watching at home, they already know that, right? Over the last hour or so, we've seen the wind pick up. We've seen the rain continue. It's a bit of a trickle right now, but what I'm hearing from the emergency management officials that are inside, I just spoke with Kevin Guthrie, the director for the state. He told me that here in the next hour or two, things are going to get really dicey, right? The nasty stuff is well on its way. Tallahassee still remains close to that cone of uncertainty that we continue to track. And as you've heard from the Tallahassee mayor over and over and over again, we could see unprecedented damage here in Tallahassee. It's a real concern considering you've got flash flooding mixed with heavy rainfall, mixed with nasty wind gusts. Right now, I think the latest update that the EOC had was somewhere in the neighborhood of 140 mile per hour plus right? So we are firmly in Cat 4 territory as this thing makes its way onshore. The concern here is that it could keep growing, but we are running out of time for it to do so because landfall is probably going to happen here within an hour or so. And if that's the case, it may not have enough time. Again, the wind, seriously concerning. Trees, very, very concerning here in Tallahassee. You have tree canopies all over the place. And if you mix the saturated soil with the wind and trees that are already teetering, they could fall on a home, they could fall on a car, they could fall on a person. And that's one of the reasons why emergency officials have stressed but basically all throughout this storm event, that if you hear cracking or popping or something like that coming from outside of your home, you best treat it like a tornado. Go into a central part of the house, maybe a bathroom or something like that, get in the tub, use a heavy blanket, put it over yourself, maybe a mattress, if you've got like a thin one that you can use to protect yourself. They don't want you to take anything for granted given how severe this weather could become here in the next couple of hours. One other thing I want to mention is what we're seeing out in other parts of the state, because emergency personnel are stressing that this is one thing that you really want to pay attention to. If you're in an evacuation zone, it's likely too late to leave, right? Because this storm is now bearing down on you. So you're going to have to hunker down and shelter in place. We have seen in some parts of Leon County that you've got like 1,600 people that are now at the Leon County school shelters. That's a lot of people, and that's just in those shelters. We also know that FSU's opened up the Civic Center for students that want to shelter there outside of their dorms. But then in places, again, like Taylor County, where this storm seems to be sort of shifting as it moves, we have seen from officials saying that you should mark your body, your limbs, with permanent marker and put your name and your date of birth on there. It's a grim reality, but they are saying it will help first responders or people identify you in the tragic and unfortunate circumstance that something terrible may happen. But that is the reality of this situation, and emergency crews have said this for years. This is something that they were telling people during Katrina, and given the strength of this storm, it's understandable. It's grim, but it's understandable. The State Emergency Operations Center, again, is the hub for all state operations right now. This building is rated for a Cat 5 magnitude hurricane, right? That's just the walls, though. We also heard from the Emergency Management Director that the roof here is only rated for like winds of about 128 miles per hour. That's a Cat 3. We're already in a Cat 4, a pretty strong Cat 4 at that. So it is a concern. They do believe continuity of government will not be a problem. They've planned for these contingencies in case there is some damage here at the building. And then again, you have all of these emergency crews ready to go once the storm passes. We've heard about 3,500 National Guards members that can be surged up as needed. We've got 21,000 utility crews on standby and staged throughout the state ready to go to restore power once the storm passes. Here in Tallahassee, it doesn't look like we've lost power yet, at least not in the Southwood neighborhood. There hasn't been any widespread power outages, but again, that is expected to happen considering the strength of this storm. And it may be a bit for that power to be restored because this storm has to pass before utility crews can get out there. So these are all things that emergency crews are saying that you got to prepare for. And remember, take this storm seriously. I know right now it just kind of feels like a regular old thunderstorm, but things are going to get worse, and they're going to get worse fast. Stand by, be safe, but that's the latest out here at the EOC.
All right, thank you so much for that update for us. We'll check back with you in a bit. And just north of where this eye wall is coming in and right in the middle of where that extreme wind warning is just went into effect, we have Live Oak in Suwannee County. That's where Kenya Cardone is right now. She's checking on the conditions, getting ready to ride out the worst of this storm. They're driving around, assessing the situation. Carson, can Kenya speak with us right now? All right, so Kenya, go ahead and tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
Absolutely, Channing. So we just got to Live Oak a few moments ago, and what we're seeing is just a bit of rain, a bit of wind, nothing too crazy as far as conditions here. Now, we are seeing a few cars on the road. We have seen a few emergency vehicles at a hotel that we stopped by. We did see a few people kind of speculating outside the entrance, kind of seeing what things are looking like as things begin to pick up here. But as of right now, conditions are pretty safe, pretty normal. We did have to leave out of Steinhatchee because that storm surge was coming in, that wind and that rain was picking up. And right now, here at Live Oak, it seems things are a bit calmer, but we got away from the storm a bit, but now it's approaching again soon. So we also soon will have to hunker down here. But for now, it seems like we still have electricity. Some cars are still on the road. It's not like we can't see while we're driving. So right now it's a little bit kind of like the calm before the storm, I would say, but nothing too crazy. Again, we're just thankful to see that there's still electricity. It is concerning to see a few people on the road, but hopefully they're heading back home so that they can hunker down for what conditions could progress into as we go through the night, as Helene's force is felt here in Live Oak. Now, one thing I want to talk about is that Live Oak is one of those places in Suwannee County that saw flooding from Debbie, and should we see anything like that here during Helene, that could be devastating for businesses that, you know, were total losses from that catastrophic flooding that just was like 4 feet inside their businesses, especially in the downtown area. So that's one thing to consider. I know that business owners right by the rivers are definitely having that on their minds, but for now, I'm sure most people are just hunkered down, staying safe, and that's what we're tracking. So we'll keep you updated as we're driving here in the First to Know storm tracer. That's the latest from Live Oak. I'm live, Kenya Cardone. Sending it back to you, Channing.
Oh, those winds are going to be so extreme over the next hour or so. We want you to be safe. I want to give people just some context here. We're talking about this extreme wind warning for a big portion of the Big Bend. The National Weather Service, in their actual warning, said to treat this as a tornado because the winds will be so intense over such a big area. And just for some context, I went back and I found the report, the tornadoes that came through Leon County back in May. The highest they got up to was 115 miles per hour. We're talking about winds in the eye wall of this storm over 130 miles per hour over a much larger area, lasting a lot longer than a few seconds like these tornadoes did. So this is a serious situation. If you are in a home where you can put walls between yourself and the outside, you want to get to an interior room where there are no windows and put as many walls between you on a lower level of your home, especially if you don't have a basement, which hardly anybody does in this part of the country. But you want to find a safe space because this eye wall is going to be very dangerous as it moves very quickly from the coast into the Big Bend and then into South Georgia. That extreme wind warning only impacting our Florida counties. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service decides to do as the storm continues to move north. So we're going to keep an eye on this situation. We've got a live blog updating on WTXL.TV where you can learn more about this storm and how communities are handling it. I want to check in now with neighborhood reporter Kenzie Krieger. She is in the Crawfordville area where they are preparing for the strong winds to move in.
We're at the Wildwood Inn. The rain is really picking up since we last spoke. I can actually hear the wind howling right now. It's really pelting on us, so a lot of people are actually standing under this awning over here. And I spoke to a woman who packed up all her belongings from Panacea. She lives near the water, so she had to pack up and come over here. But she sent a message to her neighbors in Wakulla County as they get through this difficult time and see the outcome of this hurricane.
We're going to get through this. Wakulla people are awesome people, and we all come together and help each other, and we're going to get through this.
Are we doing a tag? Yeah, so we've seen some flooding in the area as we drove through. Some roads were flooded. So if you're out on the roads, please hunker down right now. I can't emphasize that enough. But right now, people here are sheltering in place. We're just doing the best we can to keep you updated right now. You can see the conditions are continuing to pick up. The rain is getting really heavy out here. It's pelting it down on me right now. So just continue to stay safe. Yeah, you can see the trees are swaying a little bit. Right now, we do not lose power. We still have power currently. And in fact, I spoke to the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office, and they say that they have not gotten any reports of power outages at this point, so that's the good news. But I'll send things back into the studio, and we'll continue to keep you updated here in Crawfordville.
All right, Kenzie, good to hear that people are staying safe. Keep an eye out for those winds as they move in. For a closer look at this extreme wind that's beginning to move toward the coast, I want to check back in with our guest meteorologist, Henry Rothenberg. He's got a closer look at the eye wall and just how strong those winds could be.
Well, I'll tell you, Channing, as we continue Go through the evening, the winds will continue to pick up across the area. That is that extreme wind warning. If we can switch to links, I believe 1 right now. There we go. We have got Okalocking Bay, and look at that rain. Look at the way it's just coming into the camera. Winds right now at gust about 46 miles per hour from the northeast, and we expect that to intensify a little bit more. So this is really becoming a concern. We've got that wind warning. We have got a flash flood warning for numerous locations, as well as that rain is starting to add up. Winds currently right now, you're seeing up towards Tallahassee around 22 miles per hour as we get closer to the coast, ranging in that 30 to 35 mile per hour range. Perry at 29 miles per hour, and even going up towards Thomasville, Georgia, getting up towards Valdosta, between that 15 to 20 mile per hour range with these wind gusts that we do expect to continue to increase, because you can see, again, the center of circulation about 90 miles south of us right now as it continues with this track to the north and northeast. Wind gust currently, again, extending out from that center of circulation, sitting at 34 miles per hour in Tallahassee, 39 miles per hour towards Perry. Up in Thomasville, you've got 32 mile per hour wind gusts. We expect these to continue to climb in some areas, even getting close to that 50 mile per hour wind gust. So Helene, currently a Cat 4 hurricane, as we have been talking about, with winds at 140 miles per hour as of about 9 o'clock, so almost a half an hour ago. We're at the point now we get these hourly updates on these. That movement picking up about a mile per hour. It goes north-northeast at about 24 miles per hour. And it was moving at 23 a little earlier, but we're still anticipating this at the current trajectory, the current speed of making landfall sometime around the midnight time frame, potentially. Want to let you know about that tornado watch for some areas that, looking at Leon County towards Gaston County, that goes until 10 o'clock. But if you were to look over just a little bit, say towards like Perry County and places like this, that tornado warning in Taylor County going now until, I believe it was at 6 a.m., Riley, that tornado watch, I should say. The tornado watch for the eastern side until 6 a.m. But basically, as you get towards Leon counties and going to the west of that, the tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock. We'll see if that does get extended out any. These heavier rain bands continuing to work their way in. The outlines here, the flash flood watch and warnings that we have in effect right now, with the intense rain that we continue to see picking up as that center eye wall is working its way into the region, and still very well-defined structure around this eye wall. Still seeing basically that intensification wrapping around, indicating a little bit of strengthening with that too as we get closer to landfall. And then once we get this storm through, heading into the morning time, into sunrise, most of this will be north of us, but we'll at that time be dealing still with the aftermath and some flooding concerns before the water goes down. Now, what about the tropical winds that we have been talking about? And of course, all eyes as far as the projected landfall getting around Taylor County and even going a little bit east of that. That is where we continue to watch that intense rotation as it begins to lift northward. And anything that's kind of in that northeastern quadrant of the storm, that's where you typically see the highest impact. But that doesn't mean to let your guard down if you're to the west, say Tallahassee going even west of that, because you will still have, when it comes to these winds, intense winds with it. You've just got the higher risk of tornadoes when it comes to that northeastern quadrant. But by Friday morning, we'll see the tropical winds, of course, long gone. And things on Friday, again, looking a lot nicer. It'll be hard to believe that we had just dealt with this major hurricane as we continue to watch and track it as it moves in. So as we continue to go through the evening, we've obviously got the hurricane warnings that are in effect across the area and will continue to be as we make our way through the rest of the night. We are obviously in our action state right now, and just kind of want to look at the inland effects from this and from this system. You're talking about the winds that will continue to pick up with this system as we go through the next really about say 12 hours or so before we really kick it out of here. Winds around 85 miles per hour, even stronger than that at times. Looking at the potential of widespread power outages, heading towards places like the Forgotten Big Bend coast. You're still looking at some of those winds, 90, 120 miles per hour, even seeing some of that shift a little bit more to the east as we take a look at the zone effects from this. And the inland central area and the 319 corridor, winds of 50 to 75 miles per hour, gusts still near 100 miles per hour. When you're talking about winds like this in a saturated ground, you're really at the point, it doesn't matter, 95 miles per hour or 105 miles per hour. This is going to have some pretty significant impacts when it comes to power outages and likely some downed trees. Rain totals are going to range easily in that 5 to 10 inch range. And of course, the power outage concerns remain pretty large. Want to travel more inland, south central Georgia? You're still looking at some significant winds with this. In fact, you've got everything from hurricane warnings to tropical storm warnings as you travel north all the way up towards central Georgia, even around the Atlanta area. So this is a storm that you're seeing all of these warnings that have been issued that are very rare to see going that far inland. But winds of 45 to 75 miles per hour, gust around that 95 mile per hour range, flash flooding concerns with high rain amounts, 5 to 10 inches, isolated areas, even more than that, of course, the concerns of widespread power outages with a lot of this. And then looking towards the tri-state area and what we will be seeing with a lot of this, winds again, being on the west side of this storm, Liberty County, Gaston County, going along the I-10 corridor towards Jackson County, and then going north of that, Seminole County and Decatur counties as well. Wind gusts peaking around 70 miles per hour, maybe even some areas that could be a little bit higher. And isolated rain amounts, probably in excess of 10 inches, but on average that 3 to 8 inch range. And you'll still have a good number of power outages associated with a lot of this too. So we have to keep that in mind. So the storm currently moving north-northeast at 24 miles per hour, 90 miles south of Tallahassee, with landfall likely here in the next couple of hours. So we're at that point right now. Preparations needed to be complete. This is the time while you have power to make sure all of your portable devices are charging so that, I don't want to say if, but likely when you were to lose power, you'll have full battery on all of your portable devices. Check the flashlights too. Make sure the batteries are fresh in those. We continue to maybe see not so much strength anymore. Could see a little bit more, but not saying that it's going to be something that we need to continue monitoring with the intensification of this, and then looking around sometime this evening of that landfall moving in. So here we go as far as the storm track itself from Titan Doppler radar, and we continue to watch the heavier bands, getting a little bit more lightning clicking into that uptick right in there. As we're watching this system lift north, starting to see some of those bands wrapped around the eye wall moving into Taylor County, starting to go just south of Perry there. Tallahassee about to get a nice little band of rain that's going to sweep through the area and bring some heavier amounts of downpours, and then along I-10 as well. The storm surge with this between the winds, and keep in mind this storm has a lot of energy, so it's just, think about it when you dive into a pool, all that water that's going to start to push in the direction that you're moving. Same thing right here. So Wakulla County, Taylor, Jefferson counties, that storm surge range still in that potential for 15 to 20 feet. Some models backing off a little bit more, but look, when you're talking about storm surge that's as high as a basketball goal or even higher, well, that is when you're talking about major concern. So hopefully everybody certainly has moved inland. As we go towards the west side, though, places like Franklin, you're looking at storm surges still that could be very dangerous there at that 10 to 15 foot level. Now, the good news is as we continue to go through with this system and through the night, getting into the weekend, it'll be quieter, but we're going to have to, of course, deal with the impacts that Helene will have left behind in the area. So switching this over to our analysis here and really kind of breaking down what we are seeing on the radar right now. Some of the concerns, we've got these flash flood warnings, and also where you see that yellow line, that's kind of dividing areas on the west side of this yellow line right in here. These areas are the ones under the tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. So for another 25 minutes, but we'll see if that does get extended, and then areas to the east under that tornado watch until about 6 a.m. And Channing, the flooding concerns already numerous. Like I said, flash flood warnings until 3:15. So we're still a couple hours from landfall, but our concerns for flooding and for wind are continuing to ramp up as we speak.
Yeah, flooding a concern really across the Gulf Coast of Florida. Take a look at this video. This is a glimpse of what is heading our way. This is video from an FDOT camera in Sarasota. Do we have that video? There it is. So take a look at this. The water just pouring in, presumably from the Gulf, storm surge flooding, cars stuck in the road there. There's one car trying to drive through that water. It's a rather large vehicle, but no matter the size of the vehicle, it's not about how big your car is. It's what's in that water or what's under that water or not under it. You know, we live in Florida. You know, sinkholes can be a thing. Heavy water rushing through intersections like that can lead to erosion, which can collapse the roadway, and your car could go falling into a hole that you can't see because it's not clear water or it is dark. It is very dangerous to be driving through those roadways. It doesn't surprise me to see that sedan stuck in the roadway there, because it only takes a few inches of water to suck that water up into your engine and then stall it, and then you're stuck. So we don't want to see scenes like that playing out, especially with the anticipated flooding in our neck of the woods. Southwest Tallahassee neighborhood reporter Terry Gilliam's checking with folks right now. He is live for us in Tallahassee, preparing for that heavy rain. Terry, where are you and what are you seeing?
That's right, guys. I'm live in the Northeast Tallahassee neighborhood, Southeast Tallahassee neighborhood at Lincoln High School, one of the 7 shelters here in Leon County. I have to say, it is starting to ramp up here. I'm going to step behind the camera and show you guys pretty soon. But I have to say, I started my day at Red Cross on the northeast side of town as they were preparing to help folks in the aftermath of this storm. And now I checked on the Jake Gaither neighborhood in Southwest Tallahassee, where it was a pretty quiet area. And now that I'm here at Lincoln, a place that I was at yesterday as they were preparing, there's about 221 neighbors here. So far, it has overflowed in the cafeteria where most of the people are staying at. So some people have to stay inside the gymnasium. Now, when I got here, there's about 20 people outside that I'm going to show you soon that are just waiting to see what the storm might bring as it makes landfall. But as I step behind the camera, I'm going to try my best to show you guys off in the distance a little bit right here. You can kind of see, if I focus the camera just a little bit, they're asking people to get inside now. And the rain is starting to come down sideways. It's the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. I'm trying to focus my camera the best way I can, so bear with me, guys. But these are people just inside, decided to come out to see what the weather might bring and what this storm might bring. They're just eager to see what the damage is going to be like once it makes landfall. But so far, everybody's been pretty friendly. Everybody's kind of taking care of each other, as you know, neighbors might do. But I'll keep you guys updated with any more info as I get it.
All right, thank you, Terry. Good to see the lights are still on there, because we do have a large power outage that just popped up in northwest Tallahassee with about 1,500 customers impacted. Ashley Engel is standing by in that area that is under that extreme wind warning right now. She's in Jefferson County. Ashley, what are conditions like there?
Yeah, Channing, right now, wind conditions are a little hefty right now. I'm actually right here with a Madison County police officer. He is an investigator, Alan Camper. He's right here next to me. Now, hello, Mr. Camper. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. So, what are some things that you guys, as a police department, prepared in order for you guys to tackle this storm?
Well, so I mean, basically, we worked really well with our EOC, coordinated a bunch of stuff pre landfall. And we're going to continue to work with them as far as post-landfall. Right now, the wind's pretty bad. Everybody that hasn't left pretty much hunker down. We're at a point now where it's not getting to a point where it's not safe to leave.
I was seeing some of your patrol cars driving around here and everything. What are some things that you guys are trying to possibly see on the roads and everything? Why are they patrolling around?
Oh, well, so I mean, one of the things, unfortunately, when you have an event like this, a lot of people try to break into businesses, break into residences, things like that. So that's one of the main priorities for us. We have a lot of businesses here in town, a lot of residences. And then, again, we do have some residents that are still here. And at this point, just hunker down, and we'll get to you when we can.
And definitely you guys are praying for the best, but also preparing for the worst. You know, I was here last year when Adalia hit, and I remember Breath Cafe right over there was the first restaurant open, and they were, you know, feeding bellies, giving people like warm meals and everything. You know, what is the significance of a small town when it comes to, you know, community roundup during this time?
I mean, it's amazing. You know, we've got one of our local businesses that's round the clock feeding us. You know, and that's through the state EOC and whatnot. So small town, they definitely make sure we're taken care of. And Duke Energy's on site, Tri-County's here. You know, everything's ready. They're just waiting for it to get through here and see what happens on the backside.
Absolutely, Alan, thank you so much. You guys are in my prayers, and everyone that is out here dealing with this storm is about to hit us. We are going to be out here in Monticello with you guys. Hang tight. Do not leave your house. Like Alan says, it is not safe to go out right now. Wind gusts are picking up a lot, so be sure to continue watching us on ABC 27. For now, in Monticello, I'm Ashley Engel.
All right, thank you, Ashley. Good to see the first responders out and about keeping people safe. We do want to check in just east of there in the Live Oak neighborhood. Kenya Cardone is standing by with an update on the conditions in Suwannee County. That looks like Terry Gilliam's camera there. And do we have Kenya? Can we go to her now?
Yes, Channing, thank you so much. I am live from the Live Oak neighborhood. I'm about 3 minutes away from the downtown area where the wind and the rain, once again, picking up. We can definitely feel that force. I want to point you over there. Oh no, not a car driving on the road. You guys should not be on the road. You need to be hunkered down. But anyways, the trees there are wailing around a little bit, and you can see the rain starting to skirt on the road. That wind is definitely blowing it. And also I want to point you to the stop sign over here. It's been wiggling a little bit, and signs on the road, they're starting to wiggle. So these are the things and the conditions that we're seeing right now. We fortunately are still seeing power in the area, but once again, the conditions around here haven't gotten too bad. They're just starting to pick up a little bit. You can see that wind kind of blowing everything in the way here. One thing I want to remind you about, I mentioned this a little while ago, 3 minutes away from here, businesses saw substantial flooding during Debbie that made their businesses total losses. And now neighbors here have had to prepare for Helene. Hopefully they've prepared enough to kind of brace for impact for all this heavy rainfall that's coming down towards them. But we'll continue to monitor conditions here. Again, things are picking up. That wind is starting to blow a little bit harder, as you can see around me, but we'll stand by and keep monitoring this so that you can see what this looks like, so that you don't go outside yourself to do it, because it's not safe to do that. Live in Live Oak, I'm Kenya Cardone. Back to you, Channing.
All right, this storm. I want to give you an update from the Weather Service here in Tallahassee, too, that we continue to watch that eye wall, and with the motion of it, within the next maybe hour or more, projected that we could begin to see that eye wall moving onshore. Specifically, we're continuing to monitor northwest Taylor County and the coast, as that would be where we would see landfall. So again, showing you that spin right there and continuing to watch that closely as we're starting to see, really as that spin continues. Something that I'm definitely a little kind of anxious to see is this eye wall potentially clipping southern parts there of Taylor County. I do want to show you again the numerous power outages that we have. Channing had mentioned that just a bit ago as well. Now, that extreme wind warning, and something to please keep in mind, is it does not include the northwest portions of Leon or Leon County and the Tallahassee area. So the northwest portions of it not included, but everybody else in that extreme wind warning. We're seeing already those power outages ramping up as we continue to monitor this storm very closely, and we'll continue to await landfall here within about the next hour to 2 hours potentially, based off the latest information that we are seeing. So really kind of looking at this and the power outages by percentage, this is going to continue to grow, we know, as we go through the evening. Downtown Tallahassee right now from our Weatherston camera there, the wind gust, not terrible at the moment at 25 miles per hour, but we do expect that to ramp up. Florida A&M University, seeing wind gust at 34 miles per hour. The rain certainly falling. The winds are certainly full as well. And those wind gusts, definitely within the next hour, are going to start to ramp up, and within the next couple of hours, we'll really begin to see some of the full impacts of that. Over at Florida State, northeast winds at about 22 miles per hour, gusting So on average, a lot of these WeatherStim sites showing wind gusts between about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Suwannee County, wind gust around 32 miles per hour there at I-10, and really continuing as we look right there along parts of the Wauchula and I believe it was Franklin County right there where this WeatherStim site's located. Those wind gusts still nearing 40 miles per hour. So looking at things on our current winds, because we know obviously the eye wall is south of us. We know the rain bands are moving in, but showing you that as we continue to track this moving kind of in that north and northeasterly trajectory, these winds are going to continue to intensify across the area. These are sustained winds. Wind gust right now, Perry got a gust at 43 miles per hour. That's going to increase. Tallahassee seeing gust at 32 miles per hour. Some locations even getting towards 50 miles per hour. So in the next 15 minutes, obviously we'll get the 10 p.m. update on Helene, but it still remains at this time with winds of 140 miles per hour, a Cat 4 storm, and we still have for numerous locations that tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock. But as we travel basically east, going towards Jefferson County, Madison, Taylor areas, east of that, the tornado watch goes until 6 a.m., getting into that northeastern quadrant of the storm. Now, with this, and with a tropical system, as we know, these are not long-lived tornadoes. These are those quick tornadoes that can spin up quickly and be done in just about a minute to 2 minutes. You need to stay on guard. You need to make sure you've got ways to get those warnings. If you have that weather radio, that's a great thing. Make sure the batteries are fresh in there, because that's what they're for when the power goes out, so it continues to work. Flash flood watches and warnings are in effect right now. Numerous flash flood warnings going until 3:15 in the morning. Wouldn't be surprised if that were extended out a little more. And really, without breaking down, it's pretty much all along the Big Bend that we have got numerous flash flood warnings in effect because of the rain amounts we have seen pre-Helene with the system that was moving through yesterday, that tropical moisture sliding in, and now with Helene bringing some of these outer rain bands into the region. And still very well-defined conditions around the eye wall. The lightning, it was intensifying a bit. It has on some of these latest scans. Looks like it's let up just ever so slightly, but still a very well-defined eye structure that we are monitoring and still on track towards Taylor County. That's going to be kind of the target zone, I think, unfortunately, for where this storm can make landfall. But the tropical winds from this system are going to reach a good ways inland as we go through the night. So this is getting at about 10 o'clock, going through the overnight time frame. Looking at those tropical winds still around the region, really until about after sunrise, when Friday it's going to be like there was a tropical system when you look up towards the sky because things are clearing out, but obviously we'll have on the ground the aftermath and the effects of that as we continue to go through the day Friday. Hurricane warnings still remaining in effect. Obviously, as we have said, we are in our action stage right now, and just wanting to take a look again at the zone-by-zone impacts of this. We know that this is going to impact regions with winds around 100 miles per hour towards Taylor, Lafayette, Suwannee County, Hamilton, Madison counties as well. Typical winds 55, 85 miles per hour, but we'll probably see some spots a little higher. And then along the coast, we're going to see those winds potentially 120 miles per hour or higher in some spots. And rain amounts, we've already seen a significant amount, but easy to get another several inches of rain to add on to what we've already seen, bringing the concerns for flooding to the area. That also is the case up towards south central Florida. And even as we head towards the tri-state region, we're going to be dealing with, even being on the west side, numerous showers, newer storms out there, and that 3 to 8 inch potential for rain in some spots. So the movement with Helene, as of our 9 o'clock update, still north-northeast at 24 miles per hour. 90 miles, now less than that, I would say, if we did a measurement from Tallahassee proper. But we know that we potentially within the hour to next 2 hours, probably hour and a half, I would say, with what we've seen, some of the latest indications from the Hurricane Center, that this could be starting to get parts of the eye wall impacting places in southwestern Taylor County. Also, the strengthening likely peaking now. Not saying we can't see a little more strengthening, but it has likely peaked. And of course, that timing for landfall certainly inching closer and closer as we continue to make our way through the evening. But the rain, look, if you don't have to go outside, please don't. If you're able to snap a picture and tag us on social media, do that safely, by all means. But we want everybody now doing their safety plans. The storm surge is going to be a big concern as well. That 10 to 15-foot surge for areas to the west, like Franklin. But as we look towards Wakulla, Taylor, and Jefferson counties, that storm surge 15 to 20 feet along the coastline. That is going to be certainly a big concern with a lot of this as it continues to move through the area. So just kind of doing a measurement, I do want to look at the analysis of this and measure the eye wall right now of this system, give an idea of where it is right now, give you an idea of where it may be. We'll kind of zoom this out just a bit. And let me go on and grab that ruler. And I'm going to take it from right here, Center Taylor County, and stop it about there. So that puts the center from the southern parts of Taylor County at about 30 miles. Now, again, stopping that looping motion and showing you current conditions with it, let me show you from Tallahassee proper, because that's where we've really been measuring where that center of circulation is. And that's now down to about 60 miles from Tallahassee. So we'll need to continue, obviously, to watch that closely. But in the meantime, it is now the time. Preparations need to be done. And if you have not finished with preparations, you just need to basically go on and make sure that you are taking care of yourselves at this point, because with this system, the winds, the rain, they're going to continue to intensify with a lot of this. The flash flood watches and warnings that we have got, we're just going to add heavier rain as we start to see this eye wall making landfall, the intense rain, the intense wind with it as well. And we still have to get the backside of this to push through the area. So a lot of this, and I'm going to bring this in for a slightly closer view right now, specifically up towards the capital city right now. You're getting bursts of heavy rain bands and then steady rain after that. Probably seeing in many locations inland, the ponding on the road really ramping up as well. And it wouldn't surprise me, even if you're seeing in some spots the flash flooding that could be going over the street curb in some of these locations, hence the warnings that we do have right now. As far as, again, that tornado watch that we've got, it's basically as you go just east of Tallahassee, this is going to go towards the 10 o'clock time frame. And then what we'll be dealing with on the east side of this is, all right, we'll be sending it to just a moment to get an update on some energy. But on this east side, I do want to point out that this is where our tornado watch is going to go until about 6 in the morning. So lots have been going on. But as far as the system itself is concerned, again, the strengthening around that eye wall, the lightning is let up a bit. That doesn't mean the system itself is drastically weakening. What that really just means is that we have seen a lot in the way of this system just continuing to cycle itself, if you will. Now, looking right now, again, at some of our weather stem cams that we have and some of these wind gusts that we have got going on. Downtown Tallahassee picking up a little bit, almost to 30 miles per hour right now. So giving you the updates on that wind right now with Tallahassee seeing the gusts and even getting with the city lights reflecting off the clouds. If you look carefully, you can see the clouds just kind of racing by with these outer bands that continue to sweep through the area. Taking a look at our Florida A&M University camera, can't really make the clouds out as well. You got a lot more raindrops on the lens, so it's a little harder to see the cloud cover and the movement. But wind gusts now approaching that 40 mile per hour. So they've come up in just the few minutes that we've been together. We've seen a lot of these winds starting to increase across the area. And taking a look at our wind gusts over at Florida State, they're sitting around 30 miles per hour. Now, one more time, I apologize. I forgot. Who is it that I'm sending it to from here, guys? I believe we're going to get an update. We're going to send it over to Channing for the very latest there. Channing?
All right, yeah, thank you, Henry, for that analysis. We're seeing those winds pick up. We're seeing the power outages pick up. Tallahassee, for example, has about 3,500 outages now, as of the latest check. We spoke with Duke Energy earlier tonight to get a better idea of how they are preparing to respond to the storm, and here's what they told us.
Audrey, tell us about what's going on right now in terms of your power outage throughout your system.
Yeah, so as of 9:30 p.m., we're seeing about more than 270,000 customers without power in our Duke Energy Florida service territories. And just for perspective, we serve about 50,000 customers in what we'll call our Big Bend and North Florida territories. Right now, we're seeing a majority of outages in our Franklin County territory, about 2,700 customers without power in that area. And as of 9 p.m., we've restored in areas where we can more than 100,000 customers.
And talk about that restoration progress, because you said that in areas where you can, a lot of people, they say the lights go out and then they're waiting this long time, but they don't always realize the safety that has to take place in order for the linemen to be able to safely restore power.
Exactly. So, all day I think we've been feeling some of the weather impacts from Helene. And so, where in areas it's safe to do so, we've actually gone out and restored power already. But obviously, we have yet to see the worst of this storm. And so, restoring power after a major storm, such as a Category 4, can be extremely challenging. Conditions can be impacted by flooding, storm surge, strong winds. And so for safety purposes, our crews cannot go out there until it's safe. And so that means, the miles per hour, the wind has to drop below a certain amount of time or amount of speed in order for us to conduct our work. But know that as soon as it's safe to do so, as soon as that storm passes, we're going to be out there doing a damage assessment, which was really the first step in restoration. That's where, boots on the ground, going to go out, take a look at the lines, equipment, see what kind of damage is out there, see what kind of flooding is out there, and then reports back to our crews. And that's how we deploy resources and line workers to those areas, depending on that damage assessment.
And talk real quick about the mutual aid compacts that you have with some of the other electric companies, electric co-ops that are here to help.
Yeah, so Duke Energy, has mutual assistance partners that we bring in throughout the country to assist Florida communities during disasters like hurricane. But also, we actually get deployed too. We answer the call to go help out. We deployed recently during Hurricane Francine. So Duke Energy has called on these resources. We've got about 8,000 staged at safe locations across the state. Again, crews and contractors that are coming, from the entire country.
And what would you say to customers right now that, before this eye hits, they still have power? What should they be doing?
So just plan ahead for extended power outages. When you see something like a Category 4 hurricane, you're going to see extended power outages. So anything you can do ahead of time, make sure that you're texting us, calling us in, or doing online or in the mobile app to report an outage. Stay up to date on our outage map. Also, you can go to DukeEnergyUpdates.com to get, tips and information. Stay informed, listen to your local emergency management officials, and stay safe. Make sure to stay indoors. Stay away from any down power lines that could be hiding in floodwaters and things like that.
Audrey Stasko with Duke Energy. Audrey, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys, and stay safe.
And that was Robert Hughes with our sister station WTVR on that interview. Thank you so much for grabbing that, Robert. We want to check in on Live Oak now because the power outages in Suwannee County are beginning to add up. I'm looking at about 2,700 outages, according to Suwannee Valley Electric Cooperative right now, as the strongest part of this storm begins to move north. Kenya Cardone filed this report from the Live Oak neighborhood just moments ago.
I'm Kenya Cardone in the Live Oak neighborhood where conditions are starting to pick up here. That wind and that rain is getting more forceful, and you can see that with the way that the rain is skirting on the road over there. You can see that the wind is also making the trees kind of flail around, and things like this stop sign over here also starting to wiggle. Signs on the road also starting to wiggle. And so that wind and that rain, it's definitely picking up, but people are still on the roads, and we want to remind you it's not safe to be out on the roads. The force is slowly approaching and increasing. It's important to hunker down, and we will continue to monitor those conditions increasing and becoming more forceful all throughout the night. In Live Oak, Kenya Cardone.
All right, as we head into the overnight hours and this extreme wind warning continues, those extreme winds just beginning to move close to shore in Taylor County, Jefferson County, extreme southeastern parts of the other parts of the Big Bend region. We are watching these storms and these heavy rain bands moving in, and they're knocking out power. So I want to talk to you too about Tallahassee. Their outage map right now showing about 3,600 customers impacted right now since one of those stronger bands moved through. Maybe you heard the wind blowing the rain against your window. We certainly heard it coming down on the roof here at our station here in Midway. So it's no surprise to see that the power outages are beginning to add up. We also are checking with our tidal gauges along the Taylor County coast. Steinhatchee, where Kenya Cardone was earlier this evening, she actually left Steinhatchee because she said the Steinhatchee River was beginning to rise. As predicted, they are under a storm surge warning with a surge of 10, 15, maybe 18 feet possible in Steinhatchee. Remember, back in Hurricane Idalia, it set a record of 8 feet of surge. So we could see that surpassed going into the overnight hours. I did just check the tidal gauge. It is going up a little bit. It is still below that action stage, but the farther down the coast you look into places like Tampa Bay and Southwest Florida, there are active water rescues happening right now. There are neighborhoods flooded outside of our viewing area, giving us just a taste or an idea or a preview of the type of flooding that could be moving into our area. This is a live look. I believe that's Florida State University and our weather team working through some of the graphics. That magenta graphic there showed where the high wind warning was. And as that strong band of wind and rain moves north with the eye wall of this Category 4 storm, in the crosshairs is Jefferson County and Monticello. Our neighborhood reporter Ashley Engel just spoke with law enforcement there who are telling people to get off of the roads ahead of this extreme wind. Ashley, I know you're standing by right now. What kind of conditions are you seeing?
Yes, Channing, as we were saying, we just spoke with Monticello Police Department. Winds were getting a little dicey and everything, so we are here at our hotel, whoopsies, at the Daffodil House, and standing next to me is Scotty, the owner. Scotty, right here.
Oh, no.
So Scotty, like, we were speaking on the phone, and you were saying you have a wedding this weekend.
There supposedly is a wedding going down, but I don't understand how. You know, because it really is raining pretty hard, and people are coming in, I guess, from all over to come to this, and we haven't gotten anybody telling us that they're not coming. So I don't know what to think.
And then talking about, you know, last year, we were even talking about Hurricane Idalia, how, you know, you guys had a little bit of damage, but could you walk me through what that damage was like?
It was horrible. And a lot of other areas got worse than us, but the one that got us was the one that just happened, Debbie. They don't talk much about it, but we lost 200-year-old trees, and it was just unbelievable the amount of destruction that something could create in not a very long time.
And then talking about destruction and everything, what is probably one thing that you guys have learned, you know, just living in Monticello and everything? First of all, how long have you guys lived in Jefferson County?
I came here about 20 years ago and decided that that I should get this. I guess as a guy from my upbringing in New York, it was pretty weird, but maybe that's exactly what had to be. in order for someone to take on this treasure, because it was falling down. It was not in good shape. And I just saw it as a woman that needed a new dress. And I was going to give her the new dress.
Absolutely. Well, that's all we have for right now. Channing, back to you in the studio. The wind is dicing up a little bit. Rain is pelting down. But we are here dry a little bit. And there's a little kitty running around. But taking it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, taking a look at things here from radar and continuing to track that eye wall and the intensity that we are watching with this. And another thing to keep in mind, too, we have seen numerous storm reports coming in. And I do want to take a look at some of those to give you an idea of what it is that we have been dealing with this evening. Numerous flooded roadways have been reported throughout Wakilla County. Right there at County Bridge and Highway 319. We have also got, as we go west of Tallahassee, more flood reports from the Highway Patrol that parts of Pat Thomas Parkway underwater there in southern Gadsden County. And even as you go just south of that, we've had trained spotters that have observed even water spouts that have been forming. I know earlier today we had numerous tornado warnings throughout the western tier there. But right now, we continue to deal with the intense rain, the numerous flash flood warnings that will go until 3:15 in the morning for basically everybody along the coast. It's pretty much time consuming to try and list all the counties because everybody is under some type of flash flood warning right now. We have seen wind gusts around the Swanee area around 40 miles per hour and greater. This is per one of the weather stem stations, and it's the one that we were showing you just a little bit earlier that was right there along I-10 when we saw some of those wind gusts that were moving through the area. So the outer bands itself continuing to spin and churn to the north. And as we slide this to the south, again, the intensity of this eye wall, something that we will have to continue to closely monitor as it continues to inch closer and closer towards southern Taylor County, which is pretty much at this time going to be where landfall will most likely occur. As we're at the point now that even with any of the slightest movements in either direction, it's pretty much right on top of it. All right, we're at the point now, your preparations have to be made. Do not venture outside. If there's a picture that you see outside, if you can snap it safely without going out there, do so. But otherwise, let's just stay inside as we certainly want to continue to keep everyone safe as we await landfall within the next little bit from Helene. So we're going to have to continue to monitor with this storm pushing through the area. Again, lifting to the north and northeast at 24 miles per hour. And the winds associated with this, of course, still extremely strong. Looking at just some of the 10 o'clock observation data that came in just a little bit ago with this particular tropical system and with Helene, as it is bringing the intense, and in fact, I'm going to just quote what the Hurricane Center says, because it's not to scare, it's not to exaggerate, it is what it is. And it's the catastrophic winds that are moving into the Big Bend region over the next few hours. And I'll even add this to it. It's the concerning rain that we are going to be monitoring across the area as this system will continue to slide in. We're going to send it back over to you right now, Channing, for another update there.
All right, thank you, Henry. Yeah, the National Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center, not mincing words tonight when they talk about this extreme wind warning and just how dangerous and life-threatening this storm can be. I actually am taking a look at some traffic cameras around our area. On I-10 in Tallahassee at mile marker 196, they've got a label for something like an object in the roadway. When I pulled up the camera, it looks like there's a camper maybe broken down there. I also have some cameras pulled up from the Perry neighborhood. Folks in the back, if you can find those on the Florida 511 website, I would love to show them live, because the cameras are rocking and rolling in the Perry neighborhood right now. The power is still on some of these intersections, so you still have the stoplights, but the trees are swaying in the wind. Our neighborhood reporter, Maya Sargent, who is in Perry right now, preparing to go on the air with the storm as it continues to move into Taylor County in the hours ahead. She just reported the hotel she is staying at actually lost power, so she is working around that situation. I know just weeks ago during Hurricane Debbie, she lost power live on the air. Something else that I've been seeing from reports in the Tallahassee area, if you see a bright flash off in the distance that appears like it's like coming up from the ground, that's very likely a transformer blowing, or what they call a power flash. You usually see those with extreme winds. You usually see them in tornadoes. You can also see them with hurricanes. And with this extreme wind that's moving onshore, the National Weather Service did say to treat the extreme winds of the eye wall of this Category 4 storm as a tornado. So if you're in the path, we're talking about Madison County, Jefferson County, extreme eastern portions of Leon County and Jefferson County, those areas are under that extreme wind warning. The National Weather Service telling people in those areas that over the next few hours, as those winds pick up, you should be moving to an interior room in your home. Think of a bathroom, or think of what is it near the center of your home that you can put as many walls between you and the outside destructive winds that could potentially be blowing in windows or blowing trees into walls. This is a very serious situation. If you've got a helmet that you can put on for the overnight hours, it sounds silly, but it's a safe thing to do. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cass Numeners is back, and he's tracking that eye wall and those extreme winds. Cass, where are they right now, and just how unusual is this for this kind of wind to be moving into the Big Bend?
It's definitely not a frequent occurrence to have this direct impact here in our region. And it's simply because this system was over very warm water for about a day and a half, a little bit more than that. And it was able to consume that energy that's provided by the heat of the water. And the upper level winds were very ideal, not so ideal where we are right now, but it's just because of the structure of the storm being as built and as developed as it is, it's able to overcome that faster upper level wind shear that's across the northern Gulf region. So we definitely have a very hazardous situation that is underway. Now, the eye wall doesn't stay in the same form. It undergoes some redevelopment, a little portion of it I've noticed over the last few minutes kind of being, if you will, broken from the main band here. So there is maybe a little bit of a reformation or a restructuring undergoing. That can sometimes take a little bite out of the overall wind forces that it can bring, but it's still considerably strong no matter how you look at it or no matter what form it is in. So here's the velocity mode, and some of the samples I'm going to show are roughly about 4,000 or 5,000 feet up off the surface. And some of these brighter shades, you may be used to seeing this in tornado tracking, because it's very useful to determine where there's very strong rotation, but it does come in handy even here in hurricane tracking. Now, these are not surface-based winds, but these are samples at about 4,000 feet on the western side, where at that elevation, wind speeds are around 90 to upwards of 120 miles per hour. Again, not reflective of what's happening at the surface, but not too far off the surface. And then on the east side here, some higher altitude winds are in the range of 140, 136. So as hurricane hunters have been flying around the system, they're still investigating, they're still gathering data. That's why those revisions were made, because at their flight level, typically 7,000 feet or so, they were able to see these kinds of wind speeds. And there is that possibility that that can be correlated to what we can get as far as surface level winds. So because it's over the water still, at least at this point, there's not a lot of friction that's going to be slowing it down. So that's the reason why there's that extreme wind warning. And upon that, with the heavy rain that's occurring within this, there's the flash flood warning that's going to be in effect, because there's going to be some pretty hefty rain amounts that are beginning to push into the coastline of Taylor County. And again, really the entire stretch of Taylor County, and then this northern eye wall kind of moves off towards the south, and the rotation of it continues. So you may have you may remember about half an hour ago, just massive amounts of lightning with some redevelopment there that has since kind of faded away. Maybe a little bit of, I don't know, stabilization of the eye wall to where we're not seeing so much of an increase in overall potency with this, at least an increase in its strength. And again, this portion here on the south side doesn't really mean that it's just on a weaker phase. More than likely just an effect of the radar not quite getting through to the overall extent of how closed off that low pressure circulation is. And as well, we have to consider the possibility of maybe some of those upper winds or some of the restructuring, the circulation around the eye wall kind of expanding a little bit. So there's a little concern about a westward wobble. It just seems like a little bit of a reformation, just the curving around of the circulation, not really necessarily the eye that's been shifting off towards the north or the northwest, but simply it's one of those wobbles that we sometimes see. Just the overall strength of this storm, again, doesn't keep the system moving in a very straight line. So that is what we have with the northern periphery of the eye wall beginning to scrape across the coast. This does not mean that landfall is occurring now. It's not happening now. We need to get the central part of the circulation over land, and it looks like that'll be happening perhaps within the next 30 minutes to an hour, if not a little bit before then. But as that rotates in, that's where we're going to see a pickup in the wind speeds, especially around this portion of the eye. And some of that rotation will clip into southern Jefferson County, western, or rather eastern sections of Wakulla County, southeastern Leon County, and it basically lines up with that extreme wind warning that was issued. And that stays in effect for another hour and 45 minutes, as this portion will likely ride up that corridor. So folks in Jefferson County, in Taylor County, in Madison County as well, you're going to have to just stay where you are, almost treating it like Channing said earlier, almost like a tornado situation where you get into your lower level of your room, an interior room, and just hang tight until this thing goes by. And it's going in a progressive manner, about 24 miles per hour. But while it's over your neighborhood within that region, it may seem like an eternity, and that's very unfortunate. But that is what we are going to have to endure across this eastern flank of the Big Bend area, and even some of our eastern suburbs in Tallahassee, especially I'd say around the Chairs, Capitola, W.W. Kelly area, perhaps upwards of Miccosukee as well. Those can be some of the neighborhoods that can get kind of sideswiped by the edge of this eye. And again, it does not mean that you're guaranteed to get 115 mile per hour winds. It just means the possibility of a high-end gust like that is more probable within the range of the eye wall itself. So that can certainly cause some big issues with trees, with structures, and even with personal safety. So it is going to be a rough couple hours in this eastern portion of the Big Bend region around the Osceola River over into the eastern sections, trying to approach sections of Madison County. So that's where we have the highest likelihood for the strongest winds. We've been mentioning how we could see the eye wall coming closer to these areas. That's where the tightest concentration of the strongest winds would be. And we're seeing that beginning to come to fruition as that extra portion of the north side starts to make contact with the coast there. So another little view of some of the velocity modes and some of the elevated wind speeds, definitely still on the higher side here. That has not quite reflected into surface level winds from what I've seen. I did see some observations of wind gusts that were getting in the range of 50 miles per hour at Foley Airport, but there's a high possibility that we could certainly have some wind gusts above that. And I'm just going to step off real quick to see if there is any sort of extra information as far as observation points, because now it can be kind of dicey, especially with the availability of power or connectivity with the network. So right now it still says 52 from Perry Airport off camera here, and that was reported about 20 minutes ago. So it's a little dated, but nonetheless, that's the latest observed points that we've been able to see within the range of the eastern side of the eye wall, closer to the Perry Foley Airport. So we are definitely getting winds that are going to be kicking, and we can have a little more strong winds moving offshore here to the south simply because it's still over the water. So that could be one factor in keeping the winds at least higher, but lower in comparison to the eastern side. So there's still going to be this wraparound on this western side of it where there's still going to be some pretty potent winds. But one thing to consider is that when the eye wall goes over land, there's going to be the friction, there's going to be some decrease in its overall ability to sustain those high-end winds. So considering that, that could have maybe a slight negating effect of keeping those winds on the higher side of the scale as that portion that's over land kind of wraps around. Plus with the overall movement to the north-northeast, again, that's going to kind of concentrate those strongest winds within this eastern portion. So definitely Taylor County, definitely Madison and Jefferson County are the target area for those strongest winds, and we have to just monitor how the wind behavior in the high parts of this region without actual observation points to really get correct references to. So right now it's just a lot of estimation. We're going to have to see just how the wind patterns within that rotate around, considering the friction that we'll start to encounter while it's over land, and how that can maybe influence future wind gusts for inland areas like in Madison County, as well as portions of the far eastern side of Leon County and south to Wakulla County. So those are going to be some areas where we can certainly have some significant wind effects. Breezes are already out there in many portions, and that's going to be something that continues, especially on the tropical storm end of the scale across the tri-state area. We can certainly have an increase in those low-level winds for portions here in the eastern Big Bend. So as that circulation continues to make a push to the north, we're going to get probably a notification, I'd say within the next half hour or so, of the official landfall of this hurricane across the eastern shores of the Big Bend. But while that section of the periphery around the eye continues to lift to the north, that's going to bring in those dangerous wind conditions. Hurricane force winds are certainly possible, and you could have those gusts that are a little closer to that peak level, especially at the immediate coast. So that's going to be, if we do have those 140-mile-per-hour winds that verify, just depending on data analysis, on any sort of observation points, and of course water levels, all that could be considered. But nonetheless, if that is going to occur, it would be within this portion of the region as we get into the landfall of Hurricane Helene within the next half hour, in my opinion. So that's going to be something that will start to bring in stronger winds in general, stronger compared to what we have right now in portions of the state line area and the Osceola River. But nonetheless, your conditions will start to deteriorate. We'll see some stronger north winds coming out of the, I'd say, the Lloyd area over into perhaps even Newport near St. Mark's. Just outside of that zone, you'll still have some hefty winds, especially in the heart of Tallahassee and the western side, but it's going to be mainly east where we can see maybe a little bit of extra concentration of stronger winds, just based on how the overall rotation and the penetration of the eye wall on the western side, how close that can get to some of our more densely populated neighborhoods east of Tallahassee. And that can certainly have an effect on the eventual outcome of any kind of wind-related damage and, of course, any kind of power outages that could result from this. So there's going to be a very rough go for another couple hours, and even beyond that point as you move to the north into the state line region. So this is starting to verify, especially when it comes to our expectations of where we could have some of the strongest winds. The peak wind gust possibility was about in the 95-mile-per-hour range. That still could be a bit on the high side, but it is within reach on that western periphery of the eye wall. So that is something that you should certainly be on guard for. And if you're within that zone of the extreme wind warning for wind gusts that could be upwards of 115, that could certainly be a detrimental effect to any areas within that region here in Jefferson, Madison, and Taylor County. So the conditions in Perry are likely going to be deteriorating pretty quickly if they haven't done so already. So make sure that folks who are within that zone, if you're still considering, don't consider going out, because it's not going to be too long before we start seeing really forceful gusty winds coming into this portion of Taylor County and the Perry area. So if you haven't lost power, make sure things are still plugged in. Make sure you have an ability to keep your data streaming so you can stay connected to us here at ABC 27, and you can continue to get the information as long as your data holds up in this increasingly dangerous situation in Taylor County.
All right, Cass, yeah, you're talking about Perry and the increasingly dangerous situation. I want to get right to this live look of downtown Perry. If we can pull that up here. Yeah, so this is a FDOT traffic camera. This is at US 19 and US 98. Dennis, if we're able to take this full and I can talk under it, that would be awesome. Otherwise, we'll look at it this way. But we've been watching this camera over the last several minutes. The winds have picked up considerably. There we go. And you can see the trees swaying in the wind there as the outer part of that eye wall begins to make its way into Perry. There we go. Another gust shaking the camera there. Look at those traffic light poles swaying in the wind. They're designed to flex that way so they don't snap in the wind. And keep an eye on the horizon too. Over the last few minutes, I've seen flashes over in the distance. It could be lightning in the eye wall of this storm because we know that that's happening. It could also be transformers blowing. It could be power lines snapping in this wind as it begins to pick up. It's really shaking. I mean, take a look at the street there. The sheets of rain just racing down the road there. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these lights went out eventually. The traffic signal's still functioning as if there's traffic there. Of course, nobody on the roads at this hour. You may have heard me earlier say that our neighborhood reporter, Maya Sargent, she is at a hotel in the Perry neighborhood. She's staying there to stay safe, but she just lost power. And that's going to probably be a story for neighborhoods across the Big Bend and even South Georgia eventually, as this powerful wind, this outer eye wall of this storm, inner eye wall, I should say, continues moving north. So it's just remarkable to see that camera still functioning and also just shaking in that wind. We will keep this going. We will keep monitoring this as long as this signal keeps broadcasting so that we can see what it's actually like on the ground as Cass gives us the analysis of that dangerous weather. Live Oak is also in the path of these powerful winds, and Kenya Cardone has been standing by there. She actually went from Steinhatchee through Perry to Live Oak to get away from the storm surge near the coast. Now they're preparing for the high winds. They are in their live drive, making sure that the roads are clear, making sure that the lights are still on. Dennis, is Kenya able to explain to us where she is right now?
Yes, Channing, I am in the Live Oak neighborhood, specifically the downtown Live Oak part, where we saw substantial flooding during Debbie that resulted in total losses. And now we are back, and you can see those orange barriers right there. They are all around this area. And just a few moments ago, we actually saw cones flying by. You can see that tree kind of flailing in the wind. The stop signs have been spinning. We're going to drive you around. I'm in the First to Know storm chaser right now. And so this is downtown Live Oak, business after business, and there are these orange barricades that are kind of blocking off these businesses, but I did get out of the car just to kind of see, and they're like inflatable, and there is water building up behind it, so only time will tell how well these barriers will block flooding from damaging or, you know, devastating this area here. But they definitely did do their best in giving preparations their best shot by putting in these barriers. The street lights around here have been going on and off, but I haven't seen a total power outage just yet. But what I've been seeing is more that wind picking up, that rain picking up, again, inconsistent, kind of getting stronger and then kind of getting weaker at the same time. But for the most part, we're starting to see some movement here, definitely, with a lot of leaves blowing by, a lot of leaves, and the trees are wailing around, the signs are moving, and the water is picking up here in an area that is prone to flooding. It is definitely going to be a concern for this area. We will keep an eye on it. We have seen some cars on the road, and we've been talking about this all throughout the day on air. Please get off the roads, please hunker down, because it is not safe to be out here. These areas are prone to flooding, and if you do get stuck in that, that could be a major problem. So we're going to keep, again, monitoring this. For now, that is the latest from Live Oak. Kenya Cardone.
All right, those flood barriers are just amazing to see. I'm sure a lot of lessons learned from Hurricane Debbie. We are working to show you pictures from other neighborhoods around the Big Bend. While we are working to do that, I want to let you all know in the back that we do have a pretty intense traffic camera in Weather 2, it looks like, Riley. If we want to pull that up, I would love to show you what is going on in Perry. While we're working to bring that up, we are aware of power outages that are beginning to roll in. There we go. This is the live camera at US 19 and 98. This is at Main Street in Perry. Dennis, if we can take this full to give people a really clear picture of just how intense these winds are. Take a look at the camera shaking there, the wind streaking the rain across the lens there. The most powerful part of this storm is just beginning to enter the Perry neighborhood, and we do expect there to be power outages there as these winds continue to increase. Our Capitol reporter Forrest Saunders is standing by near the Tallahassee, or rather Emergency Operations Center for the state of Florida in Tallahassee. Forrest, tell us what you're seeing.
Guys, I don't know if you can hear me right now. That loud noise that you're hearing is not the wind. It's actually the generator here at the EOC. Just about 2 minutes ago, we lost power here at the State Emergency Operations Center. Now, as you can hear, that's a big boy, and it is turning out power enough to power this entire building, which is necessary because you have a continuity of government issue here in Tallahassee without this building. You have got the governor, his staff, various departments all inside, all ready to go for the next 48 hours to basically help the state recover after Helene moves out of the area. Now, one of the other things that's happening right now is we're starting to get the major impacts from this storm. We're starting to feel those really strong winds. The rain is now pretty much ongoing. It is not letting up. It was spitting a little bit earlier, but now we are getting a steady rainfall. And this is about what we expected, but the concern is that this storm is going to only get worse the further inland it goes. There are reports now that we're starting to see it make landfall. Again, the National Hurricane Center doesn't consider it making landfall until the center of the eye gets over land. So we still got a little ways to go. It looks like power was just restored here at the EOC. They were able to get it back on pretty quick. That's good news. But again, we are here in Tallahassee expecting potentially 90 to 100 miles per hour of wind. That is according to some of the weather experts that I've talked to here at the EOC. The western edge of that eye wall could very well hit this town. That would be unprecedented here in Tallahassee. We have not seen anything like it in recorded history. This town has not seen a hurricane that was at a Cat 3. This is a Cat 4. So this is potentially really, really nasty stuff. In fact, you heard from the Tallahassee mayor just a couple of hours ago. He was saying that damage could be really severe. Yesterday, he was saying it was unprecedented and a Cat 3 with a direct hit. We're just going to have to wait this thing out and see what happens. The trees, as you know, big issue here in Tallahassee. That was a heck of a gust right there. That was a heck of a gust. I have never been through a Cat 4 before, so I'm doing my best to stand upright as these winds get stronger and stronger. Remember, we are next to one of the safest buildings in the state of Florida, and if conditions warrant, I'm going to get my butt inside because it is dangerous to be out here. In fact, I'm standing in just the little atrium here outside of the EOC. We wanted to be here because it is so dangerous. So if we have an opportunity to go inside, if things get too dangerous, we are going to definitely do that. But we want to show you what the conditions look like. That's why I'm standing out here. This is not something that you should be doing. We're out here so you don't have to be, so you can still get a sense of what the conditions are like. As I was saying, the trees, big issue here in Tallahassee. Tree canopies all over the place. Here in Southwood specifically, this is a community that was built back in like 2005, 2006. These are fairly modern structures, which is wonderful, but they are surrounded by all of these trees. You also have saturated soil because of all the rain that we've had. Flash flooding is always a possibility. You mix that with heavy winds, and you got some nasty conditions. What we've been hearing from the Emergency Management Director, Kevin Guthrie, is that if you hear cracking or popping, especially if you're in the Tallahassee area, you should treat it like a tornado. You should go into the center part of your house. You should get into a bathtub. You should try and cover yourself with like a heavy blanket, potentially a thin mattress to keep your body safe until that cracking and popping stops. These trees can be devastating. They're big sons of guns out here in Tallahassee. You got to be careful. That is the latest out here at the EOC, but I will tell you here in just a little bit, we expect at 11 o'clock to hear from the governor. That is when Helene is expected to make official landfall in the state of Florida. He's going to update us with the latest information, whether or not there have been any kinds of serious issues, whether or not we've seen any kind of casualties yet. This storm obviously came up along the side, the east coast of Florida, and it caused a lot of damage and some nasty conditions. And so we are going to find out the latest, the extent of that damage. All of that's going to happen at 11 o'clock, so that's definitely something you're going to want to listen to. But in the meantime, be as safe as you can until this storm passes. That's the latest out here at the state EOC.
Forrest, excellent advice, because we're seeing the eye wall making some inland progress through Taylor, southern Jefferson County, and that is also resulting in those power outages that Forrest had mentioned. The power went out at the EOC, the generator kicked in within Leon County. Now about 8,000 customers that have lost power. Those numbers are bound to increase. About 3,500 for Taylor County, getting into the 1,000 range within the Swanee Valley as well. And even across the areas where the winds are not quite as intense, the numbers are beginning to pop higher in the hundreds across portions of the tri-state. So we're going to see these percentages increase. Already about half of the service in Lafayette County has been lost. And again, these are not going to be numbers that go down very quickly. So we'll sample some other locations with a wind gust to downtown Tallahassee from the WeatherStem camera and observation network. 27-mile-per-hour gust at the Challenger Learning Center. At last check on FAMU, 32-mile-per-hour gust from the north. So that's definitely the western side of where we have the circulation. So it's predominantly a north wind that's occurring across most of the Tallahassee metro area. Florida State University, still a mild gust for the time being at 32. But once we start to see closer approach of that eye wall in the western areas, that can certainly change things. And right now in South Georgia, I did get a text from a friend there who said the bands are already kicking up and the winds are gusting. Hey, Hira, we're seeing a little bit of a wind gust, but that sort of trend is going to continue to increase for you in Lowndes County. We don't want to disregard our inland South Georgia friends and neighbors, because yes, you'll have some wind impacts as well. And even in the Swanee County area on I-10, not much traffic going around. That's a good thing, because the winds are gusting at about 47 miles per hour, and they can increase. Coming back to northeast Tallahassee, of course, not much to see at nighttime, but the wind gust there is at 29. So you get the idea that we do have some decent wind gusts even over Ocklawahnee Bay. Those cameras still streaming. Winds have been gusting around 48 to near 50 miles per hour, and the rain just pelting the lens. But it's a good thing that, again, we still have some power service and internet connectivity there to get those cameras fed into the system and showing you what's going on, so you don't have to step outside. But again, hazardous weather with that eye wall moving in. That's why the extreme wind warning was put into effect, because of that possibility where you can have those winds either sustained or in gusts that can go above 115 miles per hour. So that is a common precaution, if you will, because of the landfall, the impending landfall of a Category 4 hurricane. It, again, like with the hurricane warning, it does not mean every place within that zone gets 115-mile-per-hour winds. It's just more likely to happen within that range where the eye is set to move onshore. So sampling of current sustained winds at last check was about 40 miles per hour in Perry, with a gust upwards of 63, and those numbers are bound to climb higher because of where we're seeing the approach of that eye wall. And again, it kind of restructures, kind of moving around, but nonetheless, that is the banding effect that we have that is going to continue to increase those winds within Taylor County all up and down the Highway 19 and 98 corridor. Also, gustier winds are being encountered again on the southeast side of Leon County. A little bit of a breakaway from the actual eye wall, but again, that's going to be some of the action that promotes the stronger winds that can be experienced as the eye continues to make its push over the coast within the next half hour. So I'd say likely by 11 o'clock, we could certainly have that landfall designation being made, although the center of the low is still offshore. We're getting in on the banding where the most intense winds will be. So again, it's that 25, 30 mile buffer Now, I've mentioned in days previously that we can still have the zone of concentrated winds that can gust upwards of hurricane force and be sustained well into the tropical storm range and can last for an hour or two. So that's what we're seeing, and this is what's going to continue to make move along and east of Highway 319. So there's going to be more of this effect, maybe certainly at a lesser extent than a peak wind gust of 140 or a Category 4 wind gust that would be more probable for the immediate coast. But with those heftier winds, even below that level, that's certainly going to cause more issues within the 319 region and especially to the east. So be prepared for that kind of action. It's now about 10:30. And this wind warning continues until midnight. So that kind of gives you a rough estimate as far as how long this will take in that particular region to get this action to move to the north. And even on the south side, there's going to be a little less of the actual wind speeds, but it'll be in a reverse sort of direction coming in from the northwest to west. But that will still likely move through these very same areas. So it is going to be a rough couple of hours to go through, particularly from the capital city to the east over into the Swanee River area, and then that corridor will be extended northward by a certain degree into South Georgia. So be ready for some gustier winds for a while in Thomasville, in Quitman, where this eye wall will be moving through your area within the next couple of hours. In the Azalea City, those gusts of wind will continue to increase as well, and they can also become near hurricane force, although this will be over land, and we'll see kind of a broadening out of the overall wind field, which some of that may already have been occurring within this portion. But nonetheless, once we're going over land, we'll see a gradual decrease in the overall wind intensity, but only a gradual decrease. This could still be certainly a hurricane that goes over land for several hours, going well into South Georgia and Middle Georgia, where some hurricane warnings extend that far inland. So that's the kind of effect that this storm will have. Those gustier winds will be an issue going way beyond the coast. But right now it's our issue. Our neighborhoods are experiencing some rough weather in portions of the eastern and coastal Big Bend region. We are going to continue to monitor this progress because it will impact more areas and more people will start to feel the very strong wind effects that this storm is providing us.
All right, thank you, Cass. As we continue to watch that eye wall move into Perry, I wanted to just update you. Those traffic cameras that we showed you just a few minutes ago, they show that the power is out there. We'll work to bring those cameras to you. For now, though, we want to take it to Kenzie Krieger. She is our neighborhood reporter in Crawfordville, where the wind and the rain are moving in. Kenzie, what are you seeing?
You guys, it is really getting crazy here. This is not something to play around with. The rain and the wind has really picked up. You can see all that rain coming in. It's just blowing so fast. The rain is all over the place. We actually just saw a sign that went down outside of our hotel here in Crawfordville. It looks like the trees hit it and then the sign fell down on the ground, crashing. The power actually, oh, the power just went out. We're out of power right now. It's been flickering back and forth. Yep, we're out of power. Yeah, nobody can see it. It's pitch black here. There's people standing outside the door. Oh, we just got power again. Yeah, so we see that sign over there. It just fell down completely. It was up there before. You can see the top of it. It cracked and then the bottom fell. But yeah, conditions have gotten really crazy so far. We just saw this pick up within the last couple of minutes. So we're just hoping that power will stay on here. A lot of people are crowding, just waiting and looking out and seeing what's going on. We just see a ton of rain coming down, and like I said, I can see the wind howling. But we will keep you updated. I'm going to send things back to the studio.
All right, thank you, Kenzie. Incredible to just see the power going out and coming back on. Dennis, I want to pull up Weather 2 to show that traffic camera on Perry again, if we could, because the power is out in Perry. Take a look. It's in black and white now because it's using that infrared to show you the picture. If we can take this full to get a better idea of just how strong the winds are, look at the sign shaking. The lines there swinging from the poles. the wind just streaking that water across the camera. I've been watching this camera. We've seen the power flashes off in the distance. And so I'm sure we're going to see more scenes like we just saw with Kenzie in Crawfordville. We're going to see more neighborhoods like what Perry is going through, with the power going out, the wind picking up, debris flying through the air. Like we heard Kenzie say, that sign got knocked over. We heard Kenya Cardone in Live Oak talk about cones getting knocked over. This is moving north, and so you need to take your preparation seriously. You need to find a safe space, because these powerful winds with this extreme wind warning, they're going to continue moving inland. They are just at the shore now. We still have hours ahead of this because this is still a major hurricane with potentially life-threatening winds that could be really moving into your neighborhood over the next few hours. So we'll continue monitoring this power outage situation. I want to just take a quick look here live at the situation with FDOT. The roads, thank goodness, are relatively clear. We're not seeing any reports of crashes in the ABC 27 News viewing area. The interstates appear to be clear, so people are staying off of the roads, which is the safe thing to do as this extreme wind moves in. I mean, you remember during Idalia, we were live on the air as trees were crashing down onto the interstate. They had to shut down I-10. I-75 is probably going to be impacted by this storm as well, as those powerful storms and those powerful winds move to the north. I want to check quickly on Tallahassee power outages right now. I'm just looking now. All right, so we are over 10,000 customers affected in the city of Tallahassee alone. I'm seeing icons for power outages in every neighborhood in Tallahassee, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. And so power outages are becoming an increasing concern when it comes to the city of Tallahassee. I mean, take a look at this map. This is through our First to Know weather system. Leon County has 8,000 outages. That is likely to go up as these updates continue to come in. Perry showing Taylor County showing 5,000 outages. Our Maya Sargent is in Perry, where she verified the power is out at her hotel. But then take a look into South Georgia. Lowndes County, you've got 400 outages at this hour. Decatur County, Grady County, we're starting to see the counties there light up with outages as well. But you can see where the strongest winds and those powerful bands are moving in with the yellow counties and the green counties. We expect to see those numbers increase. We saw them go up with Debbie. We saw them go up with Idalia. This storm stronger than both of those storms as it moves in. So we do expect a lot of damage to the power grid as those trees come crashing down. And just a reminder, I've said it multiple times already, I can't say it enough. If you have a portable generator that uses gas to power it, make sure that it is outside of your home when you fire it up to go through these power outages. You don't want it in your garage. You don't want it next to a window. It needs to be 20, 30 feet away from any opening so those fumes that could be deadly don't get into your home. So please be careful if you are using a generator tonight. First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse continues to track the eye wall of Hurricane Helene as it moves north. This dangerous storm putting our neighborhoods at risk now, Cass. Where's the worst of the wind right now?
I was checking some of the real-time observations coming in from Madison County. Recent wind gusts from a weather stem network there, 59 miles per hour. Also some higher wind gusts in Perry at the airport, 66 at last check. So these are going up, and with the eye wall that's upon the Perry vicinity right now, so seeing those kind of winds is not surprising, and seeing that the power is being lost also is not surprising. However, it is somewhat encouraging until we get more data coming in and more observations before perhaps some sources there are lost. It is somewhat encouraging that so far we have not gotten those very high winds. And that's not to say that they won't happen. I do certainly believe that we can have some of those more sustained winds, particularly on the backside here, moving into Steinhatchee. And in fact, I think there is an observation point there in Steinhatchee. I'm just going to step off and see if I can access that point. I know there was earlier an observation point there. Right now, it's not reporting a wind speed right now, but it did have a maximum gust of 83 miles per hour from the weather stem mobile unit that was there. So again, more verification coming in that this storm is not kidding around, and it's not playing around with us here in the eastern and central Big Bend. So those wind gusts are certainly kicking, and they'll continue to do so. That 83-mile-per-hour gust from Steinhatchee, based on preliminary data. Look at the timestamp to see when that occurred, but most likely in the recent last half hour or so, with, again, that eye wall section on the eastern side going on top of Steinhatchee, right now rotating over Perry, likely affecting areas like near Wassissa, a little south of Osceola, but it'll be getting to you pretty soon, and then this portion of it wrapping around through St. Mark. So that is the area where we have that higher wind that can be connected to that extreme wind warning, but so far, at least when it comes to observations that have come in, it's been at a peak of about 80 miles per hour, 83 to be precise, and we'll just need to see how more information comes in from this zone, and especially how it can perhaps affect the wind gusts here within the metro. There has been a little breakaway from the northwest side of the band, and that has maybe enhanced some of the wind gusts, and that could have contributed to some of the power outages that we're starting to see across Leon County. Also, portions of Wakulla County, this will be more of a north to south movement of the wind, but it can certainly be accelerated in those gusts when a portion of this band kind of separates from the main wall. So again, we'll start to have the encountering of friction over land, and the air moving through trees and around structures and whatnot. That can certainly disrupt the structure of the eye wall itself and maybe cause a little bit of decay, especially on the western side, which may reduce by a few notches just how intense those winds can be within this region. But still anticipate a time where some of those gustier trends will certainly traverse some of the territory here around eastern Wakulla County and southern portions of Leon County. I'm going to experiment a little bit with the velocity mode here. And again, this is not necessarily indicative of surface level winds, but the flash flood warning is certainly in place, and that's something that we have to consider as well. But trying to get a sampling of some of those numbers here with the velocity, that is something that gives us a little extra insight into how some of those winds are behaving. There are some observation points there, and there's still some elevated winds that are pretty hefty going offshore here. These are not surface level winds, but it is an indication a few thousand feet up that there's still healthy wind flow. And in fact, the new data coming in still showing some elevated winds 3,000–4,000 feet up that are still in the neighborhood of 82 to 100 miles per hour, and probably something very similar here on the eastern side. So winds aloft about 92 in portions of Madison County, winds aloft around 122 in Taylor County. So it gives you an idea of just how healthy it is when it comes to the wind flow at a certain elevation, and how that can influence the winds that occur at ground level within this region. So that's the type of hazard that we are facing here, where some of those winds can certainly be strong and sustained at a high-end tropical storm force, but those occasional gusts, and even maybe right around the core, where we can see those more hefty, sustained, even hurricane force winds. And again, having the actual data to verify this is very helpful. So we're going to continue to access that either on screen or off, like I am right now, just to get some verification of some of those winds. A site in Mayo reporting a 68-mile-per-hour wind gust a little bit west of town. That's, I believe, another WeatherStem network there. Actually, it's from the UF-IFAS Fawn network from the observation point there. So we're getting in the information that we are seeing these winds actually getting to those concerning levels. Not quite to 115, but the trend is there, and Mayo kind of on the edge of the eye wall, if you will. But having that observation on the west side of town of 68, when the eye wall itself is just beginning to infringe upon the town of Mayo. Beautiful town there. Loved eating at that restaurant there by the motel. But that's going to be one point where we certainly will have that ongoing increase of strong southeasterly winds that will affect folks who live in Lafayette County. And as mentioned, power was already lost to at least half of the customers. And with the edge of this eye wall moving over the Cooks Hammock area and the Highway 51 corridor, very likely that more power will be lost across that region. That is the gap of course, that is the eye, and when half of this moves over land, that's when the landfall will be designated. And it's a sure bet that it's going to be perhaps around the Keaton Beach area. We'll see exactly what kind of latitude, longitude they give the National Hurricane Center, and that will verify when the landfall comes in. We're coming up on the 11 o'clock hour, about 7 minutes away. We may not be at that precise landfall point, but it will be happening pretty soon, no doubt about that. And with the winds whirling around like they are, that's going to make the next hour or so pretty rough for portions of the eastern Big Bend, like what we've been saying, as well as around the metro Tallahassee area. So just hang tight if you are within this zone. It has kind of lost some of its intensity compared to when it was over the water. So again, as it's going over land, it starts to decay a little bit, and that could maybe reduce the overall extremity of the wind potential, not eliminating it, but it can reduce it somewhat compared to when we were seeing those high-level wind speeds at an elevation of about 6,000 feet earlier. Some of that information is what was considered in raising the intensity level of the storm, raising it to a Category 4. Now, will those winds be verified here at the surface? Just we'll have to see what kind of observations we get from here on out. But again, 68, 83, we're definitely getting in that high-end range, and hurricane force gusts have been reported already. So that's certainly a good indication that this storm is definitely packing the punch it's expected to, but we'll definitely see if any kind of observations around 120, 140 actually come to pass. But just be aware that as it moves inland, we will have those strong north winds around the capital city. We'll have strong south and southeast winds here in the eastern side of the Big Bend. And as we see this activity moving beyond the state line into South Georgia, a zone I'd say from maybe Cairo, Thomasville, arcing over to about Statenville, those will be some of the areas that will encounter inland gusty winds.
All right, thank you, Cass. I can hear the rain falling on our studio right now. I just want to update you on the storm surge situation. The official river gauge from the National Weather Service in Cedar Key, which is just outside our viewing area, shows the water has now climbed to 6.68 feet. Cedar Key is at major flood stage right now. The record is 6.8 feet. So the water is rising very rapidly in Cedar Key. We are still waiting to see if it's going to come up as rapidly in the Steinhatchee area. We'll let you know as soon as that happens. Our neighborhood reporter Terry Gilliam has been checking in with shelters and people who are finding a safe place to stay during this storm as these winds pick up. We want to check in with him now. He's in Tallahassee. Terry, where are you and what are you seeing?
Yeah, Channing, I'm still standing right outside at Lincoln High School, one of the 7 shelters in Leon County. You're probably wondering what's going on behind me. EMS was here tending to a woman inside the shelter, but she seems to be fine. I couldn't get any more information about that because it's not storm related or anything like that. But I can tell you there is about 221 people inside the shelter and also combined inside the gymnasium as well because they overflowed in the cafeteria area. There were about 20 people outside waiting to see the storm roll in, and I think staff from Lincoln High School decided that it's best for all of them to go inside, so they made sure everybody cleared out this entryway. Right now, only thing that's really going on right now is that the wind is picking up heavier than what it was when I got here. But I can tell you that everybody inside they're having a good time. When I say having a good time, I mean they're just spending time with each other. And I was able to talk to a few neighbors. They're a little on edge, but they are safe inside. Channing?
All right, Terry, thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that people are taking shelter. It's great to hear that the school district is opening up those doors and doing what they can to help neighbors in need. While we stand by here for our next report, I do want to ask Dennis if we can pull up Weather 2. I want to show you the live camera from Alligator Point. There we go. You can see the wind. It's frozen. There we go. It's kind of comes and goes, the intense wind impacting the signal there. That is rain being just thrown at the camera. It looks like you're flying through space and those are comets flying past, but that is rain. And you can kind of make out the palm trees there along the coast as the outer bands of Hurricane Helene impact parts of Franklin County. Look at the upper right-hand corner of your screen. That's showing a north wind of looks like 50 miles per hour. And the wind's definitely picking up along the coast. We just saw a power outage happen in Crawfordville. We saw power outages in Perry. The power outages are adding up across our viewing area. The latest check in the city of Tallahassee shows 10,600 customers without power. Right now, I know parts of the All Saints neighborhood just lost power as well. We're hearing from viewers. So if you have reports and can let us know through our Facebook page or emailing our newsroom, we would love to hear what's happening in your neighborhood. So we'll continue monitoring that situation. I want to check on a few other places here while I have this pulled up here. All right, so earlier I told you that there were no issues on I-10. Now I'm seeing issues. So Florida Highway Patrol, they just added a few things. I just want to kind of go through this with you as I'm looking at it in real time. They do show that there is debris on the roadway. It's a tree down in the roadway on I-10. This is on I-10 westbound, mile marker 238. That's in the Greenville area. And they also talk about debris, a tree blocking the right lane and the ramp to the rest area in the Monticello area. So trees are coming down on I-10, as we said that they might happen as this extreme weather moves north. You are looking live in that other box there on the right-hand corner of your screen. The wind and the rain in the Live Oak area. Our neighborhood reporter Kenya Cardone is in the first to know live drive, checking out the conditions. Dennis, if we can hear from Kenya what she's seeing, I would love to just get a report from her. Okay, so we can't actually hear from Kenya, but if we can take this live shot full, I'd love to just give folks a better idea of what exactly they're seeing. So we know Kenya was in the Live Oak area. We know that she was traversing Suwannee County. There we go. And you can see what appears to be a piece of a roof that's actually blown off of that building there in the downtown Live Oak area. Look at that extreme wind picking up the leaves and the wind, and that roof is just flapping like a whip in the breeze, or the wind, I should say. There's a limb that's being blown across the roadway. This is incredible to see, this live shot. This is why we say in a hurricane, you need to be inside. You need to be in something that can protect you from the projectiles that can be picked up and thrown around. She is in a vehicle. I hope that now. Get those batteries charged while you still can, because the chances are the storm is going to knock out power to you, just like it already has. I'm refreshing the Tallahassee power outage map here, and a dramatic increase. More than 15,000 customers now impacted in the city of Tallahassee alone. Just a few minutes ago, it was 10,000. So even though the city of Tallahassee is not taking that direct hit from the eye wall of the storm, we are close enough that those winds are able to knock out power, bringing down those beautiful canopy trees, knocking down limbs, blowing transformers. Really a serious situation, getting worse as the center of this major hurricane continues moving north through the Big Bend. I do want to check on Florida Highway Patrol again. So now they're reporting a crash on I-10 westbound. This is at mile marker 216 near Monticello. Fortunately, no lanes are blocked, but I mean, at this hour, it's after 11 o'clock at night, and really, we don't want to see anybody out on the roads. That's really the only crash that I'm seeing in our viewing area. We have a few flooded roads to report. FHP is reporting a structure fire in Apalachicola. So when the power blows and when things get wild outside, things can go sideways, fuses can blow, and things can happen. So the scary thing is, or the concerning thing is, that first responders cannot respond to these kinds of emergencies when the winds get above a certain level. So, Dennis, I can hear you. If you want to direct me on where we're going to go next, I'll happily follow as this situation continues to unfold. Okay, we're going to go to First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse. He's got an updated look at where this powerful eye wall is. Cass, these power outages are just going to continue to add up, I'm afraid.
They really are, and I had the power outage map up earlier, seeing the sampling of some of the power outages. That was before I noticed a tornado warning, but it's in the far eastern side of Hamilton County. It's more of a peripheral effect of a feeder band that's moving to the north. So that's kind of just out of our range of our viewing area, but it is a noteworthy item that we certainly still have the overall possibilities of those quick tropical spin-up tornadoes. A tornado watch actually has been extended in this region until 6 o'clock in the morning. So there's still going to be that hazard to contend with as well going into that time frame. And quite honestly, you know, I live here. I live here in Tallahassee. I'm concerned about my home, trying to check some of the security cameras. It is nice to see that there's still power at my house and things are still intact. So hopefully you are in a similar situation where you have, despite what's going on across our area, you have at least some of those necessities that are still at your fingertips and you can still access. But I do suspect as some of those winds start picking up, there's going to be at least a few more of those areas encountering power outages. And it's just a matter of time before we hear about the official landfall, because we do have the eye. Half of it, just about half of it, is over the coastline of Taylor County. So it's really just maybe a matter of minutes before it becomes official. But nonetheless, now that we have the structure of the hurricane over land, I am less concerned, still concerned, but a little less concerned about the extreme amount of the peak wind gusts that we could experience from this. Still, not to discount that flight level winds were encountered in the 140 range, and that can certainly translate into what we can experience at ground level. There's definitely been those peak wind gusts. We saw one earlier at Dowling Park from the weather stem observation point there of 76 miles per hour. Recent wind gusts have been in a similar range in the 60s, 70s across this expanse here from Interstate 10, Madison County, south into Lafayette County. So the wind is definitely verifying, and that's resulting in those power outages. We're also going to see those across our coastal areas where the offshore winds have been gusting upwards of 50 to 60 at last check from what I saw at St. Mark's and thereabouts. So we're still having these impactful winds, and they're still going to create issues across our area, especially since now we're getting that little trickle of information from official sources about how trees have been toppled over in some areas. And of course, it's not just the one or two that we have relayed to you. I'm sure there are others out there that have just not gotten around as far as getting the reports in. But that's going to be a more common theme, especially in this region of the eastern Big Bend, and some of those gustier winds will continue to outflow from this in what is likely a core of the hurricane that will start to be in a decaying mode. It will start to decrease in its overall ability to produce those high-level winds. It's a gradual process, but it will be a process that will be underway. But it still doesn't mean that areas north of this band will get off without any kind of effects when it comes to wind. So those gusts around Dowling Park to Madison, they may continue for a little bit. You'll start to have those winds picking up along the 84 corridor in South Georgia. In the tri-state area, some of the breakaway little bursts of rain and wind will continue to give some wind gust potential to areas like Midway, over towards Quincy, into Bainbridge. That's where we certainly have at least those lower end chances for impactful winds that can certainly have an effect on power, on trees, and especially in areas where we have had that saturated ground. It may not take much, especially if you're considering steady winds, 40, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour, and then you get a quick gust. That can certainly have an effect on weakened root structures in trees, or if they're just on saturated ground. So that can certainly worsen the possibilities or increase the possibilities of having those effects in these types of winds. So definitely keep that in mind as you're going through the night in areas near and north of this boundary, where we will still have this broadening effect of the overall eye wall structure. Not meaning that the whole thing is going to be continuing to strengthen, it's not, but the expanse of it, the broad nature of it will start to stretch out, and that will carry those gustier winds north of the state line. So be aware of that for the next couple of hours here within the 221 corridor over towards 84, as well as along the route of Highway 129. So this is not something that's just going to diminish. It'll take some time to work its way all the way through as we're going beyond the 11 o'clock hour now, but it is making that steady progress. And again, on the outer edge here, there's that possibility of a couple little spin-up tornadoes that we may have to monitor maybe if something still holds together in places like Clinch and Eccles counties. Those could be a couple zones where you can have maybe a little bit of an enhancement in the winds, not because of the eye wall necessarily, although I think the leftovers of that will likely have a little effect coming up into those Alapa River communities, Statenville, Fruitland, Homerville. Some of those areas will certainly have the effects of gustier winds when this comes your way, but also you have to consider the possibility of those quick spin-up tornadoes. That one near Lake City is going to keep moving to the north. Not going to have that concern for spin-up tornadoes on the western side here. It's not a common effect in a landfalling hurricane situation, but still keep in mind that for another hour or so, even within the Tallahassee metro, you're going to have those occasional bursts of wind gusts and likely getting more power being lost across that area. So as this system continues to move to the northeast at about 24 miles per hour, it'll still cause quite a bit of rain activity, and that's something that can't be disregarded either. Flash flood warning is in effect for a broad portion of the central and eastern Big Bend. That's until 3:15. So I'm curious as far as how much rain may have already fallen given what we have right now and what kind of rainfall totals that we may have from this. So taking about the last 6 hours, especially within this region here, without actually looking at the overall rain gauges and seeing some of the wind-blown rain that's occurring in the Live Oak area, or we're not seeing so much in the way of heavy rain, but there's definitely the accumulating rain that's been adding up to a couple of inches already here within that overall eye wall band. So about 2 to 3 inch totals, and that's certainly a possibility that can trigger some local flooding within that area. But there has also been the heavy rain that will start to move into the Live Oak area, which we have seen from our First to Know storm tracker. So we definitely have that combination of gustier winds, high rain rates, high accumulations, and that's making things quite problematic for a lot of folks within our eastern communities and central zones here within the Big Bend. So we'll have to continue to monitor that rain rate, especially in those waterlogged areas. You remember from Debbie, where we had upwards of 15 inches of rain in some cases. This will not be a repeat of that because, again, this is moving pretty swiftly. It's causing a lot of rain, and again, those accumulations to give us about 2 to 3 inches, which may be a little better visibility in this perspective perspective, but there's definitely that zone where the rain is adding up, and that can certainly keep a flood risk in place up until later on in the early morning hours. So keep that in mind. And another reason not to venture out in all this mess because of the multiple hazards that come along with a landfalling hurricane. Not just the wind, although that is a big concern and has been a major concern of a lot of people over the last few days. So far, it seems like we're seeing some reasonable effects from a landfalling hurricane. Riley?
Mention as of 11:07 p.m., there is now an extreme wind warning for Lowndes, Thomas, and Brooks County
Okay.
until 2 a.m.
Okay, so the extreme wind warning that was in effect across the eastern side of the Big Bend. There's going to be another one that's going to be in South Georgia until what time again, Riley? Until 2 a.m. So we'll update on the map as far as that extreme wind warning for some South Georgia communities. But now we have Governor DeSantis, who is giving an update on the storm's progress.
Moving northeast at 24 mile per hour. Hurricane force winds are extending up to 60 miles from the center of the storm, and tropical storm force winds are extending 300 miles from the center of the storm. I'm joined here, of course, by Kevin Guthrie, the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, as well as Dave Kerner, Executive Director of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway. Car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now's not the time to be going out. Not only are we seeing it hit landfall here in northern Florida, you're still seeing surge and water rising in parts of Florida far south from the Big Bend area. So you look at southwest Florida, you look at the Tampa Bay area, you're seeing really significant amounts of surge. There's going to be streets that are flooded and will continue to flood all up and down the west coast of Florida. So it's hazardous conditions right now, and please, do not be going outside until things settle down. We know that travel on the roads can be hazardous, and we typically, unfortunately, will have fatalities in every storm from that. When you are out on the roads in the middle of one of these storms, that is very, very dangerous. So please do not do that. Stay put. Also, if you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down, but you have these 140 mile an hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west of Taylor County, and that's going to cause trees to fall down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there. We have many major bridges that have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed, and they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have FDOT, they're standing by. As soon as it's safe, they're going to go in there, do the inspections, and get those bridges open again. You may, if you're here in North Florida, you may have a period of calm when you are in the eye of the storm. Just understand that storm is not done, and it's very, very hazardous to go out for there, especially with how fast this storm is moving. You're going to be putting yourself in jeopardy if you try to go out in the middle of the eye wall of the storm. We are going to see down power lines. Those are very hazardous as well. Please do not mess with any down power lines in and around your home or anywhere you may come in contact with them. Also, be very careful about standing water. People get up in the morning when it's light out. There's going to be standing water in a lot of parts of this state. Don't go trudging through that. There's going to be a lot of hazards that could be in there, and please be mindful of that. The storm is going to pass And when it does pass, you're going to have still going to be dark outside. Do not go out in the pitch black trying to navigate any debris or anything. That's just not going to be the safe thing to do. Wait till you get light and you can take stock of what's going on in your property and govern accordingly from there. When you're using ladders, please be safe with that. We do have fatalities involving people climbing on ladders, trying to get to their roofs and falling, and that happens almost every storm. Please just be very careful with that. And also, of course, there's going to be an enormous amount of debris in various places, and you could have down power lines, you could have dangerous objects. Just be very careful when you're around the debris. Also, be careful about using a generator. Do not use a generator inside your house. There have been power outages. There's going to be more power outages. You can use a generator, but make sure you're running it outside your home. Keep it away from windows and keep it away from the doors. We have not had fatalities in the more recent storms with misuse of generators, but that has happened in the past, and this is something that's very much avoidable. So the state is ready as soon as this storm passes and it's safe to do so. To commence search and rescue operations. We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed. We're also going to be ready for road clearing. There is going to be debris on the roads. We want to get these roads open. We want to make sure that people can travel safely. And so our Florida Department of Transportation is standing by for cut and toss operations, and those will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. They're also going to go in and inspect the bridges so we can ensure they're safe and can be reopened. They have 40 large pumps to be able to pump water out of areas that have flooded, as well as almost 700 generators. And then, of course, another mission is going to be power restoration. We have tens of thousands of linemen that are standing by. I think people have seen some of the pictures that we've seen from TECO, from Duke Energy, from FP&L, and they are going to be on scene probably as soon as it's light outside in the morning. And so you'll have all day Friday, a full day worth of power restoration. I think they're going to get a lot done. Obviously, we're going to have to navigate this debris, and hopefully they're going to be able to have easy access to these power lines. But this is a priority to be able to get the power restored as quickly as possible. And then we're also standing by to help with disaster supplies for people that need them. We have meals ready to eat, of course, the water mission, bottled water, Starlink internet devices, fuel for folks who may need fuel. So that all is standing by and ready to be done. And there'll be a lot more that is going to be done as circumstances warrant. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance after the storm, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Now, this is not for emergencies. If you are in a situation where it's emergency, you make the normal emergency calls. This is for non-emergency assistance involving the aftermath of the storm, and we urge you to call that number if you need help. So we are here. We're going to face the storm in Tallahassee. I think we're on the west side of the storm, but I think the winds are actually going to be very, very significant. And even though the eye of the storm has entered into Taylor County, you are absolutely going to see major, major gusts in Jefferson County, in Wakulla County, in Leon County. That's going to happen. So we'll be here at the EOC through that process. And then when it's safe to kind of be liberated from here, we're going to be out and about surveying the damage and coordinating the response. With that, I will bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Helene is, as the governor mentioned, is currently making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. Please shelter in place, as the governor has said. Stay indoors. Again, I like his analogy of treat this like a tornado right now. Again, those individuals along Deckle Beach, maybe even as close to Steinhatchee, your probably seeing very, very clear skies right now. That's because you're in the eye of the hurricane. If you can hear us and you have power, please do not go outside. That eye wall is going to close on the back side momentarily, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes as it continues to make landfall. So please stay indoors. Roads are dangerous due to the flooding, debris, potential down lines. Do not risk it. We have numerous roads that FHP and DOT are responding to now that are underwater, and we do not want anybody to drive through that. So please, again, turn around, do not drown. You never know what's underneath that roadway. If you are hearing trees snapping in your area, take immediate shelter, go to an interior room away from windows and doors, most likely an interior bathroom. Close the doors and get as low as you possibly can. If you lose power and use the generator, do safely and never indoors, as the governor's already indicated. Once the storm passes, listen to your local authorities for updates. There may be situations where it's not safe for you to return back to your home. You can call ahead, you can talk to your local sheriff's office, your local police department, and see if they have anything that may be dangerous to where your area cannot actually be accessed. There's nothing more frustrating than coming back into an area after a disaster and you can't actually make it to your home. So call ahead and see if the area is accessible before you spend all the time in traffic trying to get back to your residence. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. Make sure you report the damage to local authorities. If you have damage, make sure you're calling your local emergency management agency or local 911 center. Please do not mess with power lines that are wrapped up in trees. If you do need assistance, as the governor has said, you can call the state assistance information line, 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have talked about this in just about every press conference we've done, but do not do dangerous things after the disaster. If you need help, we will send you help. If you need help, your local county emergency management agency will send you the help. We have folks like Team Rubicon, the Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the Methodist, the Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, United Way. All of these agencies will come and help you take the debris off your house. They will help you take the debris out of your yard. They will get on ladders themselves with people that are trained to do so. And that is free of charge. Don't take the risk. Use the free assistance. You can always follow us at floridadisaster.org/updates for latest information, or you can follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and on Facebook at FDEM and for real-time updates. And again, thank you very much, Governor.
So this is a big storm. It's a powerful Category 4 storm, but it's also just very large, and it's going to have impacts are being felt, have been felt, and will continue to be felt far and wide. And so when Floridians wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to a state where very likely there's been additional loss of life, and certainly there's going to be loss of property. You're going to have people that are going to lose their homes because of this storm. And so please keep those folks in mind, keep them in your prayers. We've got a lot of folks here that have been lined up, ready, mobilized for days now, ready to go and provide support. Kevin listed some of the nonprofit groups that are going to be here. Of course, the local officials and the local emergency response folks, first responders, they're going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of assistance that's going to be brought to bear. But the reality is, a storm of this magnitude, it leaves a lot of damage in its wake. And so I don't think we're necessarily getting the full pictures of it right now, just because so much of the impact has been in the nighttime and will continue through the wee hours of the morning. But I think when we get the sunlight back up and people are able to go out and take stock, you're going to see some serious damage. So it's not anything that we can't handle as a state. We're very good at being gritting through this stuff, and we know that's just part of life when you live in a tropical climate. But it is going to be difficult for an awful lot of people. So everyone that's been involved, thank you. Everyone out there offering your thoughts and prayers, thank you as well. Okay, any questions? Yes.
What's your reaction seeing that the storm hit Taylor County after we've had Adalia and Debbie also hit Taylor County?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, I think Kevin and I were talking. I think their EM director resigned going in when they saw this storm could come to the big, because like it's going to do 3 storms in a little over a year. What is it, 13, 14 months basically? And this one is, I think, hit landfall stronger than Adalia did. And Adalia was a major hurricane. Debbie was not as strong, but Debbie left a lot of water in its wake. And so you have relatively under-resourced community that is having to do that. Now, we're going to be there. We're going to be helping. But it isn't easy when you work hard to recover from Adalia, then you get Debbie, and it's like, oh, man. And then you get another big one come right on top of you. So it's not going to be easy, but we'll be there. We'll get through it.
I know you mentioned the one fatality. Is that the only one that you know of right now?
It's the only one that we know of.
All right, so you've been listening to Governor Ron DeSantis and state emergency management officials updating us on the state of Hurricane Helene, which just made landfall in the Big Bend coast as a major hurricane. I do want to let you know that in the city of Tallahassee alone, there are now more than 22,000 people without power.
Us these hefty gusts of wind, unlike what some of us have seen in recent times. And that kind of trend is very possible to be experienced in other portions of our region, especially in Madison County. Hang tight, Madison County, because that section of the eye is coming into your area. It's moving through Greenville and then crossing Interstate 10. So we can have very similar effects in terms of those very strong bursts of wind and just a sustained trend of high-end tropical storm force winds. That can also rotate around here in portions of the Osceola River area of Jefferson County. So if you're near Osceola, south towards the Wassissa area, Fanlou, some of those communities and neighborhoods along 59, those are going to be some heavily hit areas with that rotation and that burst of wind that the eye wall is carrying across this region. Some of that is scraping into sections of easternmost Wakulla County. I haven't seen any hurricane force winds coming out of that region yet from observation points, but there is that possibility still in existence, and we do have to monitor those areas near and east of Highway 319 here in eastern Leon County for any similar wind gusts. The highest I've seen so far is in about the 40 to 50-ish range. I think at the top of FSU, the National Weather Service building there on the Love Building on campus, about 56-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that can be certainly common, but we can see maybe some enhanced gusts connected to this band, which is still kind of lingering a bit just right along the Jefferson-Leon County line. So be aware of the possibility, and that's still within the scope of the original extreme wind warning. A new one had been issued for Thomas, Brooks, and Lowndes County. So that is next in line for some of those higher end gusts that can be experienced between midnight, or say between now and about 2:30, as that continues to push to the north into southern Georgia. So from Thomasville, the Grady County is not included in that extreme wind warning, but as this stretches out even more, we can see some gusty winds that can move into Grady County. But I think the main focus for those strongest gusts will be concentrated between the Thomasville area and the Valdosta vicinity. I'd even stretch it towards Statenville, although that is not included in the extreme wind warning. These hefty gusts of wind, unlike what some of us have seen in recent times. And that kind of trend is very possible to be experienced in other portions of our region, especially in Madison County. Hang tight, Madison County, because that section of the eye is coming into your area. It's moving through Greenville and then crossing Interstate 10. So we can have very similar effects in terms of those very strong bursts of wind and just a sustained trend of high-end tropical storm force winds. That can also rotate around here in portions of the Osceola River area of Jefferson County. So if you're near Osceola, south towards the Wassissa area, Fanlue, some of those communities and neighborhoods along 59, those are going to be some heavily hit areas with that rotation and that burst of wind that the eye wall is carrying across this region. Some of that is scraping into sections of easternmost Wakulla County. I haven't seen any hurricane force winds coming out of that region yet from observation points, but there is that possibility still in existence, and we do have to monitor those areas near and east of Highway 319 here in eastern Leon County for any similar wind gusts. The highest I've seen so far is in about the 40 to 50-ish range. I think at the top of FSU, the National Weather Service building there on the Love Building on campus, about 56-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that can be certainly common, but we can see maybe some enhanced gusts connected to this band, which is still kind of lingering a bit just right along the Jefferson-Leon County line. So be aware of the possibility, and that's still within the scope of the original extreme wind warning. A new one had been issued for Thomas, Brooks, and Lowndes County. So that is next in line for some of those higher end gusts that can be experienced between midnight, or say between now and about 2:30, as that continues to push to the north into southern Georgia. So from Thomasville, the Grady County is not included in that extreme wind warning, but as this stretches out even more, we can see some gusty winds that can move into Grady County. But I think the main focus for those strongest gusts will be concentrated between the Thomasville area and the Valdosta vicinity. but probably in multiple areas. It was mentioned earlier that a tree was down on Interstate 10 near, I think it was mile marker 238. So that gives you an example of how roads can be obstructed and blocked. And there's no telling if, in a particular situation, if the tree fell on a power line. So it's very hazardous. And even if you're just concerned about the health of your tires, you don't necessarily want to try to venture out, especially at dark, especially when the lights are out and you don't have city lights and you have to depend on the headlights in your vehicle. Just wait until morning when the sun comes up, because the sun will rise. And when it does, all this mess will be out of here, and then you'll have the light of day to take account of what needs to be done and let the emergency officials and first responders do their thing. They're professionals at that. So there's definitely reason, and that's a good example of folks who just need to stay put in these storm areas where winds are at a particularly strong level, and there is that ongoing hazard of some pretty hefty winds. Now, a recent scan just came in, seems like maybe a little delayed from a few minutes ago, but that shows how the inland eye wall has made more progress to the north in sections of Madison County near Mayo, as well as in Lafayette County. So we're seeing an onward push of some of that wind action. And
for having me, I appreciate it. Now, when you think of movies, you might think of a great soundtrack, but these days that is changing.
Yeah, so still ahead on your fall entertainment guide, why the video game industry and the music industry are starting to go hand in hand. Stay with us.
It's an area, but probably in multiple areas. It was mentioned earlier that a tree was down on Interstate 10 near, I think it was mile marker 238. So that gives you an example of how roads can be obstructed and blocked. And there's no telling if, in a particular situation, if the tree fell on a power line. So it's very hazardous. And even if you're just concerned about the health of your tires, you don't necessarily want to try to venture out, especially at dark, especially when the lights are out and you don't have city lights and you have to depend on the headlights in your vehicle. Just wait until morning when the sun comes up, because the sun will rise. And when it does, all this mess will be out of here, and then you'll have the light of day to take account of what needs to be done and let the emergency officials and first responders do their thing. They're professionals at that. So there's definitely reason, and that's a good example of folks who just need to stay put in these storm areas where winds are at a particularly strong level, and there is that ongoing hazard of some pretty hefty winds. Now, a recent scan just came in, seems like maybe a little delayed from a few minutes ago, but that shows how the inland eye wall has made more progress to the north in sections of Madison County near Mayo, as well as in Lafayette County. So we're seeing an onward push of some of that wind action, and perhaps decreasing a bit for the Tallahassee Metro. Still some gusty winds that will be coming from this breakaway extension over the Havana, Midway, Bloxham, Fort Braden area. So that'll be one zone of stronger winds. It looks like the concentration is going to be here right around the Alcilla River to the Suwannee River.
All right, thank you, Cass. And just checking in with the Tallahassee power outage map, 23,500 people without power in Tallahassee. I believe we're going to check in with Kenzie Krieger in Crawfordville now. Kenya Cardone. She is in the Live Oak area, Suwannee County. This is a live look at the First to Know weather tracker, and they are driving around looking for damage. It looks like they have found some. Can we hear from Kenya now?
Yes, Channing, thank you so much. So we were reporting from the Live Oak neighborhood, and then we started to head east towards Wellborn, and then towards Lake City, just to kind of find shelter, because those bands were getting very forceful, and it was hard to take cover in Live Oak. And as we were driving more out east, we ran into lots of debris, and we had to stop very quickly because this massive tree was down, blocking the road. We've seen debris blowing across the roads. You can see all the leaves. This is what the scene looks like on most of the roads out here in Suwannee County, and it's very dangerous because these things come out at you, and since it's so dark, you almost have no warning before these things come flying at you. I mean, there's signs waving, there's signs blowing in the air, and these trees are massive. These winds are so forceful to knock these things down. I'm telling you, the stop before reaching this tree had to be quick. If we hadn't had seen this, we would have ended up in a terrible situation. And I'm glad that we are prepared here in the First to Know Storm Chaser to be able to catch these things and react quickly, because again, so much debris is on the roads. You know, the lights are flickering, power is out, lots of debris on the roads. The winds are so forceful, it rocks the car. It's exactly why it's not safe to be out driving, walking, anything. Look at the lightning. It is just such an unsafe situation to be outside in. So I hope everybody is hunkered down, because you have no warning when these things are flying around in the air. That's the latest here out on the east part, just a little bit east of Live Oak. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Kenya. So we're seeing these trees come down on these smaller rural roads. They're also coming down on the interstate. On Interstate 10 in the area of Greenville on I-10 westbound, there is a tree on the road at mile marker 238. This is according to Florida Highway Patrol. There's also a tree down on the interstate near the Monticello rest area on I-10. It's blocking the ramp to the rest area. So traveling on the interstate is going to be difficult in the hours and possibly days ahead as these trees come crashing down. We also have debris in the right lane, in Tallahassee near mile marker 196. Only one vehicle crash reported on I-10 right now at mile marker 216. So very few crashes to report, which is a good thing. However, we're seeing more and more debris reports coming in from Florida Highway Patrol. In the city of Tallahassee, like I said before, we went to Kenya, 23,000 customers without power at this hour. I do want to check with Swanee Valley Electric Cooperative because we were tracking some outages there, and we know that the eye wall of the storm went through and impacted that part of our viewing area. So if I can just pull that up, or if we can pull up the power outage map in one of our weather computers, that would be helpful as well. There we go. If we could take that, Carson, it looks like it's in weather 1. It's looking like it's really lighting up as a number of counties. There we go. Other weather computer, please, Carson. There we go. If we could take this full and just kind of walk through the numbers that we are seeing. Leon County in orange there with thousands of people without power. There's Cass getting ready for his next weather hit. Cass, we appreciate the work you're doing behind the scenes. So while we try to figure this out, just the power is going out is really the message that I'm trying to get across here. And we talked about that extreme wind warning being issued for South Georgia. See the yellows and the oranges and the greens on your screen. We do anticipate that that's going to continue into South Georgia as these extreme winds move north. So here we go. We got it full screen. 30,000 people in Leon County without power right now. It looks like 14,000 in Taylor County. Remember, fewer people live in Taylor County than Leon County. And then 8,500 in Madison County. So that is where some of the strongest winds are moving through. Swanee County's got more than 20,000 without power, and we expect those numbers to continue climbing. Fortunately, we've got hundreds of utility trucks and thousands of line workers ready to hit the ground running tomorrow morning, because as Cass has been saying, this storm's going to move out quickly. And tomorrow morning, as long as the winds have died down, people will be able to get to work restoring power to all of these neighborhoods who are going to be in the dark for the most part tonight. We would love to hear a report from your neighborhood, so you can send us a message on our Facebook page or send us an email and let us know what you're seeing where you live as this storm continues moving north of that extreme wind warning. Just circling back, I've seen some videos. Here's a new crash actually that was just reported on I-10. It just came in, mile marker 245 near Greenville. This is a crash where part of the roadway is blocked on I-10 eastbound. So people are still on the interstates and getting into trouble as these extreme winds continue moving through. As Kenya was saying, if you're going quickly and you can only see so far ahead with your headlights, if a tree's in front of you, you could very well run into it. And that would be a very dangerous situation. As we heard the governor say during his news conference, we've already had one fatality closer to the Tampa Bay area by somebody who was out on the roads. And so we do want people to be careful. And first to know, Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse has an updated look at the storm as it continues rolling through the Big Bend and the Tallahassee area.
That's right. I'll take a tour of some WeatherStem cameras. Of course, you can't really see much from Dowling Park, but it's still online. The WeatherStem observation point there having a gust of 75 miles per hour recently, and that's again along the Lafayette-Suwannee County line. So we are getting more of those reports from various observation sites of those hurricane force winds within the Suwannee Valley. We've had some gustiness across the downtown area. Recent gusts at tropical storm force, fast-moving low clouds, so very inclement. I mean, just look at how fast those clouds are moving at just a few hundred, maybe 1,000 feet up. That just tells you the overall wind forces at play within some of these bands that are coming through. So I'm certain no one's up at the top of the DoubleTree, but that would be some kicking wind making its way across those elevated areas. And, you know, that's just not something you want to be playing around in. Over Florida A&M, recent gust at 51 miles per hour. So it's good to see that there's still power connected in many of these neighborhoods, and the cameras are still streaming. I know there's been thousands of customers that have lost power. But it seems like we're getting at least some pockets of ongoing availability of electricity, and that's encouraging. If that can just hold up, that would be great for a lot of people and maybe reduce the need for extended power outages. However, in the Florida State campus area, at least the recent wind gust is 45. There's swaying of the trees on the west side of town and the blowing of the raindrops upon the lens and in front of those city lights. So we definitely still have a pretty hazardous and dicey situation, which will start to make its way into our South Georgia tier. Right now, the latest wind gust from Hayhira says 14, but I've seen recent reports in Lowndes County thereabouts, about 58 mile per hour wind gusts around the airport and other WeatherStem sites. So we are seeing a pickup in those wind gusts, and even along Interstate 10 in Suwannee County, a recent gust of 57. So that does match fairly well. This is on the east side of the county, close to Columbia County. And that report from Kenya in the Storm Chaser, where that down tree was in Wellborn, that's not too far from where mile marker 296 is in the rest area. So there's definitely a lot of wind force extending across a big portion of our region, including over northeast Tallahassee, where the wind gust is recently 50 miles per hour. So we're getting that sampling. It's helping to make things more legitimate. And even along the coast, a recent gust still in the high-end tropical storm range over Ocklawahnee Bay. And yes, that camera is still running, and the raindrops are still running right across the lens there. So there's big reason and legitimate reason why that extreme wind warning remains in effect until midnight. And then we have a new one, which is being mapped out, that includes Thomas County as well as Brooks, Lowndes until 2:15, if I'm not mistaken, and also Eccles County. So I mentioned earlier in Statenville, you'll have some of this effect rolling through, and there's been a recent issuance of an extreme wind warning in Eccles County with an expiration of 1:45. So because we're seeing verification of hurricane force winds that can approach or perhaps even exceed 115 miles per hour in some cases, that's why the extreme wind warning was issued, because that does make things hazardous and life-threatening. That's a big part of the reason. You can almost treat it as if it's a prolonged tornado warning, because that's the kind of wind that can occur in such a situation. So if you have that type of warning, which we will have in our South Georgia tier along 84 for another couple of hours, take it seriously, because some of those winds south where that rain band and the eye wall have been placed, those numbers continue to add up to hurricane force gusts across that region. We're seeing a little bit of a calming in some of those gusts around Perry, but recently at Tallahassee Airport, a gust of 60 miles per hour. So that's just on the outer edge of the western eye wall, which is beginning to be kind of elongated, but it's still going to be capable of creating those stronger gusts that will have an effect on trees and power and all those things that we've mentioned numerous times already. So this portion that has been moving through the Lake Talquin area has the possibility of creating some gustier winds. That's outside the extreme wind warning area, but I would suspect that could be part of the reason why we had that recent strong gust within the western side of Tallahassee. So we could certainly have some of those strong winds continuing Quincy over towards Midway. I can kind of hear the winds outside our studio kind of cranking up and getting the effect of that portion of the band that's kind of broken off from the original eye wall. So we still have some significant wind forces at work here in eastern Gadsden County. And then across our eastern areas where the eye is right now over Perry, that's why you may have a calm setup right now for you. Those recent wind gusts have been decreasing, and they're much lower than they were, but they can crank up once again as you go into the next few minutes. In Madison, recent wind gusts have been around 80 miles per hour from WeatherStem and other reporting sites. Those winds will begin to slack off over the next few minutes as the eye goes over Madison County. So, as mentioned earlier, in the night, you will have a period of time in Madison County where it seems like that calmer setup is going to be right over you. And you might think, oh, we're good, the storm is over, but it's not really over, because after a strong bout of east and southeast winds, you'll have a pretty hefty bout of west winds that will start to come in. And it may not be at the same rate of speed that produces more 80-mile-per-hour gusts, but they are going to be pretty hefty. The rain will resume. The winds will kind of blow in an opposite direction for you, just like what's set to occur here along the coast in Taylor County, and kind of disrupting the current calmness that may be in place, relatively speaking, in Perry. You'll have that similar effect around the Madison area. So keep that in mind. However, the eastern side of what's left of the eye wall will still continue to drape itself from Cook's Hammock through Mayo and then over towards the Dowling Park area, where already some of those high wind gusts were occurring in the range of about 80 miles per hour. So we're all seeing the evidence continuing to trickle in through the various resources and information points that this is definitely a storm that is causing a lot of the wind that was feared. We're not quite seeing the levels up to 140, but nonetheless, we're getting the effects of even these low-end Category 1 gusts that have been frequently occurring across this zone. And it's likely going to continue to a certain extent, especially over the next hour or so, as we get this band moving north towards Valdosta. One of my friends there said that the power was lost at the place where he's sheltering. And that's going to be more common across Lowndes County and surrounding counties in South Georgia as well. So make sure that you are kind of ready and kind of psyched up for that possibility, even though there are still some areas, especially within Metro Tallahassee, that still have power, and it's not quite as widespread, although we're certainly not done with that potential. There is the ongoing evidence that we'll see that continuing trend of increasing numbers of customers without power, and there's still going to be that opportunity for some very strong gusts of wind that will continue here within the eastern side of our region, in Suwannee County in particular, on top of what's already occurred in some of those gusty wind areas along the Suwannee River itself. Western areas, you definitely still have those gusts of wind to contend with, but it's a little more tame in portions of the tri-state. So not to ignore you definitely have your trends of strong winds and even some lightning-producing storms, and you can have those quick bursts of wind around the Quincy area coming in from the north. This is one of those remnant breakaway areas that had gone through Tallahassee, so there's still going to be at least a trend of strong gusty winds here in the Lake Talquin area and portions of Gadsden County outside of the extreme wind warning. But there's still going to be some disruption perhaps in your power and maybe your comfort in the evening time frame because of the overall positioning of that little band that stretches through Crawfordville and the Sot-Choppy area and over towards Medart. It's interesting to see the Madison camera on a different view on our Weather 2 computer, where from the EOC site, that's pretty much in line with that eye wall. And if the director can somehow maybe bring in a double box of that WSI2 computer to give you an idea of how it's really blowing around Madison, there you go. This is on Highway 14, a little way southeast of Madison. The lens, the camera was really rocking, and you can kind of see some of that motion right now. So that's good evidence of just the wind forces that are at work here at this particular site. There's a lot of resiliency I can see from at least this perspective because the lights are still on. And I hope that continues for Madison. But when you have wind gusts of 70, 80 miles per hour, I haven't checked the wind gauges for this site in particular, but it definitely is close by to where we've had those reports of hurricane force wind gusts in Madison County. And there's a good chance that things will kind of stabilize and settle from this area within the next few minutes as the eye goes over that region. So there can be less shaking in about 5-10 minutes from the Highway 14 area, and that could certainly be something that can give some people some relief, but it may just be temporary. So don't be fooled when the winds die down or calm down, maybe not completely calm, but that is the effect of the eye that will start to go over, which is now making more progress from south to north across Madison County. We can go back to the original weather radar and tell you that the eye is right about there. So I do anticipate around that region south of Madison that we will see maybe less shaking on that camera. I am curious to see what kind of wind gusts may be coming from that specific site. And there are several there in Madison County, a couple of 80 mile per hour gusts, including that one from the EOC site there on Highway 14. So again, more evidence that this is definitely meeting some expectations. It is definitely causing some disruptive conditions across many of our neighborhoods in the eastern Big Bend. And we're not quite done with this because it is still moving to the north and northeast. And it's still moving along, so I'm not anticipating this lasting for hours and hours on end. In fact, that extreme wind warning, we'll see if there's any adjustment to it for the eastern Leon through Madison and Taylor and Lafayette County area. It will be? Okay.
Madison, Lafayette, and northeast Taylor County have extended that extreme wind warning until 1:30 a.m. Everywhere else in that Florida area, it will be allowed to expire at midnight.
Okay, thank you so much, Riley. So it doesn't surprise me that it has been extended for a portion of that original region until 1:30. So you still have opportunities, unfortunately, to have that kind of caliber of wind to affect these areas. So this will be something that sticks around as the whole area moves to the north. Some of the rotating of the leftovers of the eye will still be capable of creating those enhanced winds that may be occurring here, especially in this eastern segment. Really anywhere within that region is where we're going to continue to see the higher hazards of some of those higher wind gusts. And I'd be very curious over time to see if any kind of 100 mile per hour wind gusts have been observed, but this is still an unfolding situation, and certainly time and data will tell if we have winds that get to that level. But just keep that in mind, even on the western side of this circulation in portions of the Tallahassee region. It is encouraging, again, to see some of those cameras still up and lights still illuminated, but nonetheless, the hazard has not bypassed the entire Big Bend region quite yet. It'll be perhaps another hour or two before we can see this move out. I don't anticipate it slowing down to where it becomes stationary and becomes a huge rainmaker more than it already is. But this will be working its way through the system of our region over the next couple of hours, and it'll take some time to finally get the things to settle down. But very likely after 2 a.m. we can see much of this beginning to push north of our region, and our conditions will gradually begin to improve once again. But we're about at the height of the wind effects that we're going to see in the broadest expanse of our area. And it is something that we'll just continue to have to contend with until it starts to work its way north and away from our area.
All right. We continue our coverage now. Kendall, back here. You've been checking with your neighbors and people you know in southwest Tallahassee, southeast Tallahassee. What are you hearing?
Yes, I'm hearing that those bands, those that weather that's coming through, it's visible in the sky. People are also starting to lose power. There were some flickers in Southwoods. Some folks in Southwoods still do have power, but the lights are kind of going on and off.
Yeah, and speaking of Tallahassee and power, more than 30,000 people without power now. I do just want to mention we've been keeping a close eye on Steinhatchee for storm surge. We've got some new video in here I want to bring in. If we have that video, go ahead and bring it in. Do we have the video? Okay, there we go. Remind us of where this is, Director? This is in Midtown Tallahassee, so it looks like trees have come down. That is not a surprise to see, and the power outages just keep adding up. You've seen video from the area. What have you seen in your videos that you've been getting, Kendall?
I've seen some clouds moving through. You can see that rain coming down as well as some trees moving around. And like you said, it's no wonder that some trees are starting to come down with those winds moving through, especially in the video that I recently saw from that neighbor that lives in Southwood.
Yeah.
The winds just moving through, and power's going down.
And take a look at this. This is from the All Saints neighborhood. This is right along Railroad Avenue where they're doing all that construction. This was taken quite some time ago. The winds have picked up quite a bit since. The rain puddling there, we know from earlier today, some of the storm drains were actually clogged with debris, so hopefully the flooding isn't too bad there. But Kendall, just like you said, you can see the clouds moving pretty quickly overhead, and I just know from that neighborhood, they have lost power in parts of College Town as well.
Right, and we know that we have so many trees here in Tallahassee. It's one of the things that we love, but it also poses some challenges when we have storms like this. Those come down, interfering with power lines, roads, etc.
Yeah, and so we've been keeping an eye on Steinhatchee. We have the National Weather Service on their Twitter accounts. We're working to clear these images for you, but they just retweeted a photo from a storm chaser that shows sheds floating in Steinhatchee. The storm chaser estimating at least 8 feet of storm surge in Steinhatchee. Of course, it is dark. It is hard to measure how high the water actually is, but this is what we've been anticipating. We've seen from places like in Southwest Florida, Tampa Bay, Cedar Key reporting record flooding at this point on their National Weather Service stream gauge. These numbers will have to be verified after the storm moves away, but all indications are that a dangerous, life-threatening flood situation is playing out along the Taylor County coast as we speak.
And that's why a lot of folks that are living in Steinhatchee, I spoke with some neighbors that live on the river. They evacuated over to Gainesville, I believe, because they were not looking to mess around with that storm surge, like you said.
Yeah, and Steinhatchee, you've been there multiple times. You've been to multiple businesses that had just finished rebuilding, that had just reopened 6 months, 8 months, a year after Idalia. What were some of the people telling you as they were getting ready for this storm?
People were definitely on edge. They felt like they made it through Debbie okay, but they were worried that this storm was going to have broader impacts than we saw in Debbie or even Idalia. Okay. People were concerned about that. I know those neighbors that I spoke with were monitoring the weather very closely so they could just get an eye on what the situation was. Again, they told me that they evacuated, but businesses in the area were also taking precaution, boarding up windows, bringing things inside. Roy's Restaurant, which is right on the river, they just finished a complete renovation after their restaurant was destroyed during Idalia. So
I'll be very interested and hopeful that Roy's is still standing tomorrow morning. This is a live look from our first to know live storm chaser. This is in downtown Live Oak. Can we take this full, guys? I want to show them just how strong this wind is. You know that it kind of dips down, and they were flooded out during Hurricane Debbie with feet of water. The courthouse there on the right-hand side of your screen. Look at the wind being funneled down Main Street through the buildings. This is some of the strongest wind of the hurricane moving through the downtown area of Live Oak. Kendall, you've been out toward Live Oak and in that part of the region. You talked with people just weeks ago who were recovering from Debbie. Can you give us an idea of what kind of situation they were in before that storm hit?
And we saw lots of flooding in Live Oak, like you said, but I visited some people in Madison County, an area that saw significant flooding as well, specifically in the Lee area. I spoke with some folks that saw, I think, 7 feet of water on their property throughout. They have a property that's acres large, and there was just water covering all of it. Their cattle had to go to higher land. they were really gathering the important things that they need so they could get out and protect those items.
Right. Yeah. When I was in Live Oak just weeks ago, there were still dumpsters in the street of people cleaning out. So it looks like the flooding isn't as big of a problem this time around. Thank goodness. The wind is the concern this time around. Guys in the back, if you could let us know where we're going to go next. I see Cass moving into place. So as we can hear the wind moving outside the studio, I want to get an idea of just where those strong winds are. Cass, where is the storm right now?
We still have the circulation that's around the Madison County area set to move north of the state line. This extends to the south into the Swanee River area, so Mayo to, say, the Dowling Park area, Falmouth region, and over towards Swanee Springs, Jasper, and Jennings. And then a little extension that still runs from around Bainbridge south through Lake Talquin and then into Sopchoppy and then offshore. So we still have quite a bit of a circulation still intact in this region. And that is still going to kind of work its way around, and that will cause a few gusts of wind of its own. I'm going to initiate the overall hand tracker mode here just for a moment and kind of give you a little exploratory tour of what's been going on within this region. And we'll analyze these with our velocity mode just to give you an idea of just how some of those winds are behaving within a few portions of this broad, rotating, counterclockwise mess around our region. Let's zoom in a little bit to the metro area, Leon-Gadsden County. So we still have this heavy band here that's producing quite a bit of rain. Attapulgis over towards Quincy, in between there, Gadsden County High School, and then south, just clipping the Fort Braden area and just outside of the airport vicinity. We'll examine some of the wind behaviors within this, because this is pretty close to the radar site, and it can give us at least some estimation of how those winds are behaving within this region. They don't look to be, at least based on this perspective, all that intense, but still, some wind gusts are certainly capable of reaching about 40 to 50 miles per hour, and I've seen some of those similar measurements from other observation points within this region. Recently at the airport, a wind gust of 60, also had similar wind reports around the FSU campus, so there's still going to be some squally conditions within that band. They may fall below any kind of hurricane intensity, but again, it doesn't take a whole lot of excess wind to create maybe a few more issues with toppling trees or snap trees, or maybe even just some branches that have been kind of loose and swaying and finally just couldn't take any more of that breeze, so it kind of snaps off the tree. So there's definitely going to be quite a bit of that kind of tree debris and yard debris in various neighborhoods just because of the gustier winds that we've had across this area. Steady rain is still continuing around Metro Tallahassee as well. And out of curiosity, just to see how much rain has fallen, we'll put on a 6-hour mode here, and it's starting to add up without actually looking at official rain gauges. There's definitely been a little band here of about 2 to 3 inch rain totals, and perhaps even a little bit more for sections of Wakulla County, where you had, at least on the southeast side, a little initial heavy hit of rain when that eye wall started to come on shore. So the rain totals are beginning to add up. A little lighter within Tallahassee proper, roughly 1 to 2 inches, but we'll still have at least a couple hours worth of at least intermittent rain, and when it does get heavy, you can certainly add to some of those tallies across the Metro Tallahassee area. So the flash flood warning, definitely a precautionary measure. In these deep tropical moisture situations, you can get a lot of rain deposited. We've seen that earlier today in the Apalachicola Forest area, so that can certainly initiate flooding issues that can be pretty significant in any neighborhoods that are encountering that. So keep that in mind, even though you'll still have at least some times of on again, off again, kind of blustery, squally conditions. There's a decent chance that the rain could certainly continue to add up across many areas here within the Tallahassee region and stretching down towards the coast with that ongoing offshore wind. So these are not necessarily going to be winds that are particularly hazardous in terms of water levels for areas like the mouth of the Ocklawahamna or the Wakulla County bays. Those winds will be going offshore. So I don't necessarily see any kind of enhanced water levels for that region anymore, since the winds will be offshore. But across our eastern extent into the Swanee River, this is where we still have that band, where there's still that possibility for occasional hurricane force gusts. And some of those can work their way into southern Georgia, where some of those velocity values, based on the Tallahassee radar, are still pretty heavily being indicated on that mode, and we'll see those kind of wind effects working towards the Highway 84 corridor. Channing?
All right, thank you, Cass. We are getting a first look at the damage in the Perry neighborhood. Maya Sargent is standing by right now. She has been there all night listening to the wind howl. She was there when the power went out. It looks like it's still out. Maya, what are you seeing?
Hi, Channing. Yeah, we've been in my hotel room all night waiting for the storm to pass through. We kind of heard it made landfall. I heard some crazy noises outside, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and then I just stepped outside and I want to show you, we're still seeing that wind. You can see it in that tree behind me. I'm not sure. It's very dark, but it's blowing.
I don't know if we still have Maya here. Okay, so it looks like her shot is frozen. That's all right. We will go back to her as soon as we're able to get her shot back up. This storm, very intense, impacting the way that we get our signal out to you and the way we get our reporter signal back to the station to get it out to you. So I do know from looking at the radar, there's a very powerful band setting up just west of Leon County. I think we're working to get Maya back. There she is. Okay, so Maya, if you can hear us, we would love to know where you are. I understand that you're seeing some damage. I see the wind is still pretty strong there, so let's try this again.
Yes, Channing. Okay, so our service is a little bit spotty. It's been going out on our phones. It is back. Hopefully you can stay with us and see some of this damage. So if you see behind me, we're seeing a lot of this wind still here. We've been hunkered down in our hotel room, sitting in the bathroom as we waited for landfall to happen. Now we're seeing some of this effects from landfall. Okay, if you come over here, I want to show you some of the damage that we're seeing from the initial effects of landfall here in Perry. This is just from our hotel. I actually saw and heard this piece of material
All right, so bear with us as we work through these technical difficulties, this storm throwing curveballs left and right. We are going to go back to Maya as soon as we have her, but we do want to check in with Kenya Cardone. She has been assessing the damage in Suwannee County in the Live Oak community. Look at this shot. Take a look at your screen. Can we bring this full, guys? This is incredible to see. The wind blowing like a wind tunnel through downtown Live Oak. Look at the rain just ripping through there. It looks like that there is some damage there on the sidewalk, and I do believe Kenya can tell us where she is and what she's seeing. Kenya, it looks like you've got some damage.
Yes, we do, Channing. The wind has been whipping and tunneling so hard. If you look to the left side of the screen, what happened was that the wind was blowing so hard that it knocked a sign over and hit a business there, and that caused it to shatter the window. There is glass on the ground there in the corner. And I mean, I don't know if you can really tell, but let me tell you, from inside this First to Know Storm Chaser, that wind is whipping so forcefully. It is shaking the car harder than it has all night. And it caused that that pole to hit that window and shatter it. And then there's debris flying everywhere. You can see how strong that wind is. We saw signs flying by on the roads. We saw boards, I'm assuming from when people boarded up their businesses. Well, some of those are flying all across downtown Live Oak right now. So again, this is why it's not safe, because look at all those shards of glass. I'm not sure if you could see it, but there's shards of glass right there on the corner from that pole that broke into that window. And now the wind with its force is picking that up, and all the other debris, the tree limbs, everything, it's just flying all over the place. It's swirling. You can see that the rain also is swirling on the ground. And oh my God, look over there. You'll be able to see those palm trees swaying around. They look real flimsy with this wind right now. It is looking very, very, very forceful here. That's why it's important to take shelter. The rain is hitting hard. You also don't want to be out here because you may not think so, but when you're out here, that rain and that wind blowing the way that you're seeing it right now and rocking the car, it hurts to stand outside in those conditions. And on top of that, like we've been saying all throughout the air today, that debris flying around, plus all this hard wind and rain hitting you, that's not a condition you want to be outside in. So again, signs flying around, debris flying around, a pole just broke a window of a business, glass flying around. It's not safe to be out here. That's what it's looking like here in downtown Live Oak.
Chris Saunders, he's standing by outside the Emergency Operations Center for the state in Tallahassee. You can hear the generator roaring in the background. Forrest, if you can hear us, we'd love to know what conditions are like in Tallahassee.
And then recap the governor's press conference.
Recap the governor, and that's it.
All right, so they're working out some logistics there. I'm sure it's very hard to hear with that generator roaring in the background. A lot of generators probably roaring right now when they kick on automatically with these powerful winds moving through. Looking at the radar, you can see the circulation is rotating north, as First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova said it would. I do believe we have Forrest now. So Forrest, what's the situation like where you are?
Yeah, so we're standing in the southeast part of Tallahassee. This is the Southwood area, just outside of the State Emergency Operations Center. The EOC is what we call it. The damage here, well, we really haven't seen much, and I think a lot of people are breathing a sigh of relief. There was concern that Tallahassee was going to get a direct hit, but instead, in my area, what we are seeing is a lot of branches like this. So just minor stuff here. I can't speak for the rest of Tallahassee because it sounds like there are some trees down in some neighborhoods, potentially an apartment complex, just getting some early reports there. So there is some damage here in Tallahassee. We just don't know how extensive it is quite yet. And we probably won't know until tomorrow morning, which kind of brings me to what the governor was saying just a few moments ago. He had an 11:15-ish press conference here just a little while ago. He was basically speaking as Helene was making landfall. And what he told us was there was one storm-related fatality recorded so far, and that was down in Ybor City. Sounds like there was a car on the road that was hit by some falling debris, perhaps a road sign, but that is the only fatality that he was aware of at this moment. But what he did say is that there is a likelihood that there will be more deaths associated with this storm and that we will find out more in time. Unfortunately, given the size, the magnitude of this storm, it's just a likelihood. Whether that was the storm surge, whether that was falling debris like trees, or whether it was flash flooding, any number of things could potentially be deadly. So he is saying that they expect that number to go up as they get more reports over the coming hours and into the morning. We'll have to keep on standby to find out what that final total looks like. But again, recapping, for now, just one storm-related fatality that the state is reporting. Obviously, you've got local governments. They may have their own numbers right now, but the state says it is aware of only one storm-related fatality. Beyond that, a lot of concern about infrastructure, right? Roads, bridges, power, all of that kinds of things. You can hear maybe in the background there's the rumbling of a generator. That is the state EOC's massive generator. It smells like a diesel generator, and it is keeping the power on right now. The energy that you're looking at is all sourced from that thing because in this particular part of the Southwood neighborhood, the power is out. But they are doing their best to keep things running. This, again, is the State Emergency Operations Center. They got to have power to do their job, and so that is what is happening. Infrastructure-wise, though, they do not have any reports at this moment of bridges that might be out or major highways that may be clogged. That is probably going to change. As far as damage, they are just waiting to get those reports, right? It is nighttime, so it's very hard to relay that information. It is just now coming into the state. But as of the press conference, again, about 45 minutes ago or so, Governor DeSantis, state officials say they didn't have any word of, say, damage like we saw during Hurricane Helene, where the Sanibel Bridge went out, right? We don't know of that yet. Doesn't mean it isn't coming, doesn't mean it couldn't still happen. But at this point, that's all they know of, and they're waiting to find out more information. That is the latest out here at the state EOC. I'll let you guys have it back.
All right, thank you, Forrest. Glad to see that they're keeping the power on. I would check in with Maya Sargent. She's in the Perry neighborhood now. She's back with us. Her signal's been coming and going. Hopefully it stays. Maya, I just want to ask, what has your night been like in Perry?
in our hotel room having to move into a bathroom because the winds were really strong. They were really rattling. The window of the hotel I was staying in as we felt Helene making landfall. Actually, just want to show you some initial damage reports we're seeing as well. If you can see behind me, we don't want to move too much because we're worried we're going to lose signal, but you can see this piece of material. I actually saw it come down. It fell from the top of this hotel here and crashed all the way to the bottom. And I imagine this is just a small portion of some of the damage we're going to be seeing across the county. We've also been told there is some tree damage behind the hotel. We're going to go and check that out for you afterwards, but really still seeing a lot of wind. We're seeing debris scattered across the parking lot, and while the rain has subsided, we are still expecting a lot of damage. Power is obviously still out. Channing, back to you in the studio.
All right, Maya, so the power is out, we know, in Perry, in much of Taylor County. We do have some breaking news that I want to get to right now. We've been talking about Steinhatchee and the storm surge that was anticipated there. Preliminary numbers from the National Weather Service river gauge on the Steinhatchee River. These will need to be verified after the storm, but as of right now, the record set by Hurricane Idalia's surge in 2023 of 8 feet has been broken. It appears that the Steinhatchee River is now at 9.6 feet. Idalia's surge was 8 feet. So an unprecedented flood appears to be playing out in Steinhatchee as we speak. The devastation there is just going to be unimaginable if these numbers turn out to be accurate. So we'll be following up on that. By the way, the gauge just continues to go like straight up. It's not slowing down. So keep the people of Steinhatchee and coastal Taylor County in your prayers tonight because this is a life-threatening situation. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse has a closer look at where the most extreme winds are right now. And Cass, I just want to bring back this storm surge situation. We've been warning people about it. The sheriff's office was warning people about it, and now it appears to be playing out exactly as we thought it might.
It's sad that it's happened like this, and it's sad that it's been so successive in such a short amount of time, where we have 3 distinct hurricanes having very similar effects in the very same areas. It just happens over and over, and it's just very unfortunate. You know, nature will do what it does. There's no control that we have over that, but to see just the repetitive nature of the effects that we're getting here in the eastern Big Bend and in those very vital communities along the shoreline, you can't help but to feel for them and have to go through this mess all over again. And others are going to experience similar effects that are not great. They're very adverse, and perhaps in areas where you would not think you could have hurricane force wind gusts. But that is certainly a possibility, and it has already played out in areas around the state line. So the extreme wind warning, again, it means that you can have winds or gusts at or above 115 miles per hour. I have not seen that yet from observation points, but there have been numerous ones of 80 mile per hour gusts, 90 mile per hour gusts within this region of the eastern Big Bend. And with that band making a push into South Georgia now, I've seen some wind reports and gusts around Lake Park in the 76 mile per hour range. So that tells you the potential that this band still has to produce those gusts. So within this zone of northern and eastern Taylor, much of Lafayette, western side of Suwannee, western Hamilton, Madison County, and still Jefferson County, that portion of the extreme wind warning now expires at 1:30. This segment here in South Georgia from Thomas to Lowndes County plus Brooks, that's in effect until 2 o'clock, and there's a sliver of Eccles County. So essentially Statenville, Highway 129 to the west of there, that's in effect until 1:45 to account for the positioning of that leftover segment of the eye wall, to account for the ongoing wind trends that have been pretty continuous and frequent within this zone. Recent sustained wind at 52 miles per hour at Perry Foley Airport with a gust of 76. And it's been an hour, going on maybe an hour and a half since we had the eye wall pushing in. And now the backside of it is creating those stronger wind gusts within Perry. Valdosta at the airport there, you're getting a wind gust of 62. And even on this backside, recent report from Tallahassee International, still at the high end of tropical storm force. So those gusts are still very potent, even though landfall happened about an hour ago. There's ongoing trends of that band lifting through Jasper now. So we're getting those strong winds in Hamilton County. We're getting those winds that will continue to wallop areas of the Azalea City and Lowndes County. So make sure that you are within that protective zone where you can certainly have those stronger winds. Again, 115 may be tough to achieve, but 70, 80, even 60, those types of winds do some damage. They knock out power and they make travel very difficult. So it's very crucial that folks who have already seen this, make sure you just hang tight for a little bit. And those who are going to experience this up the I-75 corridor into Lanier County as well, you're not in the extreme wind warning, but that band is coming your way within the next half hour or so. On the backside of this, from roughly Mitchell County, paralleling the Flint River, south through Bainbridge and Attapulgos, and a steady band of rain and some gusty winds contained with that, still across sections of Gadsden County, stretching towards Sopchoppy and lifting past Mashes Sands and over into the Shell Point area. So there's still going to be these pockets of rough conditions and the wind gusts that come with them that may not be quite as hefty as what we had earlier in the evening, but there's still going to be winds that are pretty contentious. It's going to be tough to maybe keep power if in some neighborhoods of Tallahassee or surrounding areas that the lights are still on. It may be tough to maintain that. We can certainly still have a numerous range of power outages like what we've seen, but there still may be at least a few pockets within some neighborhoods and some communities that may get through the night without losing power. And that would be fantastic. It would be something that the line folks who are here to work on restoration, it may make their job a little easier, and maybe they can put their resources into other places that need it. But there will be areas where we continue to see the power go out just because of the extent of those winds. With this area of the eye wall that's beginning to push out of the Live Oak area. It may take some time for those winds to decrease, as we saw with Kenya Cardone's report in the First to Know Storm Chaser, with those very strong winds within the city, and that's certainly an effect that this band has had. And it's still in place, and it's going to be a while before what's left of it kind of lifts out. And there's still maybe this calmer section here around Dowling Park and Day, and perhaps around the County Road 53 extent there in Madison County. That's where we have some relative calmer conditions. So after a period of time of strong winds and steady gusty winds, there's still that opportunity to maybe get in on a calmer patch. But that calmer center is not making its way to Live Oak quite yet. So on the other side of the screen here, a view from another segment of Suwannee County, where again, there's evidence of a lot of tree debris. There may even be some kind of dangling wires there. Not sure the source of those, but that tells you just how much the wind has affected our communities and our neighborhoods there in Suwannee County in particular. And that activity is still likely to continue thanks to the presence of that band still lifting through and causing times of heavy rain across the northern edge of Suwannee County. And it may start to subside a little bit over the next few minutes, but there's still going to be some not so great conditions within that 129 corridor. You may have at least a little less intensity when it comes to the overall wind gusts, but there's definitely that rain that will be pushing through the interior sections of Hamilton County and into Lowndes and Eccles County as well.
Just incredible. You can hear the wind whipping over our studio right now.
You can hear the raindrops falling as well. I heard them in other parts of our newsroom. So we know this weather is here. Again, it's important to stay inside. You might want to see what's going on, but resist that urge and stay inside and stay in shelter.
All right, let's get a live look now from the Suwannee County area where Kenya Cardone is in the First to Know weather tracker. Can we pull up Kenya's live shot? Is she ready to go? Okay, it sounds like we are still working to get Kenya. Some of the strongest winds of this storm moving through Live Oak right now, according to First to Know Titan Doppler radar. And we're going to see these situations play out as the storm continues to move north. I mean, you have talked with the people who are preparing for this storm. You know how much they've been through. We want to check in with Maya Sargent now. She's in the Perry neighborhood. So, Maya, what can you tell us?
Channing, yeah, we've been walking around our hotel looking for damage, surveying some of what will be the impacts from Hurricane Helene. This is what we're seeing initially, some property damage. So we're seeing a fence has come down from around our hotel. We've also seen trees fallen over too. There's some debris damage over here, but really a lot of property damage to this fence. We've got some tree debris sticking out as well. Just trying to find as much of the impacts as we can while staying safe in this area right now. The wind gusts are still incredibly strong. As you can see, they're almost blowing me over, and we are getting a little bit more rain impacts as well, but really feeling that wind force still. So again, we're out here so you don't have to be, so please make sure you're staying safe and staying at home, but still feeling the impacts of Hurricane Helene and these strong force winds. Channing, back to you in the studio.
All right, Maya, stay safe and please watch out for flying debris. Those winds are still pretty strong. Checking in with Tallahassee, the city of Tallahassee's power outage website, 39,000 people, more than 39,000 people without power in the city of Tallahassee. These are numbers that we heard about in a press conference leading up to this storm with city leaders. And this is a live shot from Kenya Cardone, the wind continuing there. Kenya, if you can hear us, we'd love to know where you are and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Channing, if you just look straight ahead, we are in downtown Live Oak like we were before, but now straight ahead, you see a massive tin roof that just must have blown off a nearby business or home and came crashing through, so much so that it hit power lines. I don't know if you can see the dangling power lines kind of swaying back and forth. This is massive debris that has just blown through right in front of us, right in front of the first two no storm chaser. I mean, the sound was incredible. This wind is coming from all kinds of directions. You can't even, it's hard to even find a safe spot. Debris was flowing around like tree limbs, but this massive tin roof that just came through, it's unbelievable. I mean, you can see it. It's still flailing in the wind. That's how strong these winds are. And these power lines are just swinging back and forth. They separated and they're kind of swinging back and forth across the street. The trees are moving unbelievably fast and hard. I mean, this is the kind of danger that these storms, that these events cause for our neighborhoods. That is catastrophic. Right now, there's a building somewhere in downtown Live Oak or in the Live Oak neighborhood without a roof. That is what we're looking at there, that tin roof. I mean, as the wind keeps swirling around the corner, it's hard to tell if something's going to come with it. And just a few moments ago, that roof came through with those swirling winds, and that's what we're seeing right now. We're just trying to stay put by a building to kind of give us that kind of boundary between debris, but as you can see, you're not really safe anywhere when you're in these kinds of winds. Channing?
All right, thank you, Kenya. And Kendall, you have covered multiple tornadoes, hurricanes now. Can you give us an idea of what it's like to be out there right after the aftermath, when things are just sitting there and nothing's been touched?
And it's really hard to see because we live in these communities as well, so it's hard to go into neighborhoods that I see on a daily basis just destroyed. You see lots of trees down, power lines down, like what Kenya was showing, those roofs blown off of buildings. That's scattered throughout areas. I know during the tornado outbreak, when we were in the southeast Tallahassee neighborhood in that Indian Head Acres community, it was unrecognizable. It looked almost like a war zone.
Right, and we anticipate that places in Taylor County, Madison County, Suwannee County, maybe even up into Lowndes County could see similar damage as this eye wall continues to move north. The National Weather Service telling people in the extreme wind warning to treat this as a tornado because the winds will be so intense. I'm just curious, any preparation that you took before, because like you said, we live in these neighborhoods, and so can you give us an idea of what that prep is like for us as journalists?
I know that before I came into the station, I took my plants inside, I took patio furniture inside, I cleaned out my fridge, preparing for the power to go out and those items to be spoiled. Did all of that because I know that I'm going to be working nonstop, giving you guys coverage on what's going on outside with Helene. So that was kind of what I did. I made sure everything was secure, nothing was flying around outside.
Right.
Pretty much anything that you would do at home, I did for myself before I got in to the studio.
Exactly. And I'm just looking here now, City of Tallahassee, 42,000 people without power now. Most people probably asleep, if you can sleep through weather like this. Hopefully people charged up their phones and are prepared to do whatever they have to do tomorrow.
Right.
And you're looking at, who are you looking at here?
I'm looking at Tri-County Electric
Okay.
Cooperative.
Okay.
They are showing thousands of people without power in their area, and this is going to cover Madison County, Jefferson County, Taylor County. So those areas, people really do not have power, and that's not, I don't think, too big of a surprise for us, especially considering what Kenya just showed us.
Right, and we're getting reports now of damage from the Tallahassee area. Earlier we showed you a tree on a house in the Midtown neighborhood. Florida Highway Patrol is now reporting debris in the right lane on I-10 near the mile marker 196. Dennis, could you say that again? Who are we going to next? Oh, okay. We're going to take a live look at this weather camera here. What are we looking at here? This is in Lowndes County. That's Grassy Pond. I believe that's the Lowndes County Emergency Operations Center. Cass, does that look like that to you?
It's on the far southern edge of Lowndes County. It's near the Loch Laurel Road area, and it's part of the Lowndes County Utilities facility. So it does look like there's like maybe some solar panels or some kind of equipment there, but some kind of tower or pole looks like it's been toppled over. So the camera that's on it is now kind of laying on its side.
Wow.
There was a recent wind gust there of 88 miles per hour, which has been verified, and that report has been received through the National Weather Service feed here in Tallahassee. So that is an example of the force and the power that such a wind gust can do, even on something that's seemingly sturdy, like that structure on which that camera was placed. Southern Lowndes County, that report coming right about in there. I'll have to step over to get my clicker, but nonetheless, it's on this portion and it's still part of that overall band that was connected to the eye wall that is still creating chaotic mess when it comes to wind gusts. Almost 90 miles per hour in the wind gust department here in southern Lowndes County. So if that's happening there, just imagine what may be occurring in other parts of Lowndes County as well. Could use the Moody Air Force Base radar to show its perspective since it is closer to this region. It may be down based on what I'm seeing here. Yeah, it doesn't look like the Valdosta radar is even operational right now. But nonetheless, the Tallahassee perspective still gives us a clear view of what's been going on within that. And some of the velocity values there have certainly been capable of showing those wind gusts at a high level, which have been earlier affecting the Swanee Valley, and still that wind is still pretty potent there, but now that stronger wind is also being encountered in southern Georgia. So some of those radar values, at least at a level of maybe about 2,000 to 3,000 feet, there's still some very strong winds contained within that band, at least elevated off the ground around 80 to 90 miles per hour, and that's being measured right around the Thomas Brooks County line. So again, that's the kind of force that's going on aloft, and it doesn't take much to get that kind of similarity with the wind gusts here with what's left of that band. So we're still seeing those effects with the various debris flying around in Swanee County along that highway. No lights anywhere except for the headlights of the First to Know storm tracker, and still the effects of very strong gusty winds, all that debris on the roadway. Certainly hope they're being very careful as they navigate that, because it is very tough in these conditions where you still have strong winds, where you still have the opportunity for those flying hazards and those projectiles. They're just such a dangerous situation to be put in, and it looks like maybe a viewer image video that was submitted, not sure where it is, but a flash that may have been from a transformer. near Southwood, I'm being told. So on the southeast side of our Tallahassee neighborhood, flash of likely a transformer, and another segment of our neighborhood that's lost power, although some lights are still there, maybe more of a distant sort of effect from those wind gusts that have been easily around 50, 60, even close to 70 miles per hour, even within the city limits of Tallahassee. And there's still going to be some squally conditions for a little while. As again, now that this is over land, we're seeing the overall core kind of expand. It's not strengthening, but it's still capable of causing those winds to really kick. So if you still have power, that's fantastic and wonderful, but don't rely on that to be a continuous thing if we still have this circulation lasting around for another couple hours. And again, this has been kind of moving at a slightly slower pitch than what we've seen earlier. I haven't read the latest position update, but nonetheless, we are seeing this making some gradual progress. And based on some of the overall projections and modeling that we were looking at earlier in the afternoon, it is kind of going according to that schedule, where the northern edge of that eye wall would be moving more into South Georgia between roughly 1 and 2 a.m. So we are seeing that effect, and it's kind of going along that timeline. But the overall progress is going to be continuous. I don't see this stalling or causing ongoing wind in any one location for hours on end. I don't see it being like that, but there is going to be this ongoing northward propagation of this mess, which is now being able to encompass our South Georgia regions in Lowndes County. So if you're watching from perhaps the Lakeland area along Highway 129, there's a decent chance that you're going to have some of these stronger winds coming your way too, Channing.
All right, thank you, Cass. We're continuing to monitor situations here. Kendall, what do you have pulled up here?
It looks like in the Valdosta, Moultrie, Tifton area, there are about 50,436 customers without power. So there's definitely some weather impacting them.
Okay. We want to get to meteorologist Henry Rothberg. He's okay, we're working to get him. He is, I believe, outside as we continue to see these outer bands blowing through Gadsden County, Midway. And we're going to go to now the storm chaser in Perry. Is that right? Okay, let's go ahead and take that shot and see what we've got.
J-Jack, and I'm here in Perry, Florida, where we are now starting to get hammered by the eye wall of dangerous major Hurricane Helene ripping through Perry, Florida again. Just last year, a major hurricane ripped through here, and now here we are again in the very parking lot that we were in chasing Idalia last year. But Helene is now starting to cause power flickers. Power outages are imminent. We are only moments away from losing power completely here as the power flash is back behind us. Power flashes are going as transformers starting to blow up, and it is about to go downhill here significantly in the big power flashes. We just lost power now here in Perry. Oh, it's back on, it's back on. Monster power flash back out this way here in Perry, Florida right now as Helene is tearing apart the Big Bend, the nature coast of Florida right now.
All right, I believe that was a pre-recorded video. I do not believe that is a live shot in Perry, as we saw with Maya Sargent. She is there, and the rain is appearing to kind of wind down there. But you're looking up power outages all across the area. So what are you seeing, Kendall?
So this is from TCEC. So that's the company that covers the Taylor County area right now, combined between Jefferson, Madison, all of their coverage area, including Taylor County. There are 20,000.1 customers without power.
Right. And if we can bring up Weather One, we can show our power outage tracking map here. We can kind of talk underneath that. So look at Leon County. It is in the red. 55,000 customers without power right now. Kendall, take a look. Green Jefferson County, what are you seeing there?
It says 6,000, and in Taylor County, where Perry is, where we have Maya Sargent, that's 14,000 customers, 12,000 in Madison County. So lots of people without power, 24,000 in Live Oak.
And one thing that I want to point out here in Lowndes County, also across the border, 24,000 there as well. We talked about that eye wall moving north and crossing the Florida-Georgia border. And you can see now in where Valdosta is, lots of people, one of the most populated counties in our South Georgia viewing area, a lot of people in the dark dealing with power outages as the worst of this storm continues moving north. We showed you that live shot from Grassy Pond where the tower was brought down. I just saw a photo online that appears to be in Madison where what they're saying is a cell tower was brought down across a road. So these extremely powerful winds doing some serious damage, just as First to Know Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Mendez warned us that they would. And here's the percent of the county, so kind of walk us through some of these.
So all of Taylor County is without power right now, as is Madison County and Suwannee County. So lots of folks in our areas are without power completely. There's no one in Taylor County or in Perry that has power.
Right, right. And this was something that leaders in Tallahassee and Leon County were warning us about. Had Tallahassee taken a direct hit from this eye wall, you see just how impactful the storm was. That's not to the experience that people are having in Tallahassee and Leon County. Plenty of people still without power. That means no AC. That means no refrigerators. Businesses are going to be impacted. And we already know that Leon County's been through it with the tornadoes and the power outages they caused.
Right, and that map was showing us that about 42% of Leon County is without power. So that's a significant number, and that's why we're supposed to prepare, have that food on hand, and have those supplies like light sources, generators, things of that nature, so you can be prepared for the power to be out for a long time, because we don't know when power will be restored.
Right. Can we take weather 1 full, please, or weather 2 rather, excuse me. I want to just show this tower at Grassy Pond again. Just what an incredible sight to see. Those cables that clearly were holding that tower upright have snapped, and now it's just leaning over. And we do have our meteorologist, our guest meteorologist, Henry. He is standing outside the studio, I believe, and you can hear the wind blowing outside. I'm anxious to see what he's experiencing. Henry, if you can hear us, tell us what you're seeing.
The wind just starting to pick up right now. The wave as well. It's coming now from more of a westerly direction. We've noticed it kind of flipping around quite a bit as this storm continues to work its way in. Look across the parking lot here. Again, the TV station in the Midway area up here at Gaston.
Like we might have lost Henry there.
Yeah, I know exactly where he's standing there. That's right outside our building. I'm concerned that he was about to show my car. I parked at what I thought was a safe place, away from the building in case any debris flew, and up from a retention pond. So it looks like he's standing on relatively dry ground. So fingers crossed, as this band continues to rotate through, it shows that you don't have to be in the center of this storm to experience the worst of it.
No, not at all. Again, there were 42% of customers in Leon County without power, and that's an area that's not being directly hit, but there's still folks that are impacted. Like you said, there's no air conditioning for those folks. There are no lights. Folks that might have medical needs that need special equipment don't have power to do so. I know during the tornadoes, we saw a senior living facility in southeast Tallahassee that lost power, and that was a big problem for them, with a lot of elderly folks and handicapped folks that relied on technology.
Right. Let's pull up some footage of some power lines I hear we have here. I'm not sure where this is, but it's in Perry. Okay, so you can see the wind that was just whipping those power lines. We saw some sparks earlier. There's a power flash right there. That's what it looks like. That's what lights up the sky when those transformers blow. There's another one. We saw this during Idalia. It's just incredible to see every time you see those explosions. They're horrifying, but they're just also amazing to see the power of this storm. Kendall, have you ever seen anything like this before? You're a Florida native.
Right. It's something, unfortunately, that I have seen time and time again ever since I was a child. I've been through several storms. I remember being 5 years old when Charlie rolled through Orlando, where I'm from, and I've seen scenes like that play out so many times. And for folks living in Perry, they have as well.
Yeah, let's check in with Maya Sargent. She joins us from Perry again with an update on the damage she is finding. Maya, are you being safe, and what are you seeing?
Channing, we're moving around our hotel. We've been looking for damage. The wind is still incredibly strong. We felt the effects of landfall. We were both, me and my photographer Blake, hunkered down in the bathroom as we felt landfall come through. And now we're taking a look at damage, even though this wind is still really strong. So take caution, stay inside. we just want to take you and show you some of the damage that we're seeing walking around. A lot of property damage immediately, some debris damage. If you want to pan up, you can see this is kind of stretches back as well. We've got fallen fences, we've got trees down, we've got power lines down. I heard Channing and Kendall, you talking that the entirety of Taylor County is without power. That's really unsurprising when you look at how pitch black it is around. We've lost all street lights, we've lost all forms of lighting. This wind and rain is still continuing to push in and continuing to get stronger, and you're really having to brace yourself against it. I was here last month for Debbie outside this exact same hotel, and this wind is significantly stronger, having to brace yourself against it. And we're seeing property damage really like this here in other areas of our hotel, and I imagine that's going to stretch across the county as well. We're going to take a look at that throughout the day today, but at the moment, still feeling the impacts of the wind, still feeling the rain as it flies across the parking lot. We're going to see if we can turn around and show you some of that. Just the sheer force of the rain as it continues to fly across the parking lot. And this damage to this fence stretches around completely. There's damage here, there's damage around the corner, fully broken in. We've already seen some impacts to the building as well that we tried to show you earlier. So even just standing in this small spot, we're really seeing the impacts of this severe weather, really seeing this rain, the wind, and it's getting worse, and it comes and goes in patches. We're having some still moments and then some really strong moments as well. So really just continuing to watch the effects of this storm, considering to see what this damage looked like. I feel like the impacts in Taylor County are going to be enormous, and it's important to stress that this is the third hurricane that has made landfall here we've been talking about in the last 13 months, which is truly, truly unbelievable for this community. And they have a phrase, Taylor County strong, that I hear consistently when I've been tracking recovery efforts from Adalia since last September. Taylor County strong. We're hoping that resiliency is going to continue to carry them through as we see what damage Hurricane Helene brought. Channing, Kendall, over to you.
All right, thank you, Maya. And I do want to pull up, if we could pull up Weather One, I want to show you what's going on in downtown Tallahassee. We have a weather stem camera there, and you can see the wind. Wow. That is incredible to see. That's the Capitol building in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. The lights are still on. I can hear, I think, Kendall's microphone, if we could bring her mic down. But let's look at the sheets of rain just being blown through with the band that is rotating through. And so if you hadn't lost power yet, this band could potentially knock power to even more neighborhoods. It's good to see the downtown area is still lit up, but let's just hope that it stays that way for the thousands of people in Tallahassee who need this power. Can we take Weather 2 also? I want to show what's going on in Valdosta. Look at this. It's kind of hard to see, but those trees are just being bent in the wind as what the remains of the eye wall of this storm continue moving north and rotating north. We said that this was going to get to Georgia quickly. And it has, making landfall right around 11 o'clock, a little after, and now it's coming up on 1 a.m. So over the course of 2 hours, this storm has moved from the coast. There's an explosion of some kind in the distance. Really just incredible to see Valdosta just being walloped once again after all of the hundreds of trees that were brought down in the downtown neighborhood and in the parks. Closing the streets. Flooding, I know, is a big concern in downtown Valdosta as well. Hopefully this storm moves quickly enough that the rain doesn't accumulate like it did with Idalia. But no two storms are like there's another explosion. I don't know what is exploding off in the distance there. It almost looks like fireworks going off. It's a little concerning to see what that could possibly be. But this is not an isolated area. This is not an isolated incident. You're seeing winds like this and heavy rain from Tallahassee up through Thomasville, Thomas County, Brooks County, Valdosta, really our entire viewing area in South Georgia and the Big